Space opera at what humanity might become. Space Opera Adventures Pulse, Chapter 1. I thought I was done. I thought I was done writing about Alvin Smith. People kept telling me I wasn't, but I knew why. It's because they'd all heard Tail Swapper and the way he tells stories. When he's done, it's all tied up neat in a package, and you pretty much know what things meant and why they happened. Not that he spells it all out, mind you, but you just have this feeling that it all makes sense. Well, I ain't Tail Swapper, which some of you might already have guessed, seeing how we don't look much alike, and I don't plan on becoming Tail Swapper anything soon, or anything much like him. Not 'cause I don't reckon him to be a fine fellow, worthy of folks emulating him, but mainly because I don't see things the way he sees them. Things don't all make sense to me. They just happen, and sometimes you can extract a bit of sense from some calamity, and sometimes the happiest day is just pure nonsense. There's no predicting it, and there's sure no making it happen. Worst messes I ever saw folks get into was when they was trying to make things go in a sensible way. So I set down what I knew of the earliest beginnings of Alvin's life, right up till he made him the Golden Plow as his journeyman project. And I told how he went back to vigor and set to teaching folks how to be makers, and how things already wasn't right with his brother Calvin. And I thought I was done, because anybody who cares was there from then on to see for themselves, or you know somebody who was. I told you the truth of how Alvin came to kill a man, so as to put to rest all the vicious rumors told about it. I told you how he came to break the runaway slave laws, and I told you how Peggy Larner's mama came to die, and believe me, that was pretty much the end of the story as far as I could see it. But the ending didn't make sense of it, I reckon, and folks have been pestering me more and more about the early days, and didn't I know more I could tell? Well, sure I know, and I got nothing against telling it, but I hope you don't think that when I'm done telling all I know, it'll finally be clear to everybody what everything that's happened was all about, because I don't know myself. Truth is, the story ain't over yet, and I hope it never will be. So the most I can hope to do is set down the way it looks to this one fellow at this exact moment. And I can't even promise you that tomorrow I won't come to understand it much better than anything I'm writing now. My knack ain't storytelling. Truth is, Tail Swapper's knack ain't storytelling either, and he'd be the first to tell you that. He collects stories all right, and the ones he gathers are important so you listen, because the tale itself matters. But you know he don't do nothing much with his voice, and he don't roll his eyes and use them big gestures like the real orators use. His voice ain't strong enough to fill a good-sized cabin, let alone a tent. No, the telling ain't his knack. He's a painter, if anything, or maybe a wood carver or a printer or whatever he can use to tell or show the story, but he's no genius at any of 'em. Fact is, if you ask Tail Swapper what his knack is, he'll tell you he don't have none. He ain't lying. Nobody can ever lay that charge at Tail Swapper's door. No, he just set his heart on one knack when he was a boy, and all his life that seemed to him the only knack worth having. And since he never got it, he thinks, why then he must not have no knack at all. And don't pretend you don't know what knack it was he wanted, because he practically slaps you in the face with it whenever he talks for long. He wanted the knack of prophecy. That's why he's always been so powerful jealous of Peggy Larner, because she's a torch, and from childhood on she saw all the possible futures of people's lives. And while that's not the same thing as knowing the future the way things will actually happen, instead of how they might happen, it's pretty close. Close enough that I think Tail Swapper would have been happy for 5 minutes of being a torch. Probably would have grinned himself to death within a week if such a thing happened. When Tail Swapper says he's got no knack, though, I'll tell you, he's wrong. Like a lot of folks, he has a knack and doesn't even know it, because that's the way knacks work. It just feels as natural as can be to the person who's got it, as easy as breathing. So you don't think that could possibly be your unusual power, because heck, that's easy. You don't know it's a knack till other people around you get all astonished about it, or upset or excited or whatever feelings your knack seems to provoke in folks. Then you go, boy howdy, other folks can't do this, I got me a knack. And from then on, there's no putting up with you till you finally settle down and get back to normal life and stop bragging about how you can do this fool thing that you used to never be excited about back when you still had sense. Some folks never know they got them a knack, though, because nobody else ever notices it either, and tail swappers that way. I didn't notice it till I started trying to collect all my memories and everything anybody ever told me about Alvin Miller's life. Pictures of him working that hammer in the forge every chance he got, in case we ever forgot that he had an honest trade, hard come by with his own sweat, and didn't just dance through life like a quadrille with Dame Fortune as his lovin' partner, as if we ever thought Dame Fortune did anything more than flirt with him, and likely as not, if he ever got close to her, he'd find out she had the pox anyway. Fortune has a way of being on the side of the unmaker when folks start relying on her to save them. But I'm getting off the subject, which I had to read back to the beginning of this paragraph to see what in hell I was talking about. And I can hear you prickle-hearted prudes saying, "What's he doing putting down curses on paper? Hasn't he no sense of decent language?" To which I say, when I curse, it don't harm nobody, and it makes my language more colorful, and heaven knows I can use the color. And I can assure you, I've studied cussin' from the best, and I know how to make my language a whole lot more colorful than it is right now, but I already tone myself down so you don't have apoplexy reading my words. I wouldn't want to spend half my life just going to the funerals of people who had a stroke from reading my book. So instead of criticizing me for the nasty words that creep into my writing, why don't you praise me for the really ugly stuff that I virtuously chose to leave out? It's all how you choose to look at it, I think. And if you have time to rail on about my language, then you don't have enough to do, and I'll be glad to put you in touch with folks who need more hands to help with productive labor. So anyway, I looked back to the beginning of this paragraph again to see what the hell I was talking about. And my point is that when I gathered all these stories together, I noticed that Tailswapper seems to keep showing up in the oddest places at exactly the moment when something important was about to happen, so that he ended up being a witness or even a participant in a remarkable number of events. Now, let me ask you plain, my friends. If a man seems to know, down in his bones, when something important's about to happen, and where, and enough in advance that he can get his body over there to be a witness before it even starts, now ain't that prophecy? I mean, why was it William Blake ever left England and came to America, if it wasn't because he knew that the world was about to be torn open to give birth to a maker again after all these generations? Just 'cause he didn't know it out in the open didn't mean that he wasn't a prophet. He thought he's a prophet in his bones. Space opera adventures pulse, which is why he just happened to be wandering back to the town of Vigor Church, to Alvin's father's mill, for no reason he was aware of, at exactly the day and hour that Alvin's little brother Calvin Miller decided to run off and go study trouble in faraway places. Tailswapper had no idea what was going to happen, but folks, I tell you, he was there, and anybody who tells you Tailswapper's got no knack, including Tailswapper himself, is a blame fool. Of course, I mean that in the nicest possible way, as Horace Guster would tell you. So, as I pick up my tale again, that's the day I choose to start with, mostly because I can tell you from experience that nothing interesting happened during those long months when Alvin was still trying to teach a bunch of plain folks how to be a maker like him instead of, well, all in time. Let's just say that while some of you are bound to criticize me for not telling all of Alvin's lessons about makering and every single boring moment of every class he held trying to teach fish to hop, I can promise you that leaving out those days from my tale is an act of charity. There's a lot of people and a lot of confusion in the story too, and I can't help that, because if I made it all clear and simple, that would be a lie. It was a mess, and there was a lot of different people involved. And also, to tell you the truth, there's a lot of things that happened that I didn't know about then and still don't know much about now. I'd like to say that I'm telling you all the important parts of the story, telling about all the important people, but I know perfectly well that there might be important parts that I just don't know about, and important people that I didn't realize were important. There's stuff that nobody knows, and stuff that them as knows ain't telling, or them as knows don't know they know. And even as I try to explain things as I understand them, I'm still going to leave things out without meaning to, or tell you things twice that you already know, or contradict something that you know to be a fact. And all I can say is, I ain't no tail swapper, and if you want to know the deepest truth, get him to unseal that back 2/3 of his little book and read you what he's got in there. And I bet, for all he claims to be no prophet, I bet you'll hear things as will curl your hair, or uncurl it, depending. There's one mystery, though, that I plain don't know the answer to, even though everything depends on it. Maybe if I tell you enough, you'll figure it out for yourself. But what I don't understand is why Calvin went the way he did. He was a sweet boy, they all say it. He and Alvin were close as boys can be. I mean, they fought, but there was never malice in it, and Callie grew up knowing Al would die for him. So what was it made jealousy start to gnaw at Calvin's heart and turn him away from his own brother and want to undo all his work? I heard a lot of the tale I'm about to tell you from Callie's own mouth, but you can be sure he never sat down and explained to me or anybody why he changed. Oh, he told plenty of folks why he hated Alvin, but there's no ring of truth in what he says about that, since he always accuses his brother of doing whatever his audience hates the most. To Puritans, he says he came to hate Alvin because he saw him truckin' with the devil. To Kingsmen, he says he hated Alvin because he saw how his brother went so far as to murder a man, just to keep him from recovering his own property, a runaway slave baby named Arthur Stewart. And don't that set them royalists' teeth on edge, to think of a half-black boy having the same name as the king? Calvin always has a tale that justifies himself in the eyes of strangers, but never a word of explanation does he ever have to those of us who know the truth about Alvin Maker. I just know this. When I first set eyes on Calvin in Vigor Church during that year when Alvin tried to teach makering, that year before he left, I'll tell you folks, Calvin was already gone. In his heart, every word that Alvin said was like poison. If Alvin paid no attention to him, Calvin felt neglected and said so. Then, if Alvin did pay attention to him, Calvin got surly and sullen and claimed Alvin wouldn't leave him alone. There was no pleasing him. But to say he was contrary don't explain a thing. It's just a name for the way he was acting, not an answer to the question of why he acted that way. I have my own guesses, but they're just guesses and no more. Not even what they call educated guesses, because there's no such thing as education so good it makes one man's guess any better than another's. Either you know or you don't, and I don't know. I don't know why people who got what they need to be happy don't just go ahead and be happy. I don't know why lonely people keep shoving away everybody as tries to befriend them. I don't know why people blame weak and harmless folks for their troubles while they leave their real enemy alone to get away with all his harm. And I sure don't know why I bother to go to the trouble to write all this down, when I know you still won't be satisfied. Let me tell you one little thing about Calvin. I saw him one day taking class with Alvin, and for once he was paying attention, real close attention, heeding every word that came from his brother's lips.
And I thought, he's finally come around. He finally realized that if he really wants to be a seventh son of a seventh son, if he really wants to be a maker, he has to learn from Alvin how it's done. And then the class ended, and I sat there watching Calvin as everybody else went on out to get back to their chores, until only me and Calvin was left in the room. And Calvin actually talks to me. Mostly he ignored me like I wasn't there. He talks to me, and in a few seconds, I realize what he's doing. He's imitating Alvin. Not Alvin's regular voice, but Alvin's school teachery voice. You all remember when he got that way. I remember he learned that flowery fancy talk when he was studying with Miss Larner, before she came out of disguise, and he realized she was the same Peggy Guster who kept his birth call and protected him through his growing up years. The big $5 words she learned in Duquesne or from them books she read. Alvin wanted to sound refined like her, or sometimes he wanted to anyway, and so he'd learn them words and use them and talk so fine you'd have thought he learned English from an expert instead of just growing up with it like the rest of us. But he couldn't keep it up. He'd hear himself talking so high-toned, and he'd just suddenly laugh or make some joke, and then he'd go back to talking like folks. And there was Calvin talking that same high-toned way, only he didn't laugh. He just did all his imitating, and when he was done, he looked at me and said, "Was that right?" As if I'd know. And I says back to him, "Calvin, sounding like an educated man don't make you educated." And he says back to me, "I'd rather be ignorant and sound educated than be educated and sound ignorant." And I said, "Why?" And he says to me, "Because if you sound educated, then nobody ever tests you to find out. But if you sound ignorant, they never stop." Here's my point. Well, maybe it's not the point I started out to make, but I long since lost track of that. So here's the point I want to make now. I know more about what happened during Alvin's year of wandering than anybody else on God's green earth. But I also am aware of how many questions I still can't answer. So I reckon I'm the one as knows but seems ignorant. Which kind are you? If you already figure you know this story, for heaven's sake stop reading now and save yourself some trouble.
Space opera adventures pulse. And if you're going to criticize me for not finishing the whole thing and tying it up in a bow for you, why, do us both a favor and write your own damn book. Only have the decency to call it a romance instead of a history, because history's got no bows on it, only frayed ends of ribbons and knots that can't be untied. It ain't a pretty package, but then it's not your birthday that I know of, so I'm under no obligation to give you a gift. Chapter 2. Hypocrites. Calvin was about fed up. Just this close to walking up to Alvin and something. Punching him in the nose, maybe? Only he'd tried that afore, and Alvin just caught him by the wrist and gripped him with those damn blacksmith muscles. And he says, "Calvin, you know I could always throw you. Do we have to do this now?" Alvin could always do everything better. Or if he couldn't, then it must not be worth doing. Folks gathered around and listened to Alvin's babbling like it all made sense. Folks watched every move he made, like he was a dancing bear. Only time they noticed Calvin was to ask him if he would kindly step aside so they could see Alvin a little better. Step aside? Yup, I reckon I can step aside. I can step right out the door, and out into the hot sun, and right out onto the path going up the hill to the tree line. And what's to stop me from keeping right on? What's to stop me from walking on to the edge of the world and then jumping right off? But Calvin didn't keep walking. He leaned against a big old maple and then hunkered down in the grass and looked out over Father's land. The house, the barn, the chicken coops, the pig pen, the mill house. Did the wheel ever turn in Father's mill any more? The water passed useless through the chase. The wheel leaned forward, but never moved, and so the stones inside were still too. Might as well have left the huge millstone in the mountain.
as to bring it down here to stand useless while big brother Alvin filled these poor people's minds with hopeless hopes. Alvin was grinding them up as surely as if he put their heads between the stones. Grinding them up, turning them to flour, which Alvin himself would bake into bread and eat up for supper. He may have prenticed as a blacksmith all those years in Hat Track River, but here in Vigor Church he was a baker of brains. Thinking of Alvin eating everybody's ground-up heads made Calvin feel nasty in a delicious kind of way. It made him laugh. He stretched his long, thin legs out into the meadow grass and lay back against the trunk of the maple. A bug was scampering along the skin of his leg, up under his trousers, but he didn't bother to reach down and pull it out, or even to shake his leg to get it off. Instead, he got his doodle bug going, like a spare pair of eyes, like an extra set of fingers, looking for the tiny, rapid flutter of the bug's useless, stupid life. And when he found it, he gave it a little pinch, or really more like a squint, a tiny twitch of the muscles around his eyes. But that was all it took, just that little pinch, and then the bug wasn't moving no more. Some days, little bug, it just don't pay to get up in the morning. "That must be some funny story," said a voice. Calvin fairly jumped out of his skin. How did somebody come on him unawares? Still, he didn't let himself show he'd been surprised. His heart might be beating fast inside his chest, but he still waited a minute before even turning around to look, and then he made sure to look about as uninterested as a fellow can look without being dead. A bald fellow, old and in buckskins. Calvin knew him, of course, a far traveler and sometime visitor named Tail Swapper. Another one who thought the world began with God and ended with Alvin. Calvin looked him up and down. The buckskins were about as old as the man. Did you get them clothes off a 90-year-old deer, or did your daddy and grandpa wear them all their lives to get them so worn out like that? "I've worn these clothes so long," said the old man, "that I sometimes send them on errands when I'm too busy to go, and nobody can tell the difference." "I think I know you," said Calvin. "You're that old tail swapper fellow." "So I am," said the old man. "And you're Calvin, old Miller's youngest boy." Calvin waited, and here it came. Alvin's little brother. Calvin folded himself sitting down, and then unfolded himself standing. He liked how tall he was. He liked looking down at the old man's bald head. "You know, old man, if we had another just like you, we could put your smooth pink heads together and you'd look like a baby's butt." "Don't like being called Alvin's little brother, eh?" asked Tail Swapper. "You know where to go for your free meal," said Calvin. He started to walk away into the meadow. Having no destination in mind, of course, his walking pretty soon petered out, and he paused a moment, looking around, wishing there was something he wanted to do. The old man was right behind him. Damn, but the old boy was quiet. Calvin had to remember to keep a watch out for people. Alvin did it without thinking, damn it, and Calvin could do it too if he could just remember to remember. "Heard you chucklin'," said Tail Swapper, "when I first walked up behind you. Well then, I guess you ain't deaf yet. Saw you watchin' the mill house and heard you chucklin', and I thought, what does this boy see so funny in a mill whose wheel don't turn?" Calvin turned to face him. "You were born in England, weren't you?" "I was." "And you lived in Philadelphia a while, right? Met old Ben Franklin there, right? What a memory you have! Then how come you talk like a frontiersman? You know and I know that it's supposed to be a mill whose wheel doesn't turn, but here you are talking bad grammar as if you never went to school, but I know you did. And how come you don't talk like other Englishmen?" "Keen ear, keen eye," said Tail Swapper. "A sharp one for details, dull on the big picture, but sharp on details. I notice you talk worse than you know how, too." Calvin ignored the insult. He wasn't going to let this old coot distract him with tricks. I said, how come you talk like a frontiersman? Spend a lot of time on the frontier. I spend a lot of time in the chicken coop, but that don't make me cluck. Tail Swapper grinned. What do you think, boy? I think you try to sound like the people you're telling your lies to, so they'll trust you. They'll think you're one of them. But you're not one of us. You're not one of anybody. You're a spy, stealing the hopes and dreams and wishes and memories and imaginations, and leaving them nothing but lies in exchange. Tail Swapper seemed amused. If I'm such a criminal, why ain't I rich? Not a criminal, said Calvin. I'm relieved to be acquitted. Just a hypocrite. Tail Swapper's eyes narrowed. A hypocrite? Calvin said again. Pretending to be what you're not. So other people will trust you, but they're trusting in a bunch of pretenses. That's an interesting idea there, Calvin, said Tail Swapper. Where do you draw the line between a humble man who knows his own weaknesses but tries to act out virtues he hasn't quite mastered yet, and a proud man who pretends to have those virtues without the slightest intention of acquiring them? Listen to the frontiersman now, said Calvin scornfully. I knew you could shed that folksy talk the minute you wanted to. Yes, I can do that, said Tail Swapper. Just as I can speak French to a Frenchman, and Spanish to a Spaniard, and 4 kinds of red talk depending on which tribe I'm with. But you, Calvin, do you speak scorn and mockery to everyone? It took Calvin a moment to realize that he had been put down, hard and low. I could kill you without using my hands, he said. Harder than you think, said Tail Swapper. Killing a man, that is. Why not ask your brother Alvin about it? He's done it the once, for just cause, whereas you think of killing a man because he tweaks your nose.
Space opera adventures pulse, and then you wonder why I call myself your better. You just want to put me down because I named you for what you are, hypocrite, like all the others. All the others? Calvin nodded grimly. Everyone is a hypocrite except Calvin Miller? Calvin Maker, said Calvin. Even as he said it, he knew it was a mistake. He had never told anyone the name by which he thought of himself, and now he had blurted it out, a boast, a brag, to this most unsympathetic of listeners. This man who was most likely, of all men, to repeat Calvin's secret dream. Well, now it seems to be unanimous, said Tail Swapper. We're all pretending to be something that we're not. I am a maker, Calvin insisted, raising his voice, even though he knew he was making himself seem even weaker and more vulnerable. He just couldn't stop himself from talking to this slimy old man. I've got all the knack for it that Alvin ever had, if anyone would bother to notice. Made any millstones lately, without tools? I can make stones in a fence fit together like as if they growed that way out of the ground. Healed any wounds? I killed a bug crawling on my leg just a moment ago without so much as laying a hand on it. Interesting. I ask of healing, and you answer with killing. Doesn't sound like a maker to me. You said yourself that Alvin killed a man. With his hands, not with his knack. A man who had just murdered an innocent woman who died to protect her son from captivity. The bug, was it going to harm you or anyone? Yes, there you are. Alvin is always righteous and wonderful, while Calvin can't do nothing right. But Alvin himself told me the story of how he caused a bunch of roaches to get theirselves killed when he was a boy. And you learned nothing from his story, except that you have the power to torment insects. He gets to do what he wants, and then talks about how he's learned better now. But if I do the same things, then I'm not worthy. I can't be taught any of his secrets because I'm not ready for them. Only I am ready for them. I'm just not ready to let Alvin decide how I'll use the knack I was born with. Who tells him what to do? The inner light of virtue, said Tailswapper, for lack of a clearer name. Well, what about my inner light? I imagine that your parents ask themselves this very question, and often. Why can't I be allowed to figure things out on my own like Alvin did? But of course you are being allowed to do exactly that, said Tailswapper. No, I'm not. He sits there trying to explain to those bone-headed, no-knack followers of his how to get inside other things and learn what they are and how they're shaped inside, and then ask them to take on new forms, as if that's a thing that folks can learn. But they do learn it, don't they? If you call an inch a year moving, then I guess you can call that learning, said Calvin. But me, the one who actually understands everything he says, the one who could actually put it all to use, he won't even let me in the room. If I stay there, he just tells stories and makes jokes and won't teach a thing until I leave. And why? I'm his best pupil, ain't I? I learn it all, I soak it in fast, and I can use it on the instant. But he won't teach me. He calls them others apprentice makers, but me he won't even take on for a single lesson. All because I don't bow down and worship whenever he starts talking about how a maker can never use his power to destroy, but only to build, which is nonsense, since a man's knack is his knack. It seems to me, said Tailswapper, his voice sharp enough to cut through Calvin's raging, that you are a singularly unteachable young man. You ask Alvin to teach you, and he tries to do it, but then you refuse to listen, because you know what's nonsense and what matters. You know that a man doesn't have to make in order to be a maker. You already know so much. I'm surprised you still wait around here, wishing for Alvin to teach you things that you plainly have no desire to know. I want him to teach me how to get into the small of things, cried Calvin. I want him to teach me how to change people, the way he changed Arthur Stewart, so the finders couldn't find him anymore. I want him to teach me how to get inside bones and blood vessels, how to turn iron to gold. I want me a golden plow like his, and he won't teach me how. And it has never occurred to you, said Tailswapper, that when he speaks of using the power of making only to build things, never to tear them down, he might be teaching you precisely the thing you are asking. Oh, Calvin, I'm so sorry to see that your mama did have one stupid child after all. Calvin felt the rage explode inside himself, and before he knew what he was doing, he knocked the old man down and straddled his hips, pounding on his frail old ribs and belly. It took many blows before he realized that the old man wasn't fighting back. Have I killed him? Calvin wondered. What will I do if he's dead? They'll have me for murder then. They won't understand how he provoked me, begging for a beating. It's not like I planned to kill him. Calvin put his fingers to Tailswapper's throat, feeling for a pulse. It was there, feeble, but it probably was always feeble, given how old the fellow was. Didn't quite kill me, eh? Whispered Calvin. Didn't feel like it, said Calvin. How many men will you have to beat up before everyone agrees that you're a maker? Calvin wanted to hit him again. Didn't this old man learn anything? You know, if you hurt people enough, eventually they'll all call you whatever you want. Maker, king, captain, boss, master, holy one, pick your title. You can beat people into calling you that, but you don't change yourself a bit. All you do is change the meanings of those words, so they all mean the same thing. Bully. Calvin, hot with shame, got up and stood over him. He restrained himself from kicking the old man until his head was jelly.
"You've got a knack for words," he said. "True words in particular," said Tailswapper. "Lies, from all I can see," said Calvin. "A liar sees lies," said Tailswapper, "even when they aren't there, just as a hypocrite sees hypocrites whenever he runs across good people. Can't stand to think that anyone might really be what you only pretend to be." "You did say one true thing," said Calvin, "about it's making no sense me waiting around here for Alvin to teach me what he plainly means to keep secret. I should have realized that Alvin wasn't never gonna teach me anything because he's afraid if people see me doing all the things he can do, he won't be king of the hill anymore. I have to find it out on my own, just like he did." "You have to find it out by learning the same things he did," said Tailswapper. "Alone or as his pupil, though, I don't think you're capable of learning those things." "You're wrong," said Calvin. "I'll prove it to you. By learning to master your own will and use your power only to build things, only to help others, by going out into the world and learning everything, and coming back and showing Alvin who's got the real maker's knack and who's just pretending." Tailswapper propped himself up on one elbow. "But Calvin, your actions here today have made the answer to that question as plain as day." Calvin wanted to kick him in his face, silence that mouth, break that shiny pate, and watch the brains spill out into the meadow grass. Instead, he turned away and took a few steps toward the woods. He had a destination this time. East, civilization, the cities, the lands where people lived together cheek by jowl. Among them there would be those who could teach him, or, failing that, those he could experiment with until he learned all that Alvin knew, and more. Calvin was wrong to have stayed here so long, foolish to have kept hoping that he'd ever get any love or help from Alvin. I worshipped him. That was my mistake, thought Calvin.
Space opera adventures pulse. It took this bone-headed old fool to show me the kind of contempt that people have for me, always comparing me to Alvin, perfect Alvin, Alvin the maker, Alvin the virtuous son, Alvin the hypocrite. He does with his power just what I want to do, only he's so subtle about it that people don't even realize he's controlling them. Tell us what to do, Alvin. Teach us how to make, Alvin. Does Alvin ever say, "It's not your knack, you poor fool. I can't teach you how to do this any more than I can teach a fish to walk"? No. He pretends to teach them, helps them get a few pathetic, illusory successes so they stay with him, his obedient servants, his disciples. Well, I'm not one of them. I'm my own man, smarter than he is, and more powerful too, if I can just learn what I need to learn. After all, Alvin was only a seventh son for a couple of moments after he was born, until our oldest brother Vigor died. But I have been a seventh son my whole life, and still am one today. Before long, I'm bound to surpass Alvin. I'm the real maker, the real thing. Not a hypocrite, not a pretender. When you see Alvin, tell him not to follow me. He won't see me again until I'm ready for him to square off against me, maker against maker. There can never be a battle of maker against maker, said Tailswapper. Oh? Because if there's a battle, said Tailswapper, it's because one of them, at least, is not a maker at all, but rather its opposite. Calvin laughed. That old wives' tale about some supposed unmaker? Alvin tells the stories, but it's all a bunch of hogwash to make him look like more of a hero. I'm not surprised that you don't believe in the unmaker, said Tailswapper. The first lie the unmaker always tells is that he doesn't exist, and his true servants always believe him, even as they carry out his work in the world. So I'm the unmaker's servant? Asked Calvin. Of course, said Tailswapper. I have the bruises on my body now to prove it. Those bruises prove you're a weak man with a big mouth. Alvin would have healed me and strengthened me, said Tailswapper. That's what makers do. Calvin couldn't take any more of this. He kicked the man right in the face. He could feel Tailswapper's nose break under the ball of his foot. Then the old man flopped back into the grass and lay there still. Calvin didn't even bother to check his pulse. If he was dead, so be it. The world would be a better place without his lies and rudeness. Not until he was well into the woods, about 5 minutes later, did the enormity of what he had done flow over him. Killed a man! I might have killed a man and left him to die. I should have healed him before I left, the way Alvin healed people. Then he would have known that I'm truly a maker, because I healed him. How could I have missed such an opportunity to show what I can do? At once, he turned and raced back through the forest, dodging the roots, skittering down a bank he had so eagerly climbed only moments before. But when, panting, he emerged into the meadow, the old man wasn't there, though bits of blood still clung to the grass and pooled where his head had lain. Not dead, then. He got up and walked, so he can't be dead. What a fool I was, thought Calvin. Of course I didn't kill him. I'm a maker. Makers don't destroy things, they build them. Isn't that what Alvin always tells me? So if I'm a maker, nothing I do can possibly be destructive. For a moment, he almost headed down the hill toward the mill house. Let Tailswapper accuse him in front of everybody. Calvin would simply deny it and let them work out how to deal with the problem. Of course, they'd all believe Tailswapper, but Calvin only needed to say, that's his knack, to make people believe his lies. Why else would you trust in this stranger instead of Alvin Miller's youngest boy, when you all know I don't go around beating people up? It was a delicious scene to contemplate, with father and mother and Alvin all frozen into inaction. But a better scene was this: Calvin free in the city, Calvin out of his brother's shadow. Best of all, they couldn't even get up a group of men to follow him. For here in the town of Vigor Church, the adults were all bound by Tenskwatawa's curse, so that any stranger they met, they had to tell him the story of how they slaughtered the innocent Reds that Tippecanoe. If they didn't tell the story, their hands and arms would become covered with dripping blood, mute testimony of their crime. Because of that, they didn't venture out into the world where they might run into strangers. Alvin himself might come looking for him, but no one else except those who had been too young to take part in the massacre would be able to join with him. Oh yes, their brother-in-law Armor, he wasn't under the curse, and maybe Measure wasn't really under the curse because he took it on himself, even though he wasn't part of the battle. So maybe he could leave, but that still wouldn't be much of a search party. And why would they bother to search for him anyway? Alvin thought Calvin was a nothing, not worth teaching. So how could he be worth following? My freedom was always just a few steps away, thought Calvin. All it took was my realizing that Alvin was never going to accept me as his true friend and brother. Tailswapper showed me that. I should thank him. Hey, I already gave him all the thanks he deserved. Calvin chuckled. Then he turned and headed back into the forest. He tried to move as silently as Alvin always did, moving through the forest, a trick Al had learned from the Wild Reds back before they either gave across the Mississippi into the empty country of the West. But despite all his efforts, Calvin always ended up making noise and breaking branches. For all I know, Calvin told himself, Alvin makes just as much noise, and simply uses his knack to make us think he's quiet. Because if everybody thinks you're silent, you are silent, right? Makes no difference at all. Wouldn't it be just like that hypocrite Alvin to have us all thinking he's in such harmony with the greenwood when he's really just as clumsy as everyone else? At least I'm not ashamed to make an honest noise. With that reassuring thought, Calvin plunged on into the underbrush, breaking off branches and disturbing fallen leaves with every step. Chapter 3. Watchers. While Calvin was setting out on his journey to wherever, trying not to think about Alvin with every step, there was someone else also on a journey, also wishing she could stop thinking about Alvin. That's about where the semblance ends, though.
Because this was Peggy Larner, who knew Alvin better and loved Alvin more than any living soul. She was riding in a coach along a country road in Appalachia, and she was at least as unhappy as Calvin ever was. Difference was, she blamed her woes on nary a soul but her own self. In the days after her mother was murdered, Peggy Larner figured that she would stay in Hat Rack River for the rest of her life, helping her father tend his roadhouse. She was done with the great matters of the world. She had set her hand to meddling in them, and the result had been that she didn't tend to her own backyard, and so she faded to see her mother's death looming. Preventable, easily. It was so dependent upon merest chance. A simple word of warning, and her mother and father would have known the slave finders were coming back that night, and how many of them there were, and how armed, and through what door coming. But Peggy had been watching the great matters of the world, had been minding her foolish love for the young journeyman smith named Alvin, who had learned to make a plow of living gold, and then asked her to marry him and go with him through the world to do battle with the Unmaker. And all the while the Unmaker was destroying her own life through the back door, with a shotgun blast that shredded her mother's flesh and gave Peggy the most terrible of burdens to carry all her life.
Contemplation at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. What kind of child does not watch out to save her own mother's life? She could not marry Alvin. That would be like rewarding herself for her own selfishness. She would stay and help her father in his work. And yet she couldn't do even that, not for long. When her father looked at her, or rather, when he wouldn't look at her, she felt his grief stab to her heart. He knew she could have prevented it. And though it was his great effort not to reproach her with it, she didn't need to hear his words to know what was in his heart. No, nor did she need to use her knack to see his heart's desire, his bitter memories. She knew without looking, because she knew him deep, as children know parents. There came a day then when she could bear it no longer. She had left home once before, as a girl, with a note left behind. This time she left with more courage, facing her father and telling him that she couldn't stay. "Have I lost my daughter, then, as well as my wife?" "Your daughter you have as well as ever," said Peggy, "but the woman who could have prevented your wife's death and failed to do it, that woman can't live here anymore." "Have I said anything? Have I by word or deed?" "It's your knack to make folks feel welcome under your roof, Father, and you've done your best with me. But there's no knack can take away the terrible burden charged to my soul. There's no love or kindness you can show toward me that will hide from me what you suffer at the very sight of me." Father knew he couldn't deceive his daughter any longer, her being a torch and all. "I'll miss you with all my heart," he said. "And I'll miss you, Father," she answered. With a kiss, with a brief embrace, she took her leave. Once again she rode in Whitley Physiker's carriage to Duquesne. There she visited with a family that had done her much kindness, once upon a time. She didn't stay long, though, and soon she took the coach down to Franklin, the capital of Appalachia. She knew no one there, but she soon would. No heart could remain closed to her, and she quickly found those people who hated the institution of slavery as much as she did. Her mother had died for taking a half-black boy into her home, into her family as her own son, even though by law he belonged to some white man down in Appalachia. The boy, Arthur Stewart, was still free, living with Alvin in the town of Vigor Church. But the institution of slavery, which had killed both the boy's birth mother and his adoptive mother, that lived on too. There was no hope of changing it in the king's lands to the south and fast, but Appalachia was the nation that had won its freedom by the sacrifice of George Washington and under the leadership of Thomas Jefferson. It was a land of high ideals. Surely she could have some influence here to root out the evil of slavery from this land. It was in Appalachia that Arthur Stewart had been conceived by a cruel master's rape of his helpless slave. It was in Appalachia, then, that Peggy would quietly but deftly maneuver to help those who hated slavery and hinder those who would perpetuate it. She traveled in disguise, of course. Not that anyone here would know her, but she didn't like being called by the name of Peggy Guster, for that was also her mother's name. Instead, she passed as Miss Larner, gifted teacher of French, Latin, and music. And in that guise, she went about tutoring, here a few weeks, there a few weeks. It was master classes that she taught, teaching the schoolmasters in various towns and villages. Though her public lessons were conscientiously taught, what concerned her most was seeking out the heart fires of those who loathed slavery, or those who, not daring to admit their loathing, were at least uncomfortable and apologetic about the slaves they owned. The ones who were careful to be gentle, the ones who secretly allowed their slaves to learn to read and write and cipher. These good-hearted ones, she dared to encourage them. She called upon them and said words that might turn them toward the paths of life, however few and faint they were, in which they gained courage and spoke out against the evil of slavery. In this way, she was still helping her father in his work. For hadn't old Horace Guster risked his life for many years, helping runaway slaves make it across the Ohio and on north into French territory, where they would be no longer slaves, where finders couldn't go? She could not live with her father, she could not remove any part of his burden of grief, but she could carry on his work, and might in the end make his work unnecessary, for it would have been accomplished not a slave at a time, but all the slaves of Appalachia at once. Would I then be worthy to return and face him? Would I be redeemed? Would Mother's death mean something then, instead of being the worthless result of my carelessness? Here was the hardest part of her discipline. She refused to let any thought of Alvin Smith distract her. Once he had been the whole focus of her life, for she was present at his birth, peeled the birth caul from his face, and for years thereafter used the power of the dried-up caul to protect him against all the attacks of the Unmaker. Then, when he became a man and grew into his own powers enough that he could mostly protect himself, he was still the center of her heart, for she came to love the man he was becoming. She had come home to Hattrack River then, in disguise for the first time as Miss Larner, and there she gave him and Arthur Stewart the kind of book learning that they both hungered for. And all the time she was teaching him, she was hiding behind the hexes that hid her true face and name, hiding and watching him like a spy, like a hunter, like a lover who dared not be seen. It was in that disguise that he fell in love with her too. It was all a lie I told him, a lie I told myself. So now she would not search for his bright heart fire, though she knew she could find it in an instant, no matter how far away she was. She had other work in her life. She had other things to achieve or to undo. Here was the best part of her new life. Everyone who knew anything about slavery knew that it was wrong. The ignorant children growing up in slave country, or people who had never kept slaves or seen them kept, or even known a black man or woman, they might fancy that there was nothing wrong with it. But those who knew, they all understood that it was evil. Many of them, of course, simply told themselves lies, or made excuses, or flat out embraced the evil with both arms, anything to keep their way of life, to keep their wealth and leisure, their prestige, their honor. But more were miserable by the wealth that came from the labor and suffering of the blacks that had been stolen from their native land and brought against their will to this dark continent of America. It was these whose hearts Peggy reached for, especially the strong ones, the ones who might have the courage to make a difference. And her labors were not in vain. When she left a place, people were talking. No, to be honest, they were quarreling over things that before had never been openly questioned. To be sure, there was suffering. Some of those whose courage she had helped awaken were tarred and feathered, or beaten, or their houses and barns burnt.
But the excesses of the slave masters served only to expose to others the necessity of taking action, of winning their freedom from a system that was destroying them all. She was on this errand today. A hired carriage had come to fetch her to a town called Baker's Fork, and she was well on the way, already hot and tired and dusty, as summer travelers always were, when all of a sudden she felt curious to see what was up a certain road. Now, Peggy wasn't one to be curious in any ordinary way. Having had, since childhood, the knack of knowing people's inmost secrets, she had learned young to shy away from simple curiosity.
Space opera adventures pulse. Well, she knew that there were some things folks were better off not knowing. As a child, she would have given much not to know what the children her age thought of her. The fear they had of her, the loathing, because of her strangeness, because of the hushed way their parents talked of her. Oh, she would have been glad not to know the secrets of the men and women around her. Curiosity was its own punishment when you were sure of finding the answer to your question. So the very fact that she felt curious of all things, rutted track in the low hills of northern Appalachia, that was the most curious thing of all. And so, instead of trying to follow the track, she looked inside her own heart fire to see what lay down that road. But every path she saw in which she called to the carriage driver and bade him turn around and follow the track, every one of those paths led to a blank, a place where what might happen there could not be known. It was a strange thing for her not to know at all what the outcome might be. Uncertainty she was used to, for there were many paths that the flow of time could follow. But not to have a glimmer, that was new indeed. New, and she had to admit, attractive. She tried to warn herself off, to tell herself that if she couldn't see, it must be the unmaker blocking her. There must be some terrible fate down that road. But it didn't feel like the unmaker. It felt right to follow the track. It felt necessary, though she tingled a bit with the danger of it. Is this how other people feel all the time, she wondered, knowing nothing, the future all a blank, able to rely only on feelings like this? Is this tingling what George Washington felt just before he surrendered his army to the rebels of Appalachia and then turned himself over to the king he had betrayed? Surely not, for old George was certain enough of the outcome. Maybe it's what Patrick Henry felt when he cried out, "Give me liberty or give me death," having no notion which of the two, if either, he might win. To act without knowing. "Turn around," she called. The driver didn't hear her over the clattering of the horse's hooves, the rattling and creaking of the carriage. She thumped on the roof of the carriage with her umbrella. "Turn around." The driver pulled the horses to a stop. He slid open the tiny door that allowed words to pass between driver and passengers. "What, ma'am?" "Turn around." "I ain't took no wrong turn, ma'am." "I know that. I want to follow that track we just passed." "That just leads on up to Chapman Valley." "Excellent. Then take me to Chapman Valley." "But it's the school board in Baker's Fork what hired me." "We're going to stop the night anyway. Why not Chapman Valley?" "They got no inn." "Nevertheless, either turn the carriage around or wait here while I walk up that track." The door slid shut perhaps more abruptly than necessary, and the carriage took a wide turn out into the meadow. It had been dry these past few days, so the turn went smoothly, and soon they were going up the track that had made her so curious. The valley, when she saw it, was pretty, though there was nothing remarkable about its prettiness. Except for the rough woods at the crests of the surrounding hills, the whole valley was tamed. The trees all in the place where they were planted, the houses all built up to fit the ever larger families that lived there. Perhaps the walls were more crisply painted, and perhaps a whiter white than other places. Or perhaps that was just what happened to Peggy's perceptions, because she was looking especially sharp to see what had piqued her curiosity. Perhaps the orchard trees were older than usual, more gnarled, as if this place had been settled long ago, the earliest of that Appalachia settlements. But what of that?
Everything in America was newish. There was bound to be someone in this town who still remembered its founding. Nothing west of the first range of mountains was any older than the lifespan of the oldest citizen. As always, she was aware of the heart fires of the people dwelling here, like sparks of light that she could see even in the brightest part of noon, through all walls, behind all hills, in all attics or basements where they might be. They were the ordinary folk of any town, perhaps a bit more content than others, but not immune to the suffering of life, the petty resentments, the griefs and envies. Why had she come here? They came to a house with no one home. She rapped on the roof of the carriage again. The horses were woed to a stop, and the little door opened. "Wait here," she said. She had no idea why this house, the empty one, drew her curiosity. Perhaps it was the way it had obviously grown up around a tiny log cabin, growing first prosperous, then grand, and finally nothing more than large, as aesthetics gave way to the need for more room, more room. How, in such a large and well-tended place, could there be no one home? Then she realized that she heard singing coming from the house, and laughter from the yard. Singing and laughter, and yet not a heart fire to be seen. There had never been such a strange thing in all her life. Was this a haint house? Did the restless dead dwell here, unable to let go of life? But who ever heard of a haint that laughed, or sang such a cheery song? And there, running around the house, was a boy not more than 6, being chased by 3 older girls. Not one with a heart fire. But from the dirt on the boy's face and the rage in the eyes of the red-faced girls, these could not be the spirits of the dead. "Hello there," cried Peggy, waving. The boy, startled, looked at her. That pause was his undoing, for the girls caught up to him and fell to pummeling him with much enthusiasm. His answer was to holler with equal vigor, cursing them roundly. Peggy didn't know them, but had little doubt that the boy, in the fashion of all boys, had done some miserable mischief which outraged the girls. His sisters? She also had little doubt that the girls, despite the inevitable protests of innocence, had no doubt provoked him before, but in subtle verbal ways, so that he could never point to a bruise and get his mother on his side. Such was the endless war between male and female children. Stranger or not, however, Peggy could not allow the violence of the girls to get out of hand, and it seemed they were not disposed to go lightly in their determined battering of the bellowing lad. They were pursuing the beating not as a holiday, but as if it were their bread-and-butter labor, with an overseer who would examine their handiwork later and say, "I'd say the boy was well beaten. You get your day's pay, all right." "Let up now," she said, striding across the goat-cropped yard. They ignored her until she was on them and had 2 of the girls by the collars. Even then they kept swinging with their fists, not a few of the blows landing on Peggy herself, while the 3rd girl took no pause. Peggy had no choice but to give the 2 girls she had hold of a stern push, sending them sprawling in the grass, while she dragged the 3rd girl off the boy. As she had feared, the boy hadn't done well under the girl's blows. His nose was bleeding, and he got up only slowly. When the girl Peggy was holding lunged at him, he scurried on all 4s to evade her. "Shame on you," said Peggy. "Whatever he did, it wasn't worth this." "He killed my squirrel," cried the girl she held. "But how can you have had a squirrel?" asked Peggy. "It would be cruel of you to pen one up." "She was never penned," said the girl. "She was my friend. I fed her, and these others saw it. She came to me, and I kept her alive through the hard winter. He knew it. He was jealous that the squirrel came to me, and so he killed it." "It was a squirrel," the boy shouted hoarsely and rather weakly, but it was clear he meant it to be a shout. "How should I know it was yours?" said another of the girls.
Space opera adventures pulse. Not till you were sure? "Whatever he did to the squirrels," said Peggy, "even if he was malicious, it was wrong of you and unchristian to knock him down and hurt him so." The boy looked at her now. "Are you the judge?" he asked. "Judge? I think not," said Peggy with a laugh. "But you can't be the maker. That one's a boy. I think you're a judge." The boy looked even more certain. "Aunt Becca said the judge was coming, and then the maker. So you can't be the maker because the judge ain't come yet, but you could be the judge because the judge comes first." Peggy knew that other folks often took the words of children to be nonsense if they didn't understand them immediately. But Peggy knew that the words of children were always related to their view of the world and made their own sense if you only knew how to hear them. Someone had told them Aunt Becca, it was, that a judge and a maker were coming. There was only one maker that Peggy knew of. Was Alvin coming here? What was this place that the children knew of makers and had no heart fires? "I thought your house was standing empty," said Peggy, "but I see that it is not." For indeed, there now stood a woman in the doorway, leaning against the jamb, watching them placidly as she slowly stirred a bowl with a wooden spoon. "Mama!" cried the girl that Peggy still held. "She has me and won't let go." "It's true," cried Peggy at once, "and I still won't let go till I'm sure she won't murder the boy here." "He killed my squirrel, Mama!" cried the girl. The woman said nothing, just stirred. "Perhaps, children," said Peggy, "we should go talk to this lady in the doorway, instead of shouting like river rats." "Mother doesn't like you," said one of the girls. "I can tell." "That's a shame," said Peggy, "because I like her." "Do not," said the girl. "You don't know her, and if you did, you still wouldn't like her, because nobody does." "What a terrible thing to say about your mother," said Peggy. "I don't have to like her," said the girl. "I love her." "Then take me to this woman that you love but don't like," said Peggy, "and let me reach my own conclusions about her." As they approached the door, Peggy began to think that the girls might be right. The woman certainly didn't look welcoming, but for that matter, she didn't look hostile either. Her face was empty of emotion. She just stirred the bowl. "My name is Peggy Larner." The woman ignored her outstretched hand. "I'm sorry if I shouldn't have intervened, but as you can see, the boy was taking some serious injury." "Just my nose is bloody is all," said the boy. But his limp suggested other less visible pains. "Come inside," said the woman. Peggy had no idea whether the woman was speaking just to the children or was including her in the invitation, if it could be called an invitation, so blandly she spoke it, not looking up from the bowl she stirred. The woman turned away, disappearing inside the house. The children followed. So, finally, did Peggy. No one stopped her or seemed to think her action strange. It was this that first made her wonder if perhaps she had fallen asleep in the carriage and this was some strange dream in which unaccountable, unnatural things happen which nevertheless excite no comment in the land of dreams, where there is no custom to be violated. Where I am now is not real. Outside waits the carriage and the team of 4 horses, not to mention the driver, as real and mundane a fellow as ever belched in the coachman's seat. But in here, I have stepped into a place beyond nature. There are no heart fires here. The children disappeared, stomping somewhere through the wood-floored house, and at least one of them went up or down a flight of stairs. It had to be a child, there was so much vigor in the step. But there were no sounds that told Peggy where to go, or what purpose was being served by her coming here. Was there no order here? Nothing that her presence disrupted? Would no one but the children ever notice her at all? She wanted to go back outside, return to the carriage, but now, as she turned around, she couldn't remember what door she had come through, or even which way was north. The windows were curtained, and whatever door she had come through, she couldn't see it now. It was an odd place, for there was cloth everywhere, folded neatly and stacked on all the furniture, on the floors, on the stairs, as if someone had just bought enough to make 1,000 dresses with, and the tailors and seamstresses were yet to arrive.
Then she realized that the piles were of one continuous cloth, flowing off the top of one stack into the bottom of the next. How could there be a cloth so long? Why would anyone make it, instead of cutting it and sending it out to get something made from it? Why indeed? How foolish of her not to realize it at once. She knew this place. She hadn't visited it herself, but she had seen it through Alvin's heart fire years ago. He was still in Tecumseh's thrall in those days. The Red Warrior took Alvin with him and brought him into his legend, so that those who now spoke of Alvin Smith the Finder Killer, or Alvin Smith and the Golden Plow, had once spoken of the same boy, little knowing it, when they spoke of the evil boy Renegado, the white boy who went with Tecumseh in all his travels in the last year before his defeat at Fort Detroit. It was in that guise that Alvin came here and walked down this hall. Yes, turning right here. Yes, tracking the folded cloth into the oldest part of the house, the original cabin, into the slanting light that seems to have no source, as if it merely seeped in through the chinks between the logs. And here, if I open this door, I will find the woman with the loom. This is the place of weaving. Aunt Becca. Of course she knew the name. Becca, the weaver who held the threads of all the lives in the white man's lands in North America. The woman at the loom looked up. "I didn't want you here," she said softly. "Nor did I plan to come," said Peggy. "The truth is, I had forgotten you. You slipped my mind." "I'm supposed to slip your mind. I slip all minds." "Except one or two?" "My husband remembers me." "Tecumseh? He isn't dead then?" Becca snorted. "My husband's name is Isaac." "That was Tecumseh's white name." "Don't quibble with me," said Peggy. "Something called me here. If it wasn't you, who was it?" "My untalented sister. The one who breaks threads whenever she touches the loom." "Aunt Becca," children had called the weaver. "Is your sister the mother of the children I met? The murderous little boy who kills squirrels for sport? His brutal sisters? I think of them as the 4 horses of the apocalypse. The boy is war. The sisters are still sorting themselves out among the other forces of destruction." "You speak metaphorically, I hope," said Peggy. "I hope not," said Becca. "Metaphors have a way of holding the most truth in the least space. Why would your sister have brought me here? She didn't seem to know me at the door." "You're the judge," said Becca. "I found a purple thread of justice in the loom, and it was you. I didn't want you here, but I knew that you'd come, because I knew my sister would have you here. Why, I'm no judge. I'm guilty myself. You see, your judgment includes everyone, even those who are invisible to you." "Invisible?" But she knew before asking what it was that Becca meant. "Your vision, your torching, as you quaintly call it. You see where people are in the many paths of their lives. But I am not on the path of time, nor is my sister. We don't belong anywhere in your prophecies or in the memories of those who know us. Only in the present moment are we here. Yet I remember your first word long enough to make sense of the whole sentence," said Peggy. "Ah," said Becca. "The judge insists on correctness of speech. Boundaries are not so clear, Margaret Larner."
Controlled horror at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. You remember perfectly now, but what will you remember in a week from now? What you forget of me, you'll forget so completely that you won't remember that you once knew it. Then my statement will be true, but you'll forget that I said it." "I think not," Becca smiled. "Show me the thread," said Peggy. "We don't do that." "What harm can it do? I've already seen all the possible paths of my life." "But you haven't seen which one you'll choose," said Becca. "And you have?" "At this moment, no," said Becca. "But in the moment that contains all moments, yes. I've seen the course of your life. That isn't why you came, though. not to find out something as stupid as whether you'll marry the boy you've nurtured all these years. You will or you won't. What is that to me?" "I don't know," said Peggy. "I wonder why you exist at all. You change nothing. You merely see. You weave, but the threads are out of your control. You are meaningless." "So you say," said Becca, "and yet you have a life, or had one. You loved Tecumseh or Isaac, whatever name you use. So loving some boy, marrying him, that didn't always seem stupid to you." "So you say," said Becca, "or do you include yourself in that? Do you call yourself stupid in having loved and married? You can't pretend to be inhuman when you loved and lost a man." "Lost?" she asked. "I see him every day." "He comes here, to Appalachia?" Becca hooted. "I think not." "How many threads broke under your hand with that pass of the shuttlecock?" asked Peggy. "Too many," said Becca, "and not enough." "Did you break them, or did they simply happen to break?" "The thread grew thin, the life wore out, or it was cut. It isn't the thread that cuts the life, it's the death that cuts the thread." "So you keep a record, is that it? The weaving causes nothing, but simply records it all." Becca smiled thinly. "Passive, useless creatures that we are, but we must weave." Peggy didn't believe her, but there was no use in arguing. "Why did you bring me here?" "I told you, I didn't." "Why did she bring me here?" "To judge." "What is it that I'm supposed to judge?" Becca passed the shuttlecock from her right hand to her left. The loom slammed forward, then dropped back. She passed the shuttlecock from her left hand to her right. Again, the frame slammed forward, weaving the threads tight. "This is a dream," thought Peggy, "and not a very pleasant one. Why can't I ever wake up to escape from some foolish, useless dream?" "Personally," said Becca, "I think you've already made your judgment. It's only my sister thinks that you deserve a second chance. She's very romantic. She thinks that you deserve some happiness. My own feeling is that human happiness is a very random thing, and bestows itself willy-nilly, and there's not much deserving about the matter." "So it's myself that I'm supposed to judge?" Becca laughed. One of the girls stuck her head into the room. "Mother says it's nasty and uncompassionate when you laugh during the weaving," she said. "Nanner, nanner," said Becca. The girl laughed lightly, and Becca did too. "Mother mixed up something really vile for your supper, with dumplings." "Vileness with dumplings," said Becca. "Do sup with me." "Let the judge do that," said the girl. "She really is a bossy one, telling us about right and wrong." With that, the girl disappeared. Becca clucked for a moment. The children are so full of themselves. Still very impressed with the idea that they aren't part of the normal world. You must forgive them for being arrogant and cruel. They couldn't have hurt their brother much, because they haven't the strength to strike a blow that will really harm him. "He bled," said Peggy. "He limped." "But the squirrel died," said Becca. "You keep no threads for squirrels." "I keep no threads for them, but that doesn't mean their threads aren't woven." "Oh, tell me flat out. Don't waste my time with mysteries." "I haven't been," said Becca. "No mysteries. I've told you everything that's useful. Anything else I told you might affect your judgment, and so I won't do it. I let my sister have her way, bringing you here, but I'm certainly not going to bend your life any more than that. You can leave whenever you want. That's a choice and a judgment, and I'll be content with it. Will I? Come back in 30 years and tell me." "Will I, if you're still alive then?" Becca grinned. "Do you think I'm so clumsy as to let slip your real span of years? I don't even know it. I haven't cared enough to look." 2 girls came in with a plate and a bowl and a cup on a tray. They set it on a small table near the loom. The plate was covered with a strange-smelling food. Peggy recognized nothing about it, nor was there anything that she might have called a dumpling. "I don't like it when people watch me eat," said Peggy. But Peggy was feeling very angry now, with all the elusiveness of Becca's conversation, and so she did not leave as courtesy demanded.
"Stay then," said Becca. The girls began to feed her. Becca did nothing to seek out the food. She kept up the perfect rhythm of her weaving, just as she had done throughout their conversation. The girls deftly maneuvered spoon or fork or cup to find their Aunt Becca's mouth, and then with a quick slurp or bite or sip, she had the food. Not a drop or crumb was spilled on the cloth. It could not always be like this, thought Peggy. She married Tecumseh. She bore a daughter to him, the daughter that went west to weave a loom among the Reds beyond the Mississippi. Surely those things were not done with the shuttlecock flying back and forth, the loom slamming down to tamp the threads. It was deception. Or else it involved things Peggy was not going to understand however she tried. She turned and left the room. The hall ended in a narrow stair. Sitting on the top step was, she assumed, the boy she could see only his bare feet and trouser legs. "How's the nose?" she asked. "Still hurts," said the boy. He scooched forward and dropped down a couple of steps by bouncing on his bottom. "But not too bad," she said. "Healin' fast." "They was only girls," he said scornfully. "You didn't think such scorn of them when they were pounding on you," she said. "But you didn't hear me callin' uncle, did ya? You didn't hear no uncle from me?" "No," said Peggy, "no uncle from you." "I got me an uncle, though. Big red man, Ike. I know of him. He comes most every day." Peggy wanted to demand information from him. How does Tecumseh get here? Doesn't he live west of the Mississippi? Or is he dead and comes only in the spirit? "Comes through the west door," said the boy. "We don't use that one, just him. It's the door to my cousin Weeze's cabin. Her father calls her Manatawa, I think." The boy hooted. "Just giving a red name don't mean he can hold on to her. She don't belong to him." "Whom does she belong to?" "To the loom," he said. "And you?" asked Peggy. "Do you belong to the loom?" He shook his head, but he looked sad. Peggy said it as she realized it. "You want to, don't you? She ain't gonna have no more daughters. She don't stop weaving for him anymore, so she can't go. She'll just be there forever. And nephews can't take her place?" "Nieces can, but my sisters ain't worth pig slime, in my opinion, which happens to be correct." "Correct," said Peggy. "There's a T on the end." "Correccut," the boy said. "But what I think is they ought to spell the words the way folks say 'em, 'stead of making us say 'em the way they're spelt." Peggy had to laugh. "You have a point, but you can't just start spelling words any which way, because you don't say them the same as someone from, say, Boston. And so pretty soon you and he would be spelling things so differently that you couldn't read each other's letters or books." "Don't want to read his damn old books," said the boy. "I don't even know no boys in Boston." "Do you have a name?" "Not for you to know," said the boy.
Space opera adventures pulse. You think I'm stupid? You're so thick with hexes, you think I'm going to give you power over my name? The hexes are to hide me from others. What do you have to hide for? Ain't nobody looking for you. The word struck her hard. Nobody looking for her. Well, there it was. Once she had hidden so she could return to her own house without her family knowing her. Whom was she hiding from now? Perhaps I'm hiding from myself. Perhaps I don't want to be what I'm supposed to be. Or perhaps I don't want to keep living the life I already started to live. Perhaps you don't know squat about it, he said. Perhaps. Oh, don't be so mysterious, you silly old lady. Silly, she might accept, but old. I'm not that many years older than you. When people say perhaps, it's 'cause they're lying. Either they don't believe the thing they're saying, or they do believe it, only they don't want to admit they do. You're a very wise young man. And the real liars change the subject the minute the truth comes up. Peggy regarded him steadily. You were waiting for me, weren't you? I knew what Aunt Becca would do. She don't tell nobody nothing. And you're going to tell me? Not me. That's trouble too deep for me to get into. He smiled. But you did stop the 3 witches from making soup of me. So I got you thinking in the right direction, if you've got the brains to see it. With that, he jumped up, and she listened as his feet slapped up the stairs, and he was gone. The choice was for Peggy to be happy. Becca said that. Or said that her sister said it, though it was hard to imagine that blank-faced woman caring a whit whether anybody was happy or not. And now the boy got her talking about why she was hiding behind hexes, and said that he had guided her. The choice she was being offered was obvious enough now. She had buried herself in her father's work of breaking the back of slavery, and had stopped looking out for Alvin. They wanted her to look back again. They wanted her to reach out for him. She stormed back into the cabin. "I won't do it," she said. "Caring for that boy is what killed my mother." "Excuse me, but I think a shotgun is what did for her," said Becca. "A shotgun I could have prevented." "So you say?" said Becca. "Yes, I say so. Your mother's thread broke when she decided to pick up a shotgun and do some killing of her own, rather than trust to Alvin. Her boy Arthur was safe. She didn't need to kill, but when she chose to do that, she chose to die. Do you think you could have changed her mind about that? Don't expect me to accept easy answers. No, I expect you to make all the answers as hard as possible. But sometimes it's the easy answers that are true. So it's back to the old days, watching Alvin? Am I supposed to fall in love with him, marry him, watch him die? I don't much care either way. My sister thinks you'll be happier with him than without him, and he's dead either way, in the long run. But then aren't we all? Most women that aren't killed by having babies live to be widows. What of that? What of that? Just because she could foresee so many ways for Alvin to die didn't mean that she should avoid loving him. She knew that, rationally, but fear wasn't rational. You spend your whole life grieving for those that haven't died yet, said Becca. What a waste of an interesting knack. Interesting? You could have had the knack of making shoe leather supple. Just see how happy that would have made you. Peggy tried to imagine herself as a cobbler, and had to laugh. I suppose that I'd rather know than not know, mostly. Exactly. Knowing hurts sometimes, especially when you can't do anything to change it. But there was something furtive in her, the way she said that. Can't do anything to change it? My left eye, said Peggy. Don't use curses you don't understand, said Becca. You do make changes. You don't think the loom is immutable, not one bit. It's dangerous to change. The consequences are unpredictable. You saw Tecumseh dead at Detroit, so you picked up Alvin's thread and you... What do you know about the loom? Cried Becca. What do you know about watching the threads flow under your hands and seeing all the grief and pain and suffering and thinking? It doesn't matter. They're God's cattle, and he can herd them how he likes. Only then you find the one you love more than life, and God has him slaughtered by the treachery of the French and the hatred of the English, and for nothing, his whole life meaningless and lost, and nothing changed by it, except a few legends and songs. And here I am, still loving him, a widow forever, because he's gone. So yes, I found the one who could save him. I knew if they met, they'd love each other and save each other. But what you did caused the massacre at Tippecanoe, said Peggy. The people of Vigor Church thought Alvin had been kidnapped and tortured to death, so they slaughtered Tenskwatawa's people in vengeance. Now they have a curse on them, all because Harrison took advantage of their rage. Do you think there wouldn't have been a massacre anyway? But the blood wouldn't have been on the same hands, would it? Becca wept, and her tears fell onto the cloth. Shouldn't you dry those tears? Asked Peggy. If tears could mar this cloth, there'd be no cloth left. So you, of all people, know the cost of meddling with the course of others' lives. And you, of all people, know the cost of failing to meddle when the time was right. Becca raised her head and continued her work. I saved him, and that was my goal. Those who died would have died anyway.
Yet here I am because your sister wants me to look after Alvin. Here you are because we only see the threads and then half guess as to what they mean and who they are. We know the young maker's thread. There's no way to miss it in this cloth. Besides, I moved it once. I twined it with my Isaac's thread. Do you think I could lose track of it after that? I'll show you if you promise not to look beyond the inch of cloth I show. I promise not to look, but I can't help what I chance to see. Chance to see this, then. Peggy looked at the cloth, knowing that the sight of it was rarely given to those not of the loom. Alvin's thread was obvious, shimmering light, with all colors in it, but it was no thicker than any other, and it looked frail, easily snapped by careless handling. You dared to move this one? It returned of itself to its own place, said Becca. I only borrowed it for a while. And he saved his brother Measure. 8-face mound opened up for him. I tell you, there are forces at work in his life far stronger than my power to move the threads. More powerful than me, too? You are one of the forces. Not all of them, not the greatest of them, but you are one. Look, see how the threads cross him. His brothers and sisters, I think. He is closely entwined with his family. And see how these threads are brightening, taking on more hues. He's teaching them to be makers. Peggy hadn't known that. Isn't that dangerous? He can't do his work alone, said Becca. So he teaches others to help him in it. He's more successful at it than he knows. This one, said Peggy, pointing to the brightest of the other threads. It veered off widely, wandering through the cloth far from the rest of the family. His brother, also a 7th son of a 7th son, said Becca, though the 8th, if you count the one who died. But the 7th of those alive when he was born, said Peggy. Yes, there's power in him. Look, said Becca, see how he was at the beginning? Every bit as bright as Alvin's. There was near as much in him than in Alvin, and no more forces working against him than Alvin overcame. Fewer, really, because by the time he came into his own, you and Alvin between you had the Unmaker at bay. At least all the killing tricks. But the Unmaker found another way to undo the boy. Hate and envy.
Space opera adventures pulse. If you love Alvin, Peggy, find his younger brother's heart fire. Somehow he must be brought back before it's too late. Why? I don't know anything about Calvin except his name and Alvin's hopes for him. Because the way the threads are going now, when his rejoins Alvin's, Alvin's comes to an end. He kills him? How should I know? We learn what we can learn, but the threads say little except by their movement through the cloth. You will know. That's why she called you. Not just for your own happiness, but because, as she said, because I owe it to the Maker. I used him once to save my love. Didn't I owe you the same chance? That's what she said. But we knew that if I showed you this at first, before you chose, you would help him out of duty, for the grand cause, not for love of him. But I hadn't decided to watch him again. So you say, said Becca. You're very smug, said Peggy, for a woman who has made such a botch of things herself. I inherited a botch, said Becca. One day, my mother, who crossed the ocean and brought us here, one day she took her hands from the loom and walked away. My sister and I came in with her supper and found her gone. We were both married, but I had borne a child for my husband, and in those days my sister had none. So I took the loom, and she went to her husband. And all the time I was furious at my mother for going away like that, fleeing her duty. Becca stroked the threads, gently, even gingerly. Now I think I understand. The price of holding all these lives in our hands is that we scarcely have a life ourselves. My mother wasn't good at this because her heart wasn't in it. Mine is, and if I made a mistake to save my husband's life, perhaps you can judge me more kindly, knowing that I had already given up my life with my husband in order to fill my mother's place. I didn't mean to condemn you, said Peggy, nor did I mean to justify myself to you. said Becca. "And yet you did condemn me, and I did justify myself. I hold my mother's thread here. I know where she is, but I'll never know really why she did what she did, or what might have happened if she stayed." Becca looked up at Peggy. "I don't know much, but what I know, I know. Alvin must go out into the world. He must leave his family. Let them learn making on their own now, as he did. He must rejoin Calvin before the boy has been completely turned by the unmaker. Otherwise, Calvin may be not only his death, but also the undoing of all the maker's works." "I have an easy answer," said Peggy. "I'll find Calvin and make sure he never comes home." "You think you have the power to control a maker's life? Calvin is no maker. How could he be? Think what Alvin had to do to come into his own. Nevertheless, you never had the power to stand against Alvin, even when he was a child. And he was kind at heart. I think Calvin isn't governed by the same sense of decency." "So I can't stand against him?" said Peggy. "Nor can I send Alvin out on errands. He's not mine to command." "Isn't he?" asked Becca. Peggy buried her face in her hands. "I don't want him to love me. I don't want to love him. I want to continue my struggle against slavery here in Appalachia." "Oh yes, using your knack to meddle with the cloth, aren't you?" said Becca. "Do you know where it leads? To liberty for the slaves, I hope." "Perhaps," she said. "But the sure thing is this. It leads to war." Peggy looked up grimly. "I see war signs down all the paths. Before I started doing this, I saw those signs. Grieving mothers, the terror of battle in young men's lives. It begins as a civil war in Appalachia, but it ends as a war between the king on the one side and the United States on the other. Brutal, bloody, cruel. Are you saying I should stop? That I should let these monsters continue to rule over the blacks they kidnapped and all their children forever? Not at all," said Becca. "The war comes because of a million different choices. Your actions push things that way, but you aren't the only cause. Do you understand? If war is the only way to free the slaves, then isn't the war worth all the suffering? Are lives wasted when they end for such a cause?" "I can't judge this sort of thing," said Peggy. "But that's not true," said Becca. "Only you are fit to judge, because only you see the outcomes that might result. By the time I see things, they've become inevitable. If they're inevitable, then why are you bothering to tell me to try to change them? Almost inevitable. Again, I spoke imprecisely. I can't meddle with the threads on a grand scale. I can't foresee the consequences of change. But a single thread, sometimes I can move it without undoing the whole fabric. I didn't know a way to move Calvin that would make a difference, but I could move you. I could bring the judge here, the one who sees with the blindfold over her eyes. So I've done that. I thought you said your sister did it. Well, she's the one who decided it must be done, but only I could touch the thread. I think you spend a lot of your time lying and concealing things. Quite possibly. Like the fact that the western door leads into Tecumseh's land west of the Mississippi. I never lied about that or concealed it either. And the eastern door, where does that lead? It opens in my Aunt Nussle's house in Winchester, back in England. See, I conceal nothing. You have but one daughter, said Peggy, and she's already got a loom of her own. Who will take your place here? None of your business, said Becca. Nothing is none of my business now, said Peggy. Not after you picked up my thread and moved it here. I don't know who will take my place. Maybe I'll be here forever. I'm not my mother. I won't quit and force this on an unwilling soul. When it comes time to choose, look at the boy, said Peggy. He's wiser than you think. A boy's hands on the loom? Becca's face bore an expression that suggested she had just tasted something awful. Before any talent for weaving, said Peggy, doesn't the weaver have to care about the threads coming into the cloth? He may have killed a squirrel, but I don't think he loves death. Becca regarded her steadily. You take too much upon yourself. As you said, I'm a judge. You'll do it then? What, watch Alvin? Yes,
Though I know I'll have a broken heart 6 times over before I bury him, yes, I'll turn my eyes back to that boy. That man. That maker, said Peggy. And the other? I'll meddle if I can find a way. Becca nodded. Good. She nodded again. We're done now. The doors will lead you out of the house. That was all the goodbye that Peggy got. But what Becca said was true. Where once Peggy couldn't see a way out, now every corridor led to a door standing open, with the daylight outside. She didn't want to go through the doors back into her own world, though. She wanted to pass through the doors in the old cabin. The east door, into England. The west door, into Red Country. Or the south door, where did it lead? Nevertheless, it was this time and place where she belonged. There was a carriage waiting for her, and work to do. Stirring up war by encouraging compassion for the slaves. She could live with that, yes, as Becca had said. Didn't Jesus himself say that he came to bring not peace but war, turning brother against brother? If that's what it takes to remove the stain of slavery from this land, then so be it. I speak only of peaceful change. If others choose to kill or die rather than let the slaves go free, that is their choice, and I didn't cause it. Just as I didn't cause my mother to take up the gun and kill the finder who was, after all, only obeying the law, unjust as the law might be. He wouldn't have found Arthur Stewart hidden as he was in my house, his very smell changed by Alvin's making, and his presence hidden behind all the hexes Alvin had put there. I didn't kill her.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulsed. And even if I could have prevented what she did, it wouldn't have changed who she was. She was the woman who would make such a choice as that. That was the woman I loved. Her fierce, angry courage, along with everything else. I am not guilty of her death. The man who shot her was. And she was the one, not I, who placed her in harm's way. Peggy strode out into the sunlight, feeling invigorated, light of step. The air tasted sweet to her. The place with no heart fires had rekindled her own. She got back into the carriage, and it took her without further distractions to an inn well north of Chapman Valley. She spent the night there, and then the next day rode on to Baker's Fork. Once there, she held her master classes, teaching schoolmasters and gifted students, and in between, conversing with this man or that woman about slavery, making comments, scorning those who mistreated slaves, declaring that as long as anyone had such power over other men and women, there would be mistreatment, and the only cure for it was for all men and women to be free. They nodded. They agreed. She spoke of the courage it would take, how the slaves themselves bore the lash and had lost all. How much would white men and women suffer in order to free them? What did Christ suffer for the sake of others? It was a strong and measured performance that she gave. She did not retreat from it one bit, even though she knew now that it would lead to war. Wars have been fought for foolish causes. Let there be one at last in a good cause. If the enemies of decency refuse to soften their hearts. Amid all the teaching and all the persuasion, she did find time, a scrap of an hour to herself, sitting at the writing desk in one old plantation widow's home. It was the very desk where, moments before, the woman had manumitted all her slaves and hired them on as free working men and working women. Peggy saw in her heart fire when the choice was made that she would end up with her barns burnt and her fields spoiled. But she would lead these new freed blacks northward despite all harassment and danger. Her courage would become legendary, a spark that would inspire other brave hearts. Peggy knew that in the end, the woman would not mess her fine house and lovely lands. And someday, 20,000 black daughters would be given the woman's name. "Why am I named Jane?" they would ask their mothers. And the answer would come because once there was a woman by that name who freed her slaves and protected them all the way north, and then hired and looked after them until they learned the ways of free men and women and could stand on their own. It is a name of great honor. No one would know of the schoolteacher who came one day and gave open words to Jane's heart. At that writing desk, Peggy took the time to write a letter and address it. Vigor Church in the state of Wabash. It would get to him, of course. As she sealed it, as she handed it over to the postal writer, she looked at long last toward the heart fire that she knew best, knew even better than her own. In it, she saw the familiar possibilities, the dire consequences. But they were different now, because of the letter. Different, but better? She couldn't guess. She wasn't judge enough to know. Right and wrong were easy for her, but good and bad, better and worse, those were still too tricky. They kept sliding past each other strangely and changing before her eyes. Perhaps there was no judge who could know that, or if there was, he wasn't talking much about it. The messenger took the letter and carried it north, where in another town he handed it to a writer who paid him what he thought the letter might be worth on delivery, minus half. The second writer took it on north in his meandering route, and finally he stood in a store in the town of Vigor Church, where he asked about a man named Alvin Smith. "I'm his brother-in-law," said the storekeeper, "Armor of God Weaver. I'll pay you for the letter. You don't want to go any farther into the town or up there either. You don't want to listen to the tale those people have to tell." The tone of his voice convinced the writer. $5 then, he said. "I'll wager you only paid the writer who gave it to you a single dollar, thinking the most you could get from me was $2. But I'll pay you the $5 if you still ask for it, because I'm willing to be cheated by a man who can live with himself after doing it. It's you that'll pay most in the end." $2 then, said the writer. You didn't have to get personal about it. Armor of God took out $3 silver and laid them in the man's hand. "Thank you for honest writing, friend," he said. "You're always welcome here. Stay for dinner with us." "No," the man said. "I'll be on my way." As soon as he was gone, Armor of God laughed and told his wife, "He only paid 50 cents for that letter, I'll wager, so he still thinks he cheated me." "You need to be more careful with our money, Armor," she answered. $2 to cause a man a little spiritual torment that perhaps could change his life for the better? Cheap enough bargain, I'd say. What is a soul worth to God? $2, do you think? I shudder to think what some men's souls will be marked down to when God decides to close the shop, said his wife. I'll take the letter up to Mother's house. I'm going there today anyway. Measure's boy Simon comes down for the mail, said Armor of God. She glared at him. I wasn't going to read it. I didn't say you were. But still he didn't hand her the letter. Instead, he laid it on the counter, waiting for Measure's oldest boy to come and fetch it up the hill to the house where Alvin was teaching people to be makers. Armor of God still wasn't happy about it. It seemed unreligious to him, improper, against the Bible. And yet he knew Alvin was a good boy, grown to be a good man. And whatever powers of witchery he had, he didn't use them to do harm. Could it be truly against God and religion for him to have such powers, if he used them in a Christian way? After all, God created the world and all things in it. If God didn't want there to be makers, he didn't have to create any of them. So what Alvin was doing must be in line with the will of God. Sometimes Armor of God felt perfectly at peace with Alvin's doings. And sometimes he thought that only a devil-blinded fool would think even for a moment that God was happy with any sort of witchery. But those were all just thoughts. When it came to action, Armor of God had made his decision. He was with Alvin and against whoever opposed him. If he was damned for it, so be it. Sometimes you just had to follow your heart, and sometimes you just had to make up your mind and stick with it, come hell or high water. And nobody was going to mess with Alvin's letter from Peggy Larner, especially not Armor of God's wife, who was a good deal too clever with hexery herself. Far away in another place, Peggy saw the changes in the heart fires and knew the letter was now in Alvin's family. It would do its work. The world would change. The threads in Becca's loom would move. It is unbearable to watch without meddling, thought Peggy. And then it is unbearable to watch what my meddling causes. Chapter 4. Quest. Even before Miss Larner's letter came, Alvin was feeling antsy. Things just wasn't going the way he planned.
After months of trying to turn his family and neighbors into makers, it was looking like a job for 6 lifetimes. And try as he might, Alvin couldn't figure out how he was going to have more than 1 lifetime to work with. Not that the teaching was a failure, he couldn't call it an outright bust, not yet, considering that some of them really were learning how to do some small makings. It's just that making wasn't their knack. Alvin had figured out that there wasn't no knack that another person couldn't learn, given time and training and wit enough, than plain old stick-to-itiveness.
Space opera adventures pulse. But what he hadn't taken into account was that making was like a whole bunch of knacks, and while some of them could grasp this or that little bit of it, there was hardly any who seemed to show a sign of grasping the whole of it. Measure sometimes showed a glimmer, more than a glimmer really. He could probably be a maker himself if only he didn't keep getting distracted. But the others, there was no way they were going to be anything like what Alvin was. So if there was no hope of success, what was the point of trying? Whenever he got to feeling discouraged like that, though, he'd just tell himself to shut his mouth and stick to his work. You don't get to be a maker by changing your plan every few minutes. Who can follow you then? You stick to it. Even when Calvin, the only natural-born maker among them, even when he refused to learn anything and finally took himself off to do who knows what sort of mischief in the wide world, even then you don't give up and go off in search of him, because as Measure pointed out to the men who wanted to get up a search party, you can't force a man to be a maker, because forcing folks to do things is to unmake them. Even when Alvin's own father said, "Al, I marvel at what you can do, but it's enough for me that you can do it. My part was done when you were born, it seems to me. Ain't no man alive but what he isn't proud to have his son pass him up, which you done handily, and I don't aim to get back into the race." Even then, Alvin determined grimly to go on teaching, while his father went back to the mill and began to clean it up and get it ready to grind again. "I can't figure out," said father, "if my milling is making or unmaking. The stones grind the grain and break it apart into dust, so that's unmaking. But the dust is flour, and you can use it to make bread and cake that the maize or wheat can't be made into. So milling might be just a step along the road to making. Can you answer me that, Alvin? Is grinding flour making or unmaking?" Well, Alvin could answer it glib enough that it was making for sure, but it kept nagging at him, that question. I set out to make makers out of these people, my family, my neighbors. But am I really just grinding them up and unmaking them? Before I started trying to teach them, they were all content with their own knacks, or even their own lack of a knack, when you come down to it. Now they're frustrated and they feel like failures, and why? Is it making to turn people into something that they weren't born to be? To be a maker is good, I know it, because I am one. But does that mean it's the only good thing to be? He asked Tailswapper about it, of course. After all, Tailswapper didn't show up for no reason, even if the old coot had no notion what the reason was himself. Maybe he was there to give Alvin some answers. So one day when the two of them were chopping wood out back, he asked, and Tailswapper answered like he always did, with a story. "I heard a tale once about how a man who was building a wall as fast as he could, but somebody else was tearing it down faster than he could build it up. And he wondered how he could keep the wall from being torn down completely, let alone ever finish it. And the answer was easy. You can't build it alone." "I remember that tale," said Alvin. "That tale is why I'm here, trying to teach these folks making. I just wonder," said Tailswapper, "if you might be able to stretch that story, or maybe twist it a little and wring a bit more useful truth out of it." "Wring away," said Alvin. "We'll find out whether the story is a wet cloth or a chicken's neck when you're done wringing." "Well, maybe what you need isn't a bunch of other stonemasons cutting the stone and mixing the mortar and plumbing the wall and all those jobs. Maybe what you need is just a lot of cutters and a lot of mortar mixers, and so on. Not everybody has to be a maker. In fact, maybe all you need is just the one maker. The truth of what Tailswapper was saying was obvious. It had already occurred to Alvin many times, in other guises. What took him by surprise was how tears suddenly came to his own eyes, and he said softly, "Why does that make me so desperate sad, my friend?" "Because you're a good man," said Tailswapper. "An evil man would delight to find out that he was the only one who could rule over a great many people working in a common cause." "More than anything, I don't want to be alone anymore," said Alvin. "I've been alone, almost my whole time as apprentice in Hatrack River. I felt like there was nobody to take my part." "But you were never alone the whole time," said Tailswapper. "If you mean Miss Larner looking out for me." "Peggy is who I meant. I can't see why you still call her by that false name." "That's the name of the woman I fell in love with," said Alvin. "But she knows my heart. She knows I killed that man and I didn't have to." "The man who murdered her mother? I don't think she holds it against you." "She knows what kind of man I am, and she doesn't love me. That's what," said Alvin. "So I am alone the minute I leave this place. And besides, leaving here is like lining up all these people and slapping their faces and saying, 'You failed, so I'm gone.'" At that, Tailswapper just laughed. "That is plain foolishness, and you know it. Truth is, you've already taught them everything, and now it's just a matter of practice. They don't need you here anymore." "But nobody needs me anywhere else," said Alvin. Tailswapper laughed again. "Stop laughing and tell me what's funny." "A joke you have to explain isn't going to be funny anyway," said Tailswapper, "so there ain't no point in explaining it." "You're no help," said Alvin, burying the head of his axe in the chopping stump. "I'm a great help," said Tailswapper. "You just don't want to be helped yet." "Yes, I do. I just don't need riddles, I need answers." "You need somebody to tell you what to do? That's a surprise. Still an apprentice then, after all. Want to turn your life over to somebody else? For how long? Another 7 years?" "I may not be apprentice anymore," said Alvin, "but that don't mean I'm a master. I'm just a journeyman." "Then hire on somewhere," said Tailswapper. "You've still got things to learn." "I know," said Alvin, "but I don't know where to go to learn it. There's that crystal city I saw in the Twister with Tenskwatawa. I don't know how to build it. I don't know where to build it. I don't even know why to build it, except that it ought to exist, and I ought to make it exist." "There you are," said Tailswapper. "Like I said, you've already taught everybody here everything you know, twice over. All you're doing now is helping them practice, and cheating now and then, don't think I haven't noticed." "When I use my knack to help them, I tell them I helped," said Alvin, blushing. "And then they feel like failures anyway, figuring that your help was all that made anything happen, and nothing of their own doing." "Alvin, I think I am giving you your answer. You've done what you can here. Leave Measure to help them, and the others who've learned a bit of it here and there. Let them work things out on their own, the way you did. Then you go out into the world and learn more of the things you need to know." Alvin nodded, but in his heart, he still refused to believe it. "I just can't see what good it is to go out to try to learn when you know as well as I do there's not another maker in the world right now, unless you count Calvin, which I don't. Who am I going to learn from? Where am I going to go?" "So you're saying that there's no use in just wandering around, seeing what happens and learning as you can?" Tailswapper's face was so wry as he said this that Alvin knew at once there was a double meaning. "Just because you learn that way doesn't mean I can." Space opera adventures might become. Space opera adventures pulse. You're just collecting stories, and there's stories everywhere. "There's making almost everywhere too," said Tailswapper. "And where there isn't making, there's still old-made things being torn down, and you can learn from them too." "I can't go," said Alvin. "I can't go." Which is to say, you're afraid. Alvin nodded. You're afraid you'll kill again? I don't think so. I know I won't. Probably. You're afraid you'll fall in love again? Alvin hooted derisively. You're afraid you'll be alone out there. How could I be alone? He asked. I'd have my golden plow with me. That's another thing, said Tailswapper. That living plow. What did you make it for, if you keep it in darkness all the time and never use it? It's gold, said Alvin. People want to steal it. Many a man would kill for that much gold. Many a man would kill for that much tin, for that matter, said Tailswapper. But you remember what happened to the man who was given a talent of gold and buried it in the earth. Tailswapper, you're plumb full of wisdom today. Brimmin' over, said Tailswapper. It's my worst fault, splashin' wisdom all over other people. But most of the time it dries up real fast and doesn't leave a stain. Alvin grimaced at him. Tailswapper, I'm not ready to leave home yet. Maybe folks have to leave home before they're ready, or they never get ready at all. Was that a paradox, Tailswapper? Miss Larner taught me about paradox. She's a fine teacher, and she knows all about it. All I know about paradox is that if you don't shovel it out of the stable, the barn gets to stinkin' real bad and fills up with flies. Tailswapper laughed at that, and Alvin joined in laughing, and that was the end of the serious part of the conversation. Only it clung to Alvin, the whole thing, knowing that Tailswapper thought he should leave home, and him not having a clue where he would go if he did leave, and not being willing to admit failure either. All kinds of reasons for staying. Most important reason of all was simply being home. He'd spent half his childhood away from his family, and it was good to sit down at his mother's table every day. Good to see his father standing at the mill, hear his father's voice, his brothers' voices, his sisters' voices, laughing and quarreling and telling and asking, his mother's voice, his mother's sharp, sweet voice, all of them covering his days and nights like a blanket, keeping him warm, all of them saying to him, "You're safe here, you're known here, we're your people, we won't turn on you." Alvin had never heard him a symphony in his life, or even more than 2 fiddles and a banjo at the same time, but he knew that no orchestra could ever make a music more beautiful than the voices of his family moving in and out of their houses and barns and the mill house and the shops in town, threads of music binding him to this place, so that even though he knew Tailswapper was right and he ought to leave, he couldn't bring himself to go. How did Calvin ever do it? How did Calvin leave this music behind him? Then Miss Larner's letter came. Measure's boy Simon brought it, him being 5 now and old enough to run down to Armor of God's store to pick up the post. He could do his letters now, too, so he didn't just give the letter over to his grandma or grandpa. He took it right to Alvin himself and announced at the top of his lungs, "It's from a woman. She's called Miss Larner, and she makes real purty letters." "Pretty letters," Alvin corrected him. Simon wasn't to be fooled. "Oh, Uncle Al, you're the only person around here as says it like that. I'd be plumb silly to fall for a joke like that." Alvin pried up the sealing wax and unfolded the letter. He knew her handwriting from the many hours he had tried to imitate it, studying with her back in Hat Track River. His hand was never as smooth, could never flow the way hers did. Nor was he as eloquent. Words weren't his gift, or at least not the formal, elegant words Miss Larner Peggy used in writing. "Dear Alvin, you've overstayed in Vigor Church. Calvin's a great danger to you, and you must go find him and reconcile with him. If you wait for him to come back to you, he will bring the end of your life with him. I can almost hear you answer me, 'I ain't afraid to see my life end.' I know you still say ain't, just to spite me. Go or stay, that's up to you. But I can tell you this, either you will go now of your own free will, or you will go soon anyway, but not freely. You're a journeyman, Smith. You will have your journey. Perhaps in your travels we shall encounter each other. It would please me to see you again. Sincerely, Peggy."
Alvin had no idea what to make of this letter. First, she bosses him around like a schoolboy. Then she talks teasingly about how he still says ain't. Then she as much as asks him to come to her, but in such a cold way as to chill him to the bone. It would please me to see you again. Indeed, who did she think she was? The Queen? And she signed the letter sincerely, as if she was a stranger, and not the woman that he loved, and that once said she loved him. What was she playing at, this woman who could see so many futures? What was she trying to get him to do? It was plain there was more going on than she was saying in her letter. She thought she was so wise, since she knew more about the future than other folks, but the fact was that she could make mistakes like anybody else, and he didn't want her telling him what to do. He wanted her to tell him what she knew and let him make up his own mind. One thing was certain. He wasn't going to drop everything and take off in search of Calvin. No doubt she knew exactly where he was, and she hadn't bothered to tell him. What was that supposed to accomplish? Why should he go off searching for Calvin when she could send him a letter, not where Calvin was right now, but where Calvin would be by the time Alvin caught up with him? Only a fool takes off on foot trying to follow the flight of a wild goose. I know I've got to leave here sometime, but I'm not going to leave in order to chase down Calvin. And I'm not going to leave because the woman I almost married sends me a bossy letter that doesn't even hint that she still loves me, if she ever really did. If Peggy was so sure that he'd go soon anyway because he had to, well, then he might as well just wait around and see what it was that would make him go. Chapter 5. Twist. America was too small a country for Calvin. He knew that now. It was all too new. The powers of a land took time to ripen. The Reds, they knew the land, but they were gone. And the whites and blacks who lived here now, they had only shallow powers, knacks and hexes, spells and dreams. Nothing like the ancient music that Alvin had talked about, the green song of the living forest. Besides, the Reds were gone, so whatever it was they knew, it must have been weak. Failure was proof enough of that. Even before Calvin knew in his mind where he was headed, his feet knew. East. Sometimes a bit north, sometimes a bit south, but always east. At first he thought he was just going to Duquesne, but when he got there he just worked for a day or two to get a bit of coin and some bread in his belly, and then he was off over the mountains, following the new railroad into Iroquois, where he could sneer a little at men and women who were red in body, but white in dress and speech and soul. More work, more coin, more practice at using his making here and there. Pranks, mostly, because he didn't dare use his knack out in the open where folks would take notice and spread word of him. Just little favors for houses where they treated him good, like driving all the mice and roaches off their property. And a little bit of getting even with those who turned him away. Sending a rat to die in a well. Causing a leak in the roof over a flour barrel. That one was hard, making the wood swell and then shrink, but he could work with the water.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. The water lent itself to his use better than any other element. Turned out that Iroquois wasn't where his feet were taking him either. He worked his way across Iroquois to New Holland, where the farmers all spoke Dutch, and then down the Hudson to New Amsterdam. He thought, when he came to the great city on the tip of Manhattan Island, that this might be the place he was looking for. Biggest city in the USA, and it wasn't hardly Dutch anymore. Everybody spoke English for business, and on top of that, Calvin counted a dozen languages before he stopped caring how many. Not to mention strange accents of English from York and Glasgow and Monmouth. Surely all the lores of the world were gathered here. Surely he could find teachers. So he stayed for days, for a week. He tried the college farther up the island, but they wanted him to study intellectual things instead of the lore of power. And soon enough, Calvin figured out that none of them high-toned professors knew anything useful anyhow. They treated him like he was crazy. One old coot with a white goat beard spent half an hour trying to convince Calvin to let the man study him, like as if he was some strange specimen of bug. Calvin only stayed for the whole half hour so he'd have time to loosen all the bindings of all the books on the man's shelves. Let him wonder about Calvin's kind of madness as the pages of every book he picked up fell out and scattered on the floor. If the professors weren't worth nothing, the street wasn't much better. Oh, he heard about lore masters and wizards and such. Gypsies bragged on some curse-monger. Irishmen knew of a priest who had special ways. Frenchmen and Spaniards heard of witches or child saints or whatever. One Portuguese told of a free black woman who could make your enemy's crotch turn as smooth and blank as an armpit, which, according to the story, was how she got her freedom, after doing that to her master's firstborn son and threatening to do it next to him. But every one of them kept retreating out of sight. He'd find out who knew the lore master, and then go to that person and find out that he only knew somebody else who knew the powerful one, and so on, like constables searching through the night for a fugitive who kept slipping away into alleys. In the meantime, though, Calvin learned to live in a city, and he liked it. He liked the way that you could disappear right out in the open. Nobody knew you. Nobody expected anything from you. You were what you wore. When he arrived, he dressed like a rube from the country, and so people expected him to be stupid and awkward, and what the hell, he was. But in a few days, he realized how his clothes gave him away, and he bought some city garb from a used garment house. That was when people started being willing to talk to him. And he learned to change his speech a little too. Talk faster, get rid of some of the drawl, shake off the country twang. He knew he gave himself away with every word he said, but he was getting better. People didn't ask him to repeat himself as much. And by the end of the week, he was no more out of place than any of the other immigrants. That was as good as it got. It wasn't as if anybody was actually from New Amsterdam. Except maybe for some old Dutch landlords hiding in their mansions up island. Rumors of wisdom, but no wisdom to be had in this town. Well, what did he expect? Anybody who really knew the powers of the old world would hardly have to board some miserable boat and sail west at risk of life and limb in order to come live in some sinkhole of a slum in New Amsterdam. No, the people of Europe who understood power were still in Europe because they were running things there and didn't have no reason to leave. And who was the most powerful of all? Why, the man whose victories had caused all these people of the dozen languages to flock to American shores. The man who drove the aristocrats out of France and then conquered Spain and the Holy Roman Empire and Italy and Austria, and then for some reason stopped at the Russian border and the English Channel, declared peace and held on, iron-fisted, but, as they said, tender-hearted. So that pretty soon nobody in Italy or Austria or the Low Countries, or anywhere really, was wishing for their old rulers to come back. That was the man who understood power. That was the man who was fit to teach Calvin what he needed to know. Only trouble was, why would a man so powerful ever agree to speak to a poor farm boy from Wabash? And how was that poor farm boy ever gonna find passage across the ocean? If only Alvin had bothered to teach him how to turn iron into gold. Now that would be useful. Imagine a whole steam locomotive turned into solid gold. Fire up the engine, and the whole damn thing would melt down. But it would melt down into pools of gold. Just put in a dipper and draw it out, and there was passage to France. And not in no steerage neither. First-class passage, and a fine hotel in Paris. Fine clothes, too, so that when he walked into the American embassy, the flunkies would bow and scrape and take him straight to the ambassador, and the ambassador would take him straight to the imperial palace, where he would be presented to Napoleon himself. And Napoleon would say, "Why should I meet with you, an ordinary citizen of a second-rate country in the wild lands of the West?" And Calvin would take 3 dipperfuls of gold out of his pockets and set them heavily in Napoleon's hands, and say,
"How much of this do you want? I know how to make more." And Napoleon would say, "I have all the taxes of Europe to buy me gold. What do I need with your pathetic handfuls?" And Calvin would say, "Now you have a bit more gold than you had before. Look at your buttons, sir." And Napoleon would look at the brass buttons on his coat, and they would be gold too. And he would say, "What do you want from me, sir?" That's right, he'd call Calvin sir. And Calvin would say, "All I want is for you to teach me the ways of power." Only if Calvin knew how to turn iron or brass into gold, he sure as hell wouldn't need no help from Napoleon Bonaparte, Emperor of Earth, or whatever fool title the man had given himself in his latest promotion. It was one of those circular dilemmas that he always kept running into. If he had enough power to attract Napoleon's attention, he wouldn't need Napoleon. And because he needed Napoleon, there was no chance that any of his underlings would let Calvin come anywhere near him. Calvin wasn't stupid. He wasn't no rube, whatever the city people thought. He knew that powerful men didn't let just anybody come in and chat. "But I do have some powers," thought Calvin. "I do have some powers, and I can wangle away once I get across the pond." That's what the sophisticated people called the Atlantic Ocean, the pond. Once I get across the pond. Might have to learn French, but they say Napoleon speaks English too, from his days as a general in Canada. One way or another, I'll get to see him and he'll take me on as his apprentice. Not apprenticed like to take over his empire after him, but instead to do the same thing in America. Bring the Crown Colonies and New England and the United States all under one flag, and Canada too, and Florida. And then maybe he'd turn his eyes across the Mississippi and see how good a job old Tenskwatawa would do at holding back a maker who wanted to cross and conquer Red Country. All dreams, all stupid, foolish dreams of a boy sleeping in a cheap boarding house and doing lousy odd jobs to earn a few cents a day. Calvin knew that, but he also knew that if he couldn't turn a knack like his into money and power, he didn't deserve nothing than those lousy beds and wormy meals and back-breaking jobs. One thing, though.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. Folks on the street were getting used to the idea that Calvin was searching for something, and finally the old woman he bought apples from, the one who'd given him an apple his first day there when he was out of money, since she was a country girl herself, she said, the one who, from that day to this, found no more worms or flies in her fruit, she said to him. She said to him, "Well, I hope you've talked to the bloody man. He knows stuff." Bloody man? You know, the one as tells horrible stories, or when he can't find nobody new to tell it to, his hands are dripping with blood. Everybody knows the bloody man. He come here because the curse on him is he has to find new people every day to tell his story to, and where you gonna find a good supply of new people all the time? Of course, Calvin knew by now exactly who she was talking about. Harrison is here. You know him? Know of him. He called himself governor of Wabash for a while, slaughtered Tenskwatawa's people at Tippecanoe. That's the one. Dreadful story. Thank heaven I only had to hear it the once. But there's some kind of power in the fact that his hands get all bloody. I mean, that's strange, ain't it? All them other folks you hear about, you never actually see them do nothing, if you know what I mean. But you can see the blood. That's power, I reckon. Reckon so. Again, he corrected himself. I think so. Might as well say, I imagine so, if you're trying to get all highfalutin. Just don't want to sound country, that's all. Then you'd better learn French. All the high-tone folks do. Here we are in a Dutch city, where everybody speaks English, and they go into their Tony restaurants and order their food in French. What did the French ever have to do with New Amsterdam? You want to eat in French, you go to Canada. That's what I say. He listened to her diatribe until he could finally get free, which meant when she finally got a customer, and then he set out to find Harrison, white murderer Harrison. Calvin knew all about the curse on him from the stories told by his own father and neighbors. And he'd sometimes imagined Harrison walking country roads from town to town, folks throwing him out before he could come in and start telling his awful tale. It never occurred to him that Harrison would come to the city, but it made sense once you thought about it. Bloody man. He found him in an alleyway behind a restaurant where he got fed every night by a manager who didn't want him accosting his customers. "It's a stiff punishment," said the manager. "I had a landlord in Kilkenny who believed in that kind of justice. Punishments that went on forever. Permanent shame. I think it's wrong. I don't care much what the man did. Let him without sin and all that. So he eats back in my restaurant, long as he doesn't hurt trade." "Aren't you the generous one?" said Calvin. "You got a mouth on you, boy. In fact, I am generous, and open-minded too. And just because I know it and take credit for it doesn't make it any less true. So you can take your little winking sort of wit and leave my establishment if you're going to eat my food and then sit in judgment on me. I haven't eaten your food." "But you will," said the man, "because, as I said, I am generous, and you look hungry. Now, get back to the kitchen, and you can tell the cook to give you something for yourself and something for Bloody Man out in the alley. If you come with his food, he'll talk to you right enough. He'll probably tell you his story, for that matter. I know his story. Everybody might know a story, but it's never the same story they know. Now, get away from my door. You look like a street rat." Calvin looked down at his clothes and realized, yes, he had bought clothing to blend in, but what he blended in with was the street, not the city. He'd have to do something about that before he went to Paris. Have to become, if not a gentleman, then at least a tradesman, not a street rat. He didn't like people who called themselves generous, but the fact was the food in the kitchen was good. The cook didn't give him no scraps or scrapings. He got food that was decent, and there was plenty. How did this manager stay in business, being so generous to the poor? No doubt he was cheating his boss. He could afford to be generous, since he didn't have to pay for it himself. Most virtues were like that. People could take pride in how virtuous they were, but the fact was that as soon as virtue got expensive or inconvenient, it was amazing how fast it gave way to practical concerns. The man's generosity got him this much: no roaches or mice in his kitchen. Out in the alleyway, Bloody Man was sipping from a wine bottle. He saw Calvin and his eyes went hungry. Calvin laughed. "I hear you've got a story to tell? They still sendin' boys like you to find me as a prank?" "No prank. I know your story, mostly. Just wanted to meet you my own self, I guess." Harrison offered him the wine bottle. "Best thing about this place," he said, "besides that they don't run me off in the first place. When somebody opens a bottle of wine and doesn't finish it at the table, the manager refuses to pour from that bottle to anyone else, so it comes out into the alley." "The big surprise," said Calvin, "is that there ain't 10 dozen other hungry drunks here." Harrison laughed. "They used to, but they got sick of hearing me tell my story, and now I have the alley to myself. That's how I like it." But Calvin could hear it in his voice that it was a lie. He didn't like it that way. He was hungry for company. "Might as well start telling me the story. Between bites, if you want," said Calvin. Harrison started eating. Calvin could see a remnant of table manners. Once he had been a civilized man. Between bites, Harrison told the tale. All of it. How he had some Reds from south of Ohio come and kidnap 2 white boys in order to blame it on Tenskwatawa, the so-called Red Prophet. Only the boys were rescued somehow and fell in with the prophet's brother, Tecumseh. But that didn't matter, because Harrison still used the kidnapping to rile up the white folks in the northern part of Wabash, the ones as lived nearest to the prophet's village at Tippecanoe. So Harrison was able to raise an army to go wipe out Prophetstown. And then, at the last minute, who shows up but one of the kidnapped boys? Well, Harrison sees nothing for it but to have the boy killed, and everything seems to be working. The Reds just stand there, letting the musket fire and the grape shot mow them down, until 9 out of 10 of them was dead, the whole meadow a sheet of blood flowing down into the Tippecanoe. Only it was too much for those white men. They called themselves men, because they all stopped shooting before the job was done.
And then up comes that boy who was supposed to be dead, and he wasn't even injured. And he tells the truth to everybody. And then the Red Prophet puts a curse on all of them there, and the worst curse on Harrison, including that he has to tell a new person every day. "You're telling it all wrong," said Calvin. Harrison looked at him angrily. "You think after all these years I don't know how to tell the tale? If I tell it any other way, I get blood on my hands, and believe me, it looks bad. People throw up when they see me. Looks like I stuck my hands in a corpse up to my elbows. Telling it your way has you living in an alley, eating from charity and drinking leftover wine," said Calvin. Harrison squinted at him. "Who are you?" "The boy you tried to kill is my brother Measure. The other boy you had them kidnap is my brother Alvin. And you came to gloat? Do I look like I'm gloating? No, I left home because I got sick of their righteousness, knowing everything and not having respect for nobody else." Harrison winked. "I never liked people like that. You want to hear how you ought to tell your tale? I'm listening." The Reds were at war with the Whites.
Space opera adventures pulse. They weren't using the land, but they didn't want white farmers to use it either. They just couldn't share, even though there was plenty of room. Tenskwatawa claimed to be peaceful, but you knew that he was gathering all those thousands of Reds together in order to be Tecumseh's army. You had to do something to rile up the whites there to put a stop to this menace. So yes, you had 2 boys kidnapped, but you never gave orders for anybody to be killed. If I say that the blood just leaps onto my hands on the spot, I'm sure you've thought of all the possible lies, but hear me out, said Calvin. Go on. You didn't order anybody killed. That was just lies your enemies told about you. Lies originating with Alvin Miller Jr., now called Alvin Smith. After all, Alvin was the boy renegado, the white boy who went everywhere with Tecumseh for a year. He was Tecumseh's friend. We'll use the word friend because we're in decent company, so of course he lied about you. It was your battle at Tippecanoe that broke the back of Tecumseh's plans. If you hadn't struck then and there, Tecumseh would have been victorious later at Fort Detroit, and Tecumseh would have driven all the civilized folks out of the land west of the Appalachians, and red armies would be descending on the cities of the east, raiding out of the mountains, and why, thanks to you and your courage at Tippecanoe, the Reds have been driven west of the Mississippi. You opened up all the western lands to safe colonization. My hands would be dripping before I said all that. So what? Hold them up and say, look what the Red Witch Tenskwatawa did to punish me. He covered my hands with blood, but I'm glad to pay that price. The blood on my hands is the reason why white men are building civilization right to the shores of the Mississippi. The blood on my hands is the reason why people in the East can sleep easy at night, without so much as a thought about Reds coming and raping and killing the way those savages always did. Harrison chuckled. Every word you've said is the profoundest bull hockey, my boy. I hope you know that. You just need to decide whether you're going to let Tenskwatawa have the final victory over you. Why are you telling me this? What's in it for you? I don't know. I came looking for you thinking you might know something of power. But when I heard you tell that weaselly weakling tale, I knew that you didn't know nothing that a man could use. In fact, I knew more than you. So, seeing how I was going to ask you to share, it seemed only fair to share right back. How kind of you! His sarcasm was inescapable. I don't think so. I just picture the look on my brother Alvin's face when you tell everybody he was the boy renegado. You say that, and nobody'll believe him if he testifies against you. In fact, he'll have to hide himself when you think of all the terrible things folks believe about the boy renegado. How he was the cruelest Red of them all, killing and torturing so even the Shawnee puked. I remember those tales.
You hold up those bloody hands, my friend, and then make them mean what you want them to mean. Harrison shook his head. I can't live with the blood. So you have a conscience, eh? Harrison laughed. The blood gets in my food. It stains my clothes. It makes people sick. If I were you, I'd eat with gloves on, and I'd wear dark clothes. Harrison was through eating. So was Calvin. So you want me to do this to hurt your brother? Not hurt him, just keep him silent and out of sight. You've spent, 8 years living like a dog? Now it's his turn. There's no going back, said Harrison. Once I tell lies, I'll have bloody hands till the day I die. Calvin shrugged. Harrison, you're a liar and a murderer, but you love power more than life. Unfortunately, you're piss poor at getting it and keeping it. Tecumseh and Alvin and Tenskwatawa played you for a sucker. I'm telling you how to undo what they done to you, how to set yourself free. I don't give a rat's front teeth whether you do what I said or not. He got up to go. Harrison half rose and clutched at Calvin's pant legs. Someone told me that Alvin, he's a maker, that he has real power. No, he doesn't, said Calvin. Not for you to worry about, because you see, my friend, he can only use his power for good, never to harm nobody. Not even me? Maybe he'll make an exception for you. Calvin grinned wickedly. I know I would. Harrison withdrew his hands from Calvin's clothing. Don't look at me like that, you little weasel. Like what? Asked Calvin. Like I'm scum. Don't you judge me. Can you tell me a single good reason why not? Because whatever else I did, boy, I never betrayed my own brother. Now it was Calvin's turn to look into the face of contempt. He spat on the ground near Harrison's knees. Eat pus, he said. Was that a curse? Asked Harrison jeeringly as Calvin walked away. Or merely a friendly warning? Calvin didn't answer him. He was already thinking of other things. How to raise the money to get passage east, for one thing. First class. He was going to go first class. Maybe what he needed to do was see if his knack extended to causing money to fall out of some shopkeeper's money bag as he carried his earnings to the bank. If he did it right, no one would see. He wouldn't get caught. And even if someone saw the money fall out and him pick it up, they could only accuse him of finding dropped money, since he never laid a hand on the bag. That would work. It would be easy enough. So easy that it was stupid that Alvin had never done it before. The family could have used the money. There were some hard years. But Alvin was too selfish ever to think of anybody but himself, or anything but his stupid plan of trying to teach making to people with no knack for it. First-class passage to England, and from there across the Channel to France. New clothes. It wouldn't take much to get that kind of money. A lot of money changed hands in New Amsterdam, and there was nothing to stop some of it from falling onto the street at Calvin's feet. God had given him the power, and that meant that it must be the will of God for him to do it. Wouldn't it be a hoot if Harrison actually took Calvin's advice? Chapter 6. True Love. Amy Sump didn't care what her friends or anybody said. What she felt for Alvin Maker was love. Real love. True, deep, abiding love that would withstand the test of time. If only he would pay any attention to her openly, so others could see it. Instead, all he ever did was give her those glances that made her heart flutter so within her. She worried sometimes that maybe it was just his makerness, his knack, or whatever it was. Worried that he was somehow reaching inside her chest and making her heart turn over and her whole body quiver. But no, that wasn't the sort of thing that makers did. In fact, maybe he didn't even know about her love for him. Maybe his glances were really searching looks, hoping to see in her face some sign of her love. That was why she no longer tried to hide her maidenly blushes when her heart beat so fast and her face felt all hot and tingly. Let him see how his gaze transforms me into a quivering mass of devoted worshipfulness. How Amy longed to go to the teaching sessions where Alvin worked with a dozen or so grown-ups at once, telling them how a maker had to see the world. How she would love to hear his voice for hours on end. Then she and her beloved Alvin would rejoice to discover that she was secretly a maker herself, so that the two of them together would be able to remake the world and fight off the evil, nasty unmaker together. Then they would have a dozen babies, all of them makers twice over, and the love of Alvin and Amy Maker would be sung for 1,000 generations throughout the whole world, or at least America, which was pretty much the same thing as far as Amy cared.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse, but Amy's parents wouldn't let her go. How could Alvin possibly concentrate on teaching anybody anything with you making cow eyes at him the whole time? Her mother said, the heartless old hag. Not as cruel as her father, though, telling her, "Get some control over yourself, girl, or I'm going to have to get you some love diapers to keep you from embarrassing yourself in public." Love diapers, do you understand me? Oh, she understood him, the nasty man. Him of the cranks and pulleys, pipes and cables, him of pumps and engines and machinery, who had no understanding of the human heart. "The heart's just a pump itself, my girl," he said, which showed him to be a deeply, totally, impossibly, eternally, abysmally ignorant machine of a man his own self, but said nothing about the truth of the universe. It was her beloved Alvin who understood that all things were alive and had feelings, all things except her father's hideous dead machines, chugging away like walking corpses. A steam-powered lumber mill, using fire and water to cut wood? What an abomination before the Lord! When she and Alvin remarried, she'd get Alvin to stop her father from making any more machines that roared and hissed and chugged and gave off the heat of hell. "The heart's just a pump itself, my girl," he said, which showed him to be a deeply, totally, impossibly, eternally, abysmally ignorant machine of a man his own self, but said nothing about the truth of the universe. It was her beloved Alvin who understood that all things were alive and had feelings, all things except her father's hideous dead machines, chugging away like walking corpses. A steam-powered lumber mill, using fire and water to cut wood? What an abomination before the Lord! When she and Alvin were married, she'd get Alvin to stop her father from making any more machines that roared and hissed and chugged and gave off the heat of hell. Alvin would keep her in a sylvan wonderland where the birds were friends and the bugs didn't bite, and they could swim naked together in clear pools of water, and he would swim to her in real life instead of just in her dreams. And he would reach out and embrace her, and their naked bodies would touch under the water, and their flesh would meet and join, and "No such thing," said her friend Ramona. Amy felt herself grow hot with anger. Who was Ramona to decide what was real and what wasn't? Couldn't Amy tell her dreams to somebody without having to keep saying it was just a dream instead of pretending that it was real, that his arms had been around her? Didn't she remember it as clearly? No, far more clearly than anything that had ever happened to her in real life. Did so happen, in the moonlight. "When?" said Ramona, her voice dripping with contempt. 3 nights ago, when Alvin said he was going out into the woods to be alone. He was really going to be with me. Well, where is there a pool of clear water like that? Nothing like that around here, just rivers and streams. And you know Alvin never goes into the hat track to swim or nothing. Don't you know anything? Said Amy, trying to match her best friend's disdain.
Haven't you heard of the green song? How Alvin learned from them old reds how to run through the forest like the wind, silent and not even so much as bending a branch? He can run 100 miles in an hour, faster than any railroad train. It wasn't any kind of pool around here. It was so far away that it would take anybody from Vigor Church 3 days to get there on a good horse. Now I know you're just lying, said Ramona. He can do that any day, insisted Amy hotly. He can, but you can't. You screech when you brush up into a spider web, you dunce. I'm not a dunce. I'm the best student in the school. You're the dunce, said Amy, all in a breath. It was an epigram she had often used before. I held Alvin's hand, and he carried me along, and then, when I got tired, he picked me up in those blacksmith's arms of his and carried me. And then I'm sure he really took off all his clothes, and you took off all of yours, like you was a couple of weasels or something? Muskrats, otters, creatures of water. It wasn't nakedness, it was naturalness, the freeness of two kindred souls who have no secrets from each other. Well, what a bunch of beautifulness, said Ramona. Only I think if it really happened, it would be disgustingness and revoltingness, him coming up and hugging you in your complete and utter starkersness. Amy knew that Ramona was making fun of her, but she wasn't sure why. Making up words like disgustingness made the idiotic girl laugh and almost fall off the tree branch where they were sitting. You have no appreciation of beauty. You have no appreciation of truth, said Ramona. Or should I say of truthfulness? You calling me a liar? Said Amy, giving her a little push. Hey, cried Ramona, no fair. I'm farther out on the branch, so there's nothing for me to grab onto. Amy pushed her again, harder, and Ramona wobbled, her eyes growing wide as she clutched at the branch. Stop it, you little liar, cried Ramona. I'll tell what lies you've been saying. They aren't lies, said Amy. I remember it as clearly as the sunlight over the fields of green corn. As clearly as the grunting of the hogs in my father's sty, said Ramona, in a voice that matched Amy's for dreaminess. Of course, true love would be beyond your ability to imagine. Yes, my imaginingness is the epitaph of feebleness. Epitome, not epitaph, Amy said. Oh, if only I could have your sublimeness of correctness, your wiseness. Stop nessing all the time. You stop. I don't do that. Do so. Do not. Eat worms, said Ramona. On brain salad, said Amy. And now that they were back to familiar, playful argument, they both broke into laughter and talked about other things for a while. And if things had stayed that way, maybe nothing would have happened. But on the way back home in the gathering dusk, Ramona asked one last time, Amy, telling truth, cross your heart, friend to friend, swear to heaven, remember forever, tell me that you didn't really, actually, with your own flesh and blood, go swimming naked with Alvin Smith? Alvin Maker? Tell me it was a dream. Almost Amy laughed and said, Of course it was a dream, you silly girl. But in Ramona's eyes, she saw something, wide-eyed wonder at the idea that such things were possible, and that someone Ramona actually knew might have done something so wicked and wonderful. Amy didn't want to see that look of awe to change to a look of knowing triumph. And so she said what she knew she shouldn't say. I wish it was a dream. I honestly do, Ramona. Because when I think back on it, I long for him all the more. And I wonder when he'll dare to speak to my father and tell him that he wants me for his wife. A man who's done a thing like that with a girl, he's got to marry her, doesn't he? There, she had said it. The most secret, wonderful dream of her heart. Said it right out. You've got to tell your papa, said Ramona. He'll see to it Alvin marries you. I don't want him to be forced, said Amy. That's silly. A man like Alvin can only be enticed into marriage, not pushed into it. Everybody thinks you're all goo-goo over Alvin and he doesn't even see you, said Ramona. But if he's going off with you a swimmin' starkers in some faraway pond that only he can get to, well, I don't think that's right. I honestly don't. Well, I don't care what you think, said Amy. It is right, and if you tell, I'll cut off all your hair and tat it into a doily and burn it. Ramona burst out laughing. Tat it into a doily? What kind of power does that have? A six-sided doily, said Amy portentously. Oh, I'm trembling. Made out of my own hair, too? Silly, you can't do things like that. That's what black witches do, make things out of hair and burn them or whatever. As if that was an argument. Alvin did red magic. Why couldn't Amy learn to do black magic when her makering knack was finally unlocked? But there was no use arguing about that sort of thing with Ramona. Ramona thought she knew better than anybody. It was a marvel that Amy even bothered to keep her as a best friend. I'm going to tell, said Ramona, unless you tell me right now that it's all a lie. If you tell, I'll kill you, said Amy. Tell me it's a lie then. Tears sprang unbidden to Amy's eyes. It was not a lie. It was a dream. A true dream of true love. A dream that came from the paths of secretness within her own and Alvin's hearts.
Space opera adventures pulse. He dreamed the same dream at the same time. She knew it, and he felt her flesh against his as surely as she felt his against hers. That made it true, didn't it? If a man and a woman both remembered the realness of each other's bodies pressing against each other, then how was that anything but a true experience? I love Alvin too much to lie about such a thing. Cut my tongue out if any part of it is false, Ramona gasped. I never believed you till now. But you tell no one, said Amy. Her heart swelled with satisfaction over her victory. Ramona finally believed her. Swear. I swear, said Ramona. Show me your fingers, cried Amy. Ramona brought her hands out from behind her. The fingers weren't crossed, but that didn't prove they weren't crossed a few moments ago. Swear again now, said Amy, when I can see your hands. I swear, said Ramona, rolling her eyes. It's our beautiful secret, said Amy, turning and walking away. Ours and Alvin's, said Ramona, uncrossing her ankles and following her. Chapter 7. Booking Passage. It didn't take Calvin too long to figure out that it was going to take a powerful, long time to earn enough money to buy passage to Europe as a gentleman. A long time and a lot of work. Neither idea sounded attractive. He couldn't turn iron into gold, but there was plenty of things he could do, and he thought about them long and hard. He wasn't sure, but he didn't reckon them banks could keep him out of their vaults for long if he got to working on what all was holding them together. Still, there was a chance of being caught, and that would be the ruination of all his dreams. He thought of putting out his shingle as a maker, but that would bring a kind of fame and attention that wouldn't stand in his favor later, not to mention all the accusations of charlatanry that would be bound to come. He was already hearing rumors of Alvin, or rather of some prentice-smith out west who turned an iron plow into gold. Half those who told the tale did it with rolled eyes, as if to say, I'm sure some western farm boy has a maker's knack. That's likely, yes. Sometimes Calvin wished it was a different knack he had. For instance, he could do with a torch's knack about now. Seeing the future, why? He could see which property to buy or which ship to invest in. But even then, he'd have to have a partner to put up the money since he had nothing now. And hanging around New Amsterdam getting rich wasn't what he wanted. He wanted to learn makering, or whatever it was that Napoleon could teach him. Having set his sights so high, the petty businessmen of Manhattan were hardly the partners he wanted. There's more than one way to skin a cat, as the saying went. If he couldn't easily get the money for his first-class voyage, why not go direct to the source of all voyages?
So it was that he found himself walking the wharves of Manhattan, along the Hudson and the East River. It was entertaining in its own right, the long, sleek sailing ships, the clunky, smoky steamers, the stevedores shouting and grunting and sweating, the cranes swinging, the ropes and pulleys and nets, the stink of fish and the bawling of the gulls. Who would have guessed, when he was a boy rowdying in a mill house in Vigor Church, that one day he would be here on the edge of the land, drinking in the liquorous scents and sounds and sights of the life of the sea? Calvin wasn't one to get lost in reverie and contemplation, though. He had his eye out for the right ship, and from time to time stopped to ask a stevedore of a loading ship what the destination might be. Those as were bound for Africa or Haiti or the Orient were no use to him, but them with European destinations got a thorough looking over, until at last he found the right one, a bright and tall-masted English ship, with a captain of some breeding who didn't seem to raise his voice at all, though all the men did his will, working hard and working smart under his eye. Everything was clean, and the cargo included trunks and parcels carefully loaded up the ramp instead of being tossed around careless-like. Naturally, the captain wouldn't think of talking to a boy Calvin's age wearing Calvin's clothes, but it wasn't hard for Calvin to think of a plan to get the captain's attention. He walked up to one of the stevedores and said, "Excuse me, sir, but there's a sharp leak a-goin' near the back of the boat on the further side." The stevedore looked at him oddly. "I'm not a sailor." "Neither am I, but I think the captain'll thank them as warns him of the problem." "How can you see it if it's under the water?" "Got a knack for leaks," said Calvin. "I'd hurry and tell him if I were you." Saying it was a knack was enough for the stevedore, him being an American, even if he was a Dutchman by his accent. The captain, of course, wouldn't care diddly about knacks, being an Englishman, which, under the Protectorate, had a law against knacks. Not against having them, just against believing they existed or attempting to use them. But the captain was no fool, and he'd send somebody to check, knack or no knack. Which is how it happened. The stevedore talking to his foreman, the foreman to some ship's officer. Each time there was a lot of pointing at Calvin and staring at him as he nonchalantly whistled and looked down at the waterline of the ship. To Calvin's disappointment, the officer didn't go to the captain, but instead sent a sailor downstairs into the dark cellar of the ship. Calvin had to provide something for him to see, so now he sent out his doodlebug and got into the wood, right where he'd said the leak was. It was a simple thing to let the planks get just a little loose and out of position under the waterline, which sent a goodly stream of water spurting into the cellar of the ship. Just for the fun of it, when he figured the sailor must be down there looking at it, Calvin opened and closed the gap, so the leak was sometimes a fine spray, sometimes a gush of water, and sometimes just a trickle, like blood seeping from a wound with an intermittent tourniquet. Bet he never saw no leak like that before, thought Calvin. Sure enough, in a few minutes the sailor was back, acting all agitated, and now the officer barked orders to several seamen, then went straight to the captain. This time, though, there wasn't no finger-pointing. The officer wasn't going to give Calvin none of the credit for finding the leak. That really got Calvin's goat, and for a minute he thought of sinking the boat then and there. But that wouldn't do him no good. Time enough to put that greedy, ambitious officer in his place. When the captain went below, Calvin put on a fine show for him. Instead of causing one leak to spurt and pulse, Calvin shifted the leak from one place to another, a gush here, a gush there. By now, it had to be obvious that there wasn't nothing natural about that leak. There was a good deal of stirring on the deck, and a lot of sailors started rushing below. Then, to Calvin's delight, a fair number started rushing back onto the deck and onto the gangplank, heading for dry land where there wasn't no strange powers causing leaks in the boat. Finally, the captain came on deck, and this time the officer wasn't taking all the credit for himself. He pointed to the foreman, who pointed to the stevedore, and pretty soon they were all pointing at Calvin. Now, of course, Calvin could stop fiddling with the leak. He stopped it cold. But he wasn't done. As the captain headed for the gangplank, Calvin sent his bug to seek out all the nearby rats that he could sense lurking under the wharf and among the crates and barrels and on the other ships. By the time the captain got halfway down the gangplank, a couple of dozen rats were racing up the very same bridge, heading for the ship.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. The captain tried in vain to shoo them back, but Calvin had filled them with courage and grim determination to reach the deck. Food, food, Calvin was promising them, and they merely dodged and went on. Dozens more were streaming across the planking of the pier, and the captain was fairly dancing to avoid tripping on rats and falling on his face. On deck, sailors with mops and bowling pins were striking at the rats, trying to knock or sweep them off into the sea. Then, as suddenly as he had launched the rats, Calvin sent them a new message. "Get off this ship! Fire! Fire! Leaks! Drowning! Fear!" Squealing and scurrying, all the rats that he had sent aboard came rushing back down the gangplank, and all the lines and cables connecting the ship to the shore. And all the rats that had already been aboard, lurking in the cargo hold, and in the dark wet cellar, and in the hidden caves and the joints and beams of the ship, they also gushed up out of the hatches and portholes like water bubbling out of a new spring. The captain stopped cold to watch them leave. Finally, when all the rat traffic had disappeared into their hiding places on the wharf and the other ships, the captain turned toward Calvin and strode to him. Through it all, the man had never lost his dignity, even while dancing to avoid the rats. My kind of man, thought Calvin. I must watch him to learn how gentlemen behave. "How did you know there was a leak on my ship?" asked the captain. "You're an Englishman," said Calvin. "You don't believe in what I can see and do." "Nevertheless, I believe in what I can see, and there was nothing natural about that leak." "I'd say them rats might have been doing it. Good thing for you they all left your ship." "Rats and leaks," said the captain. "What do you want, boy?" "I want to be called a man, sir," said Calvin, "not a boy." "Why do you wish harm to me and my ship? Has someone of my crew done you an offense?" "I don't know what you're talking about," said Calvin. "I reckon you're not such a fool as to blame the one as told you you had a leak. I'm also not such a fool as to think you knew of anything you didn't have the power to cause or cure at will. Were the rats your doing as well?" "I was as surprised as you were by their behavior," said Calvin. "Didn't seem natural, all them rats rushing onto a sinking ship. But then they seemed to come to their senses and leave again. Every single rat, I dare say. Now that would be an interesting voyage, wouldn't it? To cross the ocean without any loss of your food supply to the nibbling of rats?" "What do you want from me?" asked the captain. "I stopped to do you a favor, with no thought of benefit to my own self," said Calvin, trying to sound like an educated Englishman, and knowing from the expression on the captain's face that he was failing pathetically. "But it happens that I am in need of first-class passage to Europe." The captain smiled thinly. "Why in the world would you want to book passage on a leaking ship?" "But, sir," said Calvin, "I've got a sort of knack for spotting leaks. And I can promise you that if I were aboard your ship, during the whole voyage, there'd be not a single leak, even in the stoutest storm." Calvin had no idea whether he could keep a ship tight during all the stresses of a storm at sea, but odds were that he'd never have to find out either. "Correct me if I'm wrong," said the captain, "but am I to guess that if I take you on my ship, first class, without your paying a farthing, I'll find no problem with leaks and not a rat on my ship?" "That would be a rare disaster," said Calvin. "How could such a well-made ship possibly sink faster than your boys could pump?" "I saw how the leak moved from place to place. I saw how strangely the rats behaved. I may not believe in your American knacks, but I know when I'm in the presence of unaccountable power." Calvin felt pride flush through his body like ale. Suddenly, he felt the barrel of a pistol just under his breastbone.
He looked down to see that the captain had somehow come up with a weapon. "What's to stop me from blowing a hole in your belly?" asked the captain. "The likelihood of your dancing on the end of an American rope," said Calvin. "There ain't no law against knacks here, sir, and sayin' that somebody was doin' witchery ain't cause enough to kill him the way it is in England." "But it's to England you're going," said the captain. "What's to stop me from taking you on my ship, then having you arrested the moment you step ashore?" "Nothing," said Calvin. "You could do that. You could even kill me in my sleep during the voyage and cast my body overboard into the sea, telling all the others that you had to dispose of the body of a plague victim as quickly as possible. You think I'm a fool not to think of that stuff? So, go away and leave me and my ship alone. If you killed me, what would keep the planks from pulling free of the beams of your boat? What would stop your boat from turning into scraps of lumber bobbing on the water?" The captain eyed him curiously. "First-class passage is ludicrous for you. The other first-class passengers would snub you at once, and no doubt they'd assume I'd brought you aboard as my catamite. It would ruin my career anyway, to permit an uncouth, unlettered ruffian like you to sail among my gentle passengers. To put it plainly, young master, you may have power over rats and planks, but you have none over rich men and women." "Teach me," said Calvin. "There aren't enough hours in the day or days in the week." "Teach me," said Calvin again. "You come here threatening me with destruction of my ship by the evil powers of Satan, and then dare to ask me to teach you to be a gentleman?" "If you believed my powers were from the devil," said Calvin, "then why didn't you once say a prayer to ward me off?" The captain glared at him for a moment, then smiled, grimly, but not without genuine mirth. "Touché," he said. "Whatever the devil that means," said Calvin. "It's a fencing term," said the captain. "I must have put up 10 miles of fences in my life," said Calvin. "Post and rail, stone, wire, and picket, every kind, and I never heard a no touché." The captain's smile broadened. "There is something attractive in your challenge. You may have some interesting, what do you call them, knacks, but you're still a poor boy from the farm. I've taken many a peasant lad and turned him into a first-rate seaman, but I've never taken a boy who wasn't a gentleman born and turned him into something that could pass for civilized. Consider me the challenge of your life." "Oh, believe me, I already do. I haven't altogether decided not to kill you, of course, but it seems to me that since you mean to cause me trouble anyway, why not accept the challenge and see if I can work a miracle just as inexplicable and impossible as any of the nasty pranks you've played on me this morning?" "First class, not steerage," Calvin insisted. The captain shook his head. "Neither one. You'll travel as my cabin boy, or rather, my cabin boy's boy. Rafe is a good 3 years younger than you, I imagine, but he knows from birth all that you are so desperate to learn. With you to help him, perhaps he'll have enough free time to teach you. And I'll oversee you both, on several conditions, though." Calvin didn't see as how the captain was in much of a position to set conditions, but he listened civil-like all the same. "No matter what powers you have, survival at sea depends on instant and perfect obedience from everyone on board the ship. Obedience to me. You know nothing of the sea, and I gather you don't care about learning seamanship either. So you will do nothing that interferes with my authority, and you will obey me yourself."
Space opera adventures pulse. That means that when I say piss, you don't even look for a pot, you just whip it out and pee. In front of others, I'll do a fine show of obedience, unless you command me to kill myself for some such foolishness. "I'm not a fool," said the captain. "All right, I'll do like you say. And you'll keep your mouth shut until you learn in private to talk in some way approximating gentlemanly speech. Right now, if you open your mouth, you confess your low origins, and you will embarrass yourself and me in front of my crew and the other officers and passengers. I know how to keep my mouth shut when I need to. And when you reach England, our deal is done, and you leave no curse on my ship." "Now you've asked too much," said Calvin. "What I need is your introduction to other high-class people and passage to France." "To France? Aren't you aware that England is at war with France?" "You have been ever since Napoleon conquered Austria and Spain. What's that to me?" "In other words, reaching England doesn't mean I'll be rid of you." "That's right," said Calvin. "So why don't I just kill myself now and spare myself all this adventure before you send me to an early grave?" "Because them as is my friends will prosper in this world, and there ain't nothing much bad that can happen to 'em." "And all I have to do is maintain my status as your friend? Is that it?" Calvin nodded. "But someday, isn't it going to occur to you that if the only reason I'm kind to you is out of terror that you'll destroy my ship, I'm not really your friend at all?" Calvin smiled. "That just means you'll have to try extra hard to convince me that you really mean it." The officer who had first heard Calvin's message now approached the captain diffidently. "Captain Fitzroy," he said, "the leaking seems to have stopped, sir." "I know," said the captain. "Thank you, sir," said the officer. "Get everyone back to work, Benson," said the captain. "Some of the American stevedores and sailors won't get back on that ship no matter what we say, sir." "Pay them off and hire others," said the captain. "That will be all, Benson." "Yes, sir." Benson turned around and headed back toward the gangplank. Calvin, in the meantime, had heard the air of crisp command in Captain Fitzroy's voice, and wondered how a man could learn to use his voice like a sharp, hot knife, slicing through other men's will like warm butter. "I would say you've already caused me more trouble than you're worth," said Captain Fitzroy, "and I personally doubt that you have it in you to learn to be a gentleman. Though heaven knows there are plenty that have the title who are every bit as ignorant and boorish as you. But I will accept your coercive agreement, in part because I find you fascinating as well as despicable." "I don't know what all them words mean, Captain Fitzroy, but I know this. Tailswapper once told us how when kings have bastards, the babies get the last name Fitzroy. So no matter what I am, your name says you're a son of a bitch. In my case, the great-great-grandson of a bitch. The second Charles sowed his wild oats. My great-great-grandmother, a noted actress of semi-noble origins, entered into a liaison with him and managed to get her child recognized as royal before the Parliament deprived him of his head. My family has had its ups and downs since the end of the monarchy, and there have been Lords Protector who thought that our association with the royal family made us dangerous. But we managed to survive, and even in recent years prosper. Unfortunately, I'm the younger son of a younger son, so I had the choice of the church or the army or the sea. Until meeting you, I did not regret my choice. Do you have a name, my young extortionist?" "Calvin," he said. "And are you of such a benighted family that you have but the one name to spend as your patrimony?" "Maker," said Calvin. "Calvin Maker. How deliciously vague. Maker. A general term that can be construed in many ways, while promising no particular skill. A Calvin of all trades, and master of none?" "Master of rats," said Calvin, smiling, "and leaks." "As we have seen," said Captain Fitzroy. "I will have your name enrolled as part of the ship's company. Have your gear aboard by nightfall. If you have someone follow me to kill me, your ship will dissolve into sawdust. Yes, the threat has already been made," said Fitzroy. "Now you only have to worry about how much I actually care for my ship." With that, Fitzroy turned his back on Calvin and headed up the gangplank. Calvin almost made him slip and take a pratfall, just to pierce that dignity. But there was a limit, he knew, to how far he could push this man. Especially since Calvin hadn't the slightest idea how to carry out his threat to make the ship fall apart if they killed him. Either he could make the ship leak or stop leaking, but either way he had to be there and alive to do it.
If Fitzroy ever realized that his worst threats were pure bluff, how long would he let Calvin live? Get used to it, Calvin, he told himself. Plenty of people have wanted Alvin dead too, but he got through it all. We makers must have some kind of protection. It's as simple as that. All of nature is looking out for us to keep us safe. Fitzroy won't kill me because I can't be killed. I hope. Chapter 8. Leave-taking. For some reason, Alvin's classroom of grown-up women just wasn't going well today. They were distracted, it seemed like, and Goody Sump was downright hostile. It finally came to a head when Alvin started working with their herb boxes. He was trying to help them find their way into the green song, the first faintest melody, by getting their sage or sorrel or thyme, whatever herb they chose, to grow one specially long branch. This was something Alvin reckoned to be fairly easy, but once you mastered it, you could pretty much get into harmony with any plant. However, only a couple of the women had had much success, and Goody Sump was not one of them. Maybe that was how come she was so testy. Her laurel wasn't even thriving, let alone showing lopsided growth on one branch. The plants don't make the same music they did back when the Reds were tending the woods, Alvin said. He was going to go on and explain how they could do in a small way what the Reds did large, but he didn't get a chance, because that was the moment Goody Sump chose to erupt. She leapt from her chair, strode over to the herb table, and brought her fist right down on top of her own laurel, capsizing the pot and spattering potting soil and laurel leaves all over the table and her own dress. If you think them Reds was so much better, why don't you just go live with them and carry off their daughters to secret randy views? Alvin was so stunned by her unprovoked rage, so perplexed by her inscrutable words, that he just looked at her gape-mouthed as she pulled what was left of her laurel out of what was left of the soil, pulled off a handful of leaves, and threw them in his face, then turned and stalked out of the room. As soon as she was gone, Alvin tried to make a joke out of it. I reckon there's some folks as don't take natural to agriculture. But hardly anybody laughed. You gotta overlook her behavior, Al, said Sylvie Godshadow. A mother's got to believe her own daughter, even if everybody else knows she's spinning moonbeams. Since Goody Sump had 5 daughters, and Alvin had heard nothing significant about any of them lately, this information wasn't much help. Is Goody Sump having some trouble at home? He asked. The women all looked around at each other, but not a one would meet his eyes. Well, it looks to me like everybody here knows somewhat as hasn't yet found its way to my ears, said Alvin. Anybody mind explaining? We're not gossips, said Sylvie Godshadow. I'm surprised you'd think to accuse us. With that, she stood up and started for the door. But I didn't call nobody a gossip, said Alvin.
Space opera adventures, Pulse. Alvin, I think before you criticize others, you'd comb the lice out of your own hair, said Nana Peas. And she was up and off too. Well, what are the rest of you waiting for? Said Alvin. If you all wanted a day off of class, you only had to ask. It's a sure thing I'm done for the day. Before he could even get started sweeping up the spilt soil, the other ladies had all flounced out. Alvin tried to console himself by muttering things he'd heard his own father mutter now and then over the years, things like women and can't do nothing to please 'em and might as well shoot yourself first thing in the morning. But none of that helped, because this wasn't just some normal display of temper. These were level-headed ladies, every one of them, and here they were up in arms over plain nothing, which wasn't natural. It wasn't till afternoon that Alvin realized something serious was wrong. A couple of months ago, Alvin had asked Clevy Sump, Goody Sump's husband, to teach them all how to make a simple one-valve suction pump. It was part of Alvin's idea to teach folks that making is making, and everybody ought to know everything they can possibly learn. Alvin was teaching them hidden powers of making, but they ought to be learning how to make with their hands as well. Secretly, Alvin also hoped that when they saw how tricky and careful it was to make fine machinery like Clevisump did, they'd realize that what Alvin was teaching wasn't much harder, if it was harder at all. And it was working well enough. Except that today, after the noon bread and cheese, he went on out to the mill to find the men gathered around the wreckage of the pumps they'd been making. Every one of them was broke in pieces. And since the fittings were all metal, it must have took some serious work to break it all up. "Who'd do a thing like this?" Alvin asked. "There's a lot of hate goes into something like this." And thinking of hate, it made Alvin wonder if maybe Calvin hadn't come back secretly after all. "There's no mystery who done it," said Winter God Shadow. "I reckon we ain't got us a pump-making teacher no more." "Yup," said Tail Swapper. "This looks like a specially thorough way of telling us, class dismissed." Some of the men chuckled, but Alvin could see that he wasn't the only one angry at the destruction. After all, these pumps were nearly completed, and all these men had put serious work into making them. They counted on them at their own houses. For many of them, it meant the end of drawing water, and Winter Godshadow in particular had got him a plan to pipe the water right into the kitchen, so his wife wouldn't even have to go outdoors to fetch it. Now their work was undone, and some of them weren't taking kindly to it. "Let me talk to Clevisump about this," said Alvin. "I can't hardly believe it was him, but if it was, whatever's the problem, I bet it can be set to rights. I don't want none of you getting angry at him before he's had his say." "We ain't angry at Clevy," said Nils Torson, a burly Swede. His heavy-lidded gaze made it clear who he was angry at. "Me?" said Alvin. "You think I done this?" Then, as if he could hear Miss Larner's voice in his ear, he corrected himself. "Did this?" Murmurs from several of the men assented to the proposition. "Are you crazy? Why would I go to all this trouble? I'm not an unmaker, boys, you know that. But if I was, don't you think I could tear up these pumps a lot more thoroughly without taking half so much trouble?" Tail Swapper cleared his throat. "Perhaps you and I ought to talk alone about this, Alvin." "They're accusing me of wrecking all their hard work, and it ain't so," said Alvin. "Ain't nobody accusing nobody," said Winter God Shadow. "God follows all. God sees all deeds." Usually when Winter got into his God-talking moods, the others would sort of back off and pretend to be busy paring their nails or something, but not this time. This time they were nodding and murmuring their agreement. "Like I said, Alvin, let's you and me have a word. In fact, I think we ought to go on up to the house and talk to your father and mother." "Talk to me right here," said Alvin. "I'm not some little boy to be taken out behind the woodshed and given a licking in private. If I stand accused of something that everybody knows about except me—" "We ain't accusing," said Nils. "We're pondering." "Pondering?" echoed a couple of the others. "Tell me here and now what you're pondering," said Alvin, "because whatever I'm accused of, if it's true, I want to make it right, and if it's false, I want to set it straight." They looked at each other, back and forth, until finally Alvin turned to Tail Swapper. "You tell me." "I only repeat tales that I believe to be true," said Tail Swapper, "and this one I believe to be a flat-out lie told by a dreamy-hearted girl." "Girl? What girl?" And then, putting together Goody Sump's behavior and what Clevisump had done to the pumps, and remembering the dreamy expression in one girl's eyes when she sat there in the children's class, paying no intelligent attention to a thing that Alvin said, he jumped to a certain conclusion, and whispered her name, Amy. To Alvin's consternation, some of the men took the fact that he came up with her name as proof that Amy was telling the truth about whatever it was she had said. "See?" they murmured. "See?" "I'm done with this," said Nils. "I'm done. I'm a farmer. Corn and hogs, that's my knack if I have me any." When he left, several other men went with him. Alvin turned to the others. "I don't know what I'm accused of, but I can promise you this, I've done nothing wrong. In the meantime, it's plain there's no use in holding class today, so let's all go home. I reckon there's a way to salvage every one of these pumps so your work isn't lost. We'll get back to it tomorrow."
As they left, some of the men touched Alvin's shoulder or punched his arm to show their support. But some of the support was of a kind he didn't much like. "Can't hardly blame you, pretty little calf-eyed thing like that. Women is always readin' more into things than a man means." Finally, Alvin was alone with Tailswapper. "Don't look at me," said Tailswapper. "Let's go on up to the house and see if your father's heard the stories yet." When they got there, it was like a family council was already in session. Measure, Armor of God, and Father and Mother were all gathered around the kitchen table. Arthur Stewart was kneading dough. Small as he was good with bread and liked doing it. So Mother had finally given in and admitted that a woman could still be mistress of her own house even if somebody else made the bread. "Glad you're here, Al," said Measure. "You'd think a piece of silliness like this would just get laughed out of town. I mean, these folks should know you." "Why should they?" asked Mother. "He's been gone most of the past 7 years. When he left, he was a scrub-sized boy who'd just spent a year running around the countryside with a red warrior. When he come back, he was full of power and majesty and scared the pellets out of all the bunny hearts around here." "What do they know of his character?" Alvin said. "You mean they haven't?" asked Father. "They were powerful quick to tell your Mother and Measure and Armor of God." Tailswapper chuckled. "Of course they didn't tell Alvin. Those who believe the tale assume he already knows, and those who don't believe it are plain ashamed that anyone could say such silly slander." Measure sighed. "Amy Sump told her friend Ramona, and Ramona told her mama, and her mama went straight to Goody Sump, and she went straight to her husband, and he like to went crazy because he can't conceive that every male creature larger than a mouse isn't hotting up after his Nubian daughter." "Nubile," Alvin corrected him. Yeah, said Measure.
Space opera adventures pulse. I know, you're the one who reads the books, and now's sure the time to correct my grammar. Nubians are black Africans, said Alvin, and Amy ain't no black near as I can figure. This might be a good time to shut up, said Measure. Yes, sir, said Alvin. If only you had left when that torch girl sent you that warning, said Mother. It's a plain fool who stays inside a burning house because he wants to see the color of the flames. What's Amy saying about me? Asked Alvin. Pure nonsense, said Father. About you running off in the Red Way, 100 miles in a night through the woods, taking her to a secret lake where you swum naked, and other such indecencies. With Amy? Asked Alvin, incredulous. Meaning that you'd do it with someone else? Asked Measure. I'd do such a thing with nobody, said Alvin. Ain't decent, and besides, there ain't enough unbroken living forest these days to get 100 miles in a night. I can't make half so good a speed through fields and farms. The green song gets noisy and busted up, and I get too tired trying to hear it. And why is anybody believing such silliness? Because they think you can do anything, said Measure. And because a good number of these men have noticed Amy filling out of late, said Armor of God. And they know that if they had the power, and if Amy was as moony toward them as she plainly is toward you, they'd have her naked in a lake in 2 seconds flat. You're too cynical about human nature, said Tailswapper. Most of these fellows are the wishing kind, but they know Alvin is a doer, not just a wisher. I hardly noticed her, except to think she was sure slow to learn, considering how tight she seemed to pay attention, said Alvin. To you she was paying attention, not to what you said or taught, said Measure. Well, it ain't so. I didn't do anything to her or with her, and even if you did, it would be plain disaster if you married her, said Mother. Married her? Cried Alvin. Well, of course, if it was true, you'd have to marry her, said Father. But it ain't true. You got any witnesses of that? Asked Measure. Witnesses of what? How can I have witnesses that it didn't happen? Everybody's my witness. Everybody didn't see any such thing. But she says it happened, said Measure. And you're the only other one who knows whether she's lying or not. So either she's a plain liar and you're innocently accused, or she's a broken-hearted, lied-to, seduced girl and you're the cad who got the use of her and now won't do the decent thing, and nobody can prove either way. So you don't even believe me? Of course we believe you, said Father. Do you think we're insane? But our believing you ain't any kind of evidence. Measure's been reading law, and he explained it to us. Law? Asked Alvin. Well, afore you come home from Hat Track River anyway, and now and then since, I reckon somebody in the family ought to know something about the law. But you mean you think this might come to court? Might, said Measure. That's what the Sumps were saying. Get them a lawyer from Carthage City, instead of one of the frontier lawyers as has a shingle out here in Vigor Church. Lots of publicity. But they can't convict me of anything. Breach of promise, indecent liberties with a child. All depends on how many jurors think that where there's smoke, there's fire. Indecent liberties with a... That one's a hanging offense, all right, said Measure. But I hear that's the charge that Clevy wants to bring. Doesn't matter if they convict you or not, said Tailswapper. Matters to me, said Mother. Either way, the tale will spread. Alvin, the so-called maker, taking advantage of young girls. You can't let this go to trial, said Tailswapper. Alvin saw at once how such rumors, such publicity as a trial would bring, it would bring down his work, make it impossible to attract others to come and learn making at Vigor Church. Not that he was doing much good teaching making anyway. Miss Larner, murmured Alvin. Yep, said Tailswapper. She warned you. Leave now freely, or leave later because you have to. Why should he be driven from his own home just because a horny, lying little... Mother's voice trailed off. Alvin sat in the ensuing silence, recognizing his foolishness. I suppose I'm a plain fool for not heeding Miss Larner. And then, stiffening his back, he closed his eyes and said, There's another way, so I don't have to leave at all. What's that? Asked Measure. I could marry her. No! Cried Mother and Father at once. Why not just sign a confession? Asked Armor of God. You can't marry her, said Measure. It's what she wants, said Alvin. You can bet she'd say yes, and her father and mother would have to agree to it. Agree to it, and then despise you ever after, said Father. Doesn't matter about his reputation or what people think of him or anything compared to this, said Measure. Waking up every morning and seeing Amy Sump in bed next to you, and knowing the only reason she's there because she slandered you, tell me what kind of home you'll make, the two of you, for your babies. Alvin thought about that for a moment and nodded. I guess marriage ain't much of a solution. More like starting a whole new set of problems. Ah, good, said Father. I was afraid we'd raised us a fool. So I sneak off like a thief, and everybody reckons Amy was telling the truth, and I ran off. Not likely, said Measure. We'll let it be known that you left because your work is too important to be distracted by this nonsense. You'll be back when Amy starts telling the truth, and in the meantime, you'll be studying up on, whatever, learn something. Learning how to build the Crystal City, murmured Tailswapper. They all looked at him. You don't know how, do you, Alvin? Asked Tailswapper. While you're busy trying to make makers out of these people, you don't even know yourself what the Crystal City really is or how to make it. Alvin nodded. That's right. So, it isn't even a lie, said Tailswapper. You do have much to learn, and you're overdue to learn it. Why, you're even grateful to Amy for showing you that you've been hanging around here far too long. Measure's been learning right good. He's far enough ahead of the others that he can go on teaching in your absence. And him being a married man, no schoolgirl's gonna get some foolish notion about him. I don't know, said Measure. I'm pretty cute. You have my bags packed yet, Tailswapper? Asked Alvin. Ain't as if you need much luggage, said Tailswapper. You're going to be traveling small and fast. I reckon there's only one burden that will weigh you down much. A certain farm implement. I couldn't leave it here? Asked Alvin. Not safe, said Tailswapper. Not safe for your family, to have the rumor get about that the maker is gone, but he left the golden plow behind.
Not safe for him to have the rumor say he took it with him, said Mother. Nobody on this planet is safer than Alvin if he wants to be, said Measure. So I just pick up the plow, put it in a gunny sack, and head on out? Asked Alvin. That's about the best plan, said Armor of God. Though I bet your ma will insist on you taking some salt pork with you, and a change of clothes. And me. They all turned to the source of the small piping voice. He's taken me with him, said Arthur Stewart. You'd only slow him down, boy, said Father. You got a good heart, but short legs. He ain't in no hurry, said Arthur, specially figuring as he don't know where he's going. The point is, you'd be in the way, said Armor of God. He'd always have to be thinking of you, trying to keep you out of harm's way. There's plenty of places in this land where a free half-black boy is gonna get folks' dander up, and that won't be much help to Alvin either. You're talking like you think you got a choice, said Arthur. But if Alvin goes, I go, and that's it.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. You can lock me in a closet, but someday I'll get out, and then I'll follow him and find him or die trying. They all looked at him in consternation. Arthur Stewart had been near silence since coming to vigor after his adopted mother was murdered back in Hat Track River. Silent but hard-working, cooperative, obedient. This was a complete surprise, this attitude from him. And besides, said Arthur Stewart, while Alvin's busy looking after the whole world, I'll be there to look after him. I think the boy should go, said Measure. The Unmaker plainly ain't done with Alvin yet. He needs somebody to watch his back. I think Arthur's got it in him. And that was pretty much it. Nobody could size up a fellow like Measure could. Alvin walked to the hearth and pried up 4 stones. Nobody would have guessed that anything was hid under them, because until he raised the stones, there wasn't so much as a crack in the mortar. He didn't dig in the earth under the stones. The plow was buried 8 feet deep, and shoveling would have taken all day, not to mention the dismantling of the entire hearth. No, he just held out his hands and called to the plow, and willed the earth to float it up to him. A moment later, the plow bobbed to the surface of the soil like a cork on a still pond. Alvin could hear a couple of sharp breaths behind him. It still got to folks, even his own family, when he showed his knack so openly. Also, the gold had such a luster to it, as if even in the pitch black of the darkest, moonless, stormy night, that plow would still be visible, the gold burning its way even through your closed eyelids to imprint its shining life straight onto your eyes, straight into your brain. The plow trembled under Alvin's hand. "We got us a journey to take," Alvin murmured to the warm gold. "And maybe along the way, we'll figure out what I made you for." An hour later, Alvin stood at the back door of the house. Not that it took him an hour to pack. He'd spent most of the time down at the mill fixing the pumps. Nor had he spent any of the time on farewells. They hadn't even sent word to any of the family that he was going, because word would get out, and the last thing Alvin needed was for folks to be lying in wait for him when he headed into the forest. Mother and father and Measure and Armor would have to carry his words of love and God bless you to his brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews. Alvin hitched the bag with the plow and his change of clothes in it over his shoulder. Arthur Stewart took his other hand. Alvin scanned the hexes he'd laid in place around the house and made sure they were still perfect in their sixness, undisturbed by wind or meddling. All was in order. It was the only thing he could do for his family in his absence, was to keep wardings about to fend off danger. "Don't you worry about Amy either," said Measure. "Soon as you're gone, she'll notice some other strapping boy, and pretty soon the dreams and stories will be about him, and folks'll realize that you never done nothing wrong." "Hope you're right," said Alvin, "because I don't intend to stay away for long." Those words hung in the silence for a moment, because they all knew it was quite possible that this time Alvin might be gone for good, might never come home. It was a dangerous world, and the Unmaker had plainly gone to some trouble to get Alvin out of here and onto the road. He kissed and hugged all around, taking care not to let the heavy plow smack into anybody.
And then he was off for the woods behind the house, sauntering so as to give anyone watching him the impression that this was just a casual errand he was on, and not some life-changing escape. Arthur Stewart had a hold of his left hand again, and to Alvin's surprise, Tail Swapper fell into step right beside him. "You comin' with me, then?" asked Alvin. "Not far," said Tail Swapper. "Just to talk a minute." "Glad to have you," said Alvin. "I just wondered if you've given any thought to finding Peggy Larner," said Tail Swapper. "Not even for a second," said Alvin. "What, are you mad at her? Hell, boy, if you just listen to her. You think I don't know that? You think I haven't been thinking of that this whole time? I'm just saying that you two was on the verge of marrying back there in Hat Track River, and you could do with a good wife, and she's the best you'll ever find." "Since when do you meddle?" asked Alvin. "I thought you just collected stories. I didn't think you made them happen." "I was afraid you'd be angry at her like this." "I'm not angry at her. I'm angry at myself." "Alvin, you think I don't know a lie when I hear it?" "All right, I am angry. She knew, right? Well, why didn't she just tell me? Amy Sump is gonna tell lies about you and force you to leave, so get out now before her childish imaginations ruin everything. Because if she said that, you wouldn't have left, would you, Alvin? You would have stayed, figuring you could make everything work out fine with Amy. Why, you would have taken her aside and told her not to love you, right? And then when she started talking about you, there'd be witnesses who remembered how she stayed after class one day and was alone with you. And then you would be in trouble, because even more people would believe her story and... Tail Swapper, I wish you sometime would learn the knack of shutting up." "Sorry," said Tail Swapper. "I just don't have any gift for that. I just blather on, annoying people. The fact is that Peggy told you as much as she could without making things worse." "That's right. In her judgment, she decided how much I was entitled to know, and that's all she told me. And then you have the gall to tell me I should go marry her?" "I'm not following your logic here, Al," said Tail Swapper. "What kind of marriage is it when my wife knows everything, but she never tells me enough to make up my own mind? Instead, she always makes up my mind for me, or tells me exactly what she needs to tell me in order to get me to do what she thinks I ought to do. But you didn't do what she said you ought to do. You stuck around. So that's the life you want for me? Either to obey my wife in everything, or wish I had?" Tail Swapper shrugged. "I'm still not getting your objection. It's this simple. A grown-up man doesn't want to be married to his mother. He wants to make his own decisions." "I'm sure you're right," said Tail Swapper. "And who's this grown-up man you're talking about?" Alvin refused to be baited. "I hope someday it's me, but it'll never be me if I tie myself to a torch. I owe much to Miss Larner, and I owe even more to the girl she was before she became a teacher, the girl who watched over me and saved my life again and again. No wonder I loved her. But marrying her would have been the worst mistake of my life. It would have made me weak, dependent. My knack might have remained in my hands, but it would be entirely at her service, and that's no way for a man to live." "A grown-up man, you mean?" "Mock me all you want, Tail Swapper. I notice you got no wife." "I must be a grown-up then," said Tail Swapper. But now there was an edge to his voice, and after gazing at Alvin for just another moment, he turned and walked back the way they'd come together. "I never seen Tail Swapper mad like that before," said Alvin. "He doesn't like it when folks throw his own advice back in his face," said Alvin. Arthur Stewart said nothing, just waited. "All right, let's go." At once Arthur turned and started walking. "Well, wait for me," said Alvin. "Why?" said Arthur Stewart. "You don't know where we're going either." "Reckon not, but I'm bigger, so I get to choose which nowhere we head for." Arthur laughed a little. "I bet there's not a single direction you can choose where there isn't somebody standing in your road, somewhere, even if it's halfway around the world." "I don't know about that," said Alvin.
Bale horror at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. But I know for sure that no matter which way we go, eventually we'll run into the ocean. Can you swim? Not an ocean's worth I can't. So what good are you then? Said Alvin. I was counting on you to tow me across." Hand in hand, they plunged deeper into the woods. And even though Alvin didn't know where he was going, he did know this. The green song might be weak and jumbled these days, but it was still there. And he couldn't help but fall into it and start moving in perfect harmony with the greenwood. The twigs leaned out of his way, the leaves were soft under his feet, and soon he was soundless, leaving no trail behind him and making no disturbance as he went. That night they camped on the shore of Lake Mizigon. If you could call it camping, since they made no fire and built no shelter. They broke out of the woods late in the afternoon and stood there on the shore. Alvin remembered being at this lake, not quite this spot, but not far off either, when Tenskwatawa had called a whirlwind and cut his feet and walked out on the bloody water, taking Alvin with him, drawing him up into the whirlwind and showing him visions. It was then that Alvin first saw the Crystal City and knew that he would build it someday, or rather rebuild it, since it had existed once before, or maybe more than once. But the storm was gone, a distant memory. Tenskwatawa and his people were gone too, most of them dead, and the rest of them in the west. Now it was just a lake. Once Alvin would have been afraid of the water, for it was water that the Unmaker had used to try to kill him over and over when he was a child. But that was before Alvin grew into his knack and became a true maker that night in the forge, turning iron into gold. The Unmaker couldn't touch him through water anymore. No, the Unmaker's tool would be more subtle now. It would be people. People like Amy Sump, weak-willed or greedy or dreamy or lazy, but all of them easily used. It was people who held danger for him now. Water was safe enough, for them as could swim, and that was Alvin. "How about a dip in the water?" Alvin asked. Arthur shrugged. It was when they dipped together in the water of the Ohio that the last traces of Arthur's old self got washed away. But there'd be none of that now. They just stripped down and swam in the lake as the sun set, then lay down in the grass to dry off, the moonlight making the humid air cool enough for sleeping. In the whole journey, they hadn't said a word till they got to the shore of the lake, just moved in perfect harmony through the wood. Even now as they swam, they still said nothing, and hardly splashed. They were so much in harmony with everything, with each other. So it startled Alvin when Arthur spoke to him, lying there in the dark. "This is what Amy dreamed of, ain't it?" Alvin thought of that for a moment. Then he got up and put on his clothes. "I reckon we're dry now," he said. "You think maybe she had a true dream? Only it wasn't her, it was me. I didn't do no huggin' or unnatural things when we was naked in the water," said Alvin. Arthur laughed. "Ain't nothin' unnatural about what she dreamed of." It wasn't no true dream. Arthur got up and put his clothes on too. "I heard the green song this time, Alvin. 3 times I let go of your hand, and I still heard it for the longest time before it started fading, and I had to catch your hand or get left behind." Alvin nodded as if that was what he expected. But it wasn't. In all his teaching of the folks of Vigor Church, he hadn't even tried to teach Arthur Stewart much, sending him instead to the schoolhouse to learn reading and ciphering. But it was Arthur who might well be his best student after all. "You going to become a maker?" asked Alvin. Arthur shook his head. "Not me," he said. "Just going to be your friend." Alvin didn't say aloud the thought of his heart. To be my friend, you might just have to be a maker. He didn't have to say it. Arthur already understood. The wind rose a little in the night, and far away, out over the lake, lightning brightened the underside of distant clouds. Arthur breathed softly in his sleep,
Alvin could hear him in the stillness, louder than the whisper of distant thunder. It should have made him feel lonely, but it didn't. The breaths in the darkness beside him could have been Tecumseh on their long journey so many years ago, when Alvin had been called the boy renegade, and the fate of the world seemed to hang in the balance. Or it might have been his brother Calvin, when as boys they shared a room. Alvin remembered him as a baby in a cradle, then in a crib, the child's eyes looking up to him as if he were God, as if he knew something no other human knew. Well, I did know it, but I lost Calvin anyway. And I saved Tecumseh's life, but couldn't do a thing to save his cause. And he is lost to me also, across the river in the fog of the Red West. And the breathing could have been a wife, instead of just a dream of a wife. Alvin tried to imagine Amy Sump there in the darkness. And even though Measure was right that it would have been a miserable marriage, the fact was that her face was pretty. And in this moment of solitary wakefulness, Alvin could imagine that her young body was sweet and warm to the touch, her kiss eager and full of life and hope. Quickly he shrugged off that image. Amy was not for him, and even to imagine her like that felt akin to some kind of awful crime. He could never marry someone who worshipped him, because his wife would not be married to the maker named Alvin. His wife would be married to the man. It was Peggy Larner he thought of then. He imagined leaning up on one elbow and looking at her when the low, distant lightning cast a brush of life across her face, her hair loose and tousled in the grass, her ladylike hands no longer controlled and graceful with studied gestures, but now casually flung out in sleep. To his surprise, tears came to his eyes. In a moment he realized why. She was as impossible for him as Amy, not because she would worship him, but because she was more committed to his cause than he was. She loved not the maker, and certainly not the man, but rather the making and the thing made. To marry her would be a kind of surrender to fate, for she was the one who saw futures that might arise out of all possible present choices. And if he married her, he would be no man at all. Not because she would mean to unman him, but because he himself would not be so stupid as not to follow her advice. Freely he would follow her, and thus freely lose his freedom. No, it was Arthur lying there beside him, this strange boy who loved Alvin beyond all reason, and yet demanded nothing from him. This boy who had lost a part of himself in order to be free, and had replaced it with a part of Alvin. The parallel was suddenly obvious to Alvin, and for a moment he was ashamed. I did to Arthur just what I fear that Peggy Larner might do to me. I took away a part of him and replaced it with myself. Only he was so young and his danger so great that I didn't ask him or explain, nor could he have understood me if I tried. He had no choice. I still have one. Would I be as content as Arthur if once I gave myself to Peggy? Perhaps someday, Alvin thought, but not now. I'm not ready yet to give myself to someone, to surrender my will, the way Arthur has to me, the way parents do to their children, giving their lives over to the needs of helpless, selfish little ones. The road is open before me, all roads, all possibilities. From this grassy bed beside Lake Michigan, I can go anywhere, find all that is findable, do all that is doable, make all that can be made. Why should I build a fence around myself? Leash myself to one tree? Not even a horse, not even a dog was loyal enough to do such a mad thing to itself. From infancy on, his knack had captured him.
Space opera adventures pulse. Whether as a child in his family, as Tecumseh's traveling companion, as apprentice smith, or as a teacher of would-be makers, he had been hobbled by his neck. But not now. The lightning flashed again, farther off this time. There would be no rain here tonight, and tomorrow he would get up and go south, or north, or west, or east, as the idea struck him, seeking whatever goal seemed desirable. He had left home to get away, not to go toward anything. There was no greater freedom than that. Chapter 9. Cooper Peggy Larner kept watch on both of those bright heart fires. Alvin as he wandered through America, Calvin as he made his way to England and prepared for his audience with Napoleon. There was little change in the possible futures that she saw, for neither man's plan was one whit altered. Alvin's plan, of course, was no plan at all. He and Arthur Stewart, traveling afoot, made their way westward from Michigan, past the growing town of Chicago, and on until the dense fogs of the Mississippi turned them back. Alvin had entertained a vague hope that he, at least, would be permitted to pass to the Mississippi and beyond. But if such a thing would ever be possible, it certainly was not possible now. So he went north all the way to High Water Lake, where he boarded one of the new steamboats that was carrying iron ore to Iroquois, where it would be loaded on trains and carried the rest of the way to the coal country of Susquehanna and Pennsylvania, to feed into the new steel mills. "Is that making?" asked Arthur Stewart when Alvin explained the process to him. "Turning iron into steel?" "It's a sort of making," said Alvin, "where earth is forced by fire. But the cost is high, and the iron aches when it's been transformed like that. I've seen some of the steel they've made. It's in the rails. It's in the locomotives. The metal screams all the time. A soft sound, very high, but I can hear it." "Does that mean it's evil to use steel?" asked Arthur Stewart. "No," said Alvin, "but we should only use it when it's worth the cost of such suffering. Maybe someday we'll find a better way to bring the iron up to strength. I am a smith. I won't deny the forge fire or refuse the hammer and the anvil. Nor will I say that the foundries of Duquesne are somehow worse than my small forge. I've been inside the flame. I know that the iron can live in it too, and come out unhurt." "Maybe that's what we're wandering for," said Arthur Stewart, "for you to go to the foundries and help them make steel more kindly." "Maybe," said Alvin, and they rode the train to Duquesne, and Alvin applied for work in a foundry and learned by watching and doing all the things there was to know about the making of steel. And in the end he said, "I found a way, but it takes a maker to do it, or pretty close." And there it was. If Alvin was to change the world, it required him to do what he had already half failed at doing back in Vigor Church, which was to make more makers. They left the steel towns and went on east, and as Peggy watched Alvin's heart fire, she saw no change, no change, no change. And then one day, of a sudden, for no reason she could see in Alvin's life, 1,000 new roads opened up and down, and every one of them was a man that she had never seen before. A man who called himself Verily Cooper, and spoke like a book-learned Englishman, and walked beside Alvin every step of his life for years. Down that path, the golden plow was fixed with a perfect handle, and leapt to life under human hands. Down that path, the Crystal City rose skyward, and the fog at the Mississippi shore cleared for a few miles, and red folk stood on the western shore, and gladly greeted white folk come on coracles and rafts to trade with them, and speak to them, and learn from them. But where did this Verily Cooper come from? And why had he now so suddenly appeared in Alvin's life? Only later in the day did it occur to Peggy that it was none of Alvin's doing that brought this man to him, but rather someone else. She looked to Calvin's heart fire. So far away, she had to look deep through the ground to see him in England,
around the curve of the earth. And there she saw that it was he who had made the change, and by the simplest of choices. He took the time to charm a member of Parliament, who invited him to tea. And even though Calvin knew that this man had nothing for him, on a whim, the merest chance, he decided he would go. That decision transformed Calvin's own futures only slightly. Nothing much was changed, except this. Down almost every road, Calvin spent an hour at the tea-sitting beside a young barrister named Verily Cooper, who listened avidly to all that Calvin had to say. Was it possible, then, that Calvin was part of Alvin's making after all? He went to England with the undoing of all of Alvin's works in his heart, and yet, by whim, by chance, if there was such a thing, he would have an encounter that would almost surely bring Verily Cooper to America, to Alvin Smith, to the Golden Plough, the Crystal City, the opening of the Mississippi fog. Arise Cooper was an honest, hard-working Christian. He lived his life as close to purity as he could, given the finite limits of the human mind. Every commandment he learned of, he obeyed. Every imperfection he could imagine, he purged from his soul. He kept a detailed journal every day, tracking the doings of the Lord in his life. For instance, on the day his second son was born, he wrote, "Today Satan made me angry at a man who insisted on measuring the 3 kegs I made him, sure that I had given him short measure. But the Spirit of God kindled forgiveness within my heart, for I realized that a man might become suspicious because he had been so often cheated by devilish men. Thus I saw that the Lord had trusted me to teach this man that not all men will cheat him, and I bore his insult with patience. Sure enough, as Jesus taught, when I answered vileness with kindness, the stranger did part from my coopery, as my friend instead of my enemy, and with a wiser eye about the workings of the Lord among men. Oh, how great thou art, my beloved God, to turn my sinful heart into a tool to serve thy purposes in this world. At nightfall entered into the world my second son, whom I name Verily, verily I say unto you, except ye become as a little child, ye shall in no wise enter into the kingdom of heaven." If anyone thought the name a bit excessive, they said nothing to Arise Cooper, whose own name was also a bit of scripture, Arise and come forth. Nor did the child's mother, whose own name was the shortest verse in scripture, He wept. They all knew that the baby's whole name would almost never be used. Instead, he was known as Verily, and as he grew up, the name would often be shortened to Very. It was not the name that was Verily Cooper's heaviest burden. No, there was something much darker that cast its shadow upon the boy very early in his life. Arise's wife, Wept, came to him one day when Verily was only 2 years old. She was agitated. "Arise, I saw the boy playing with scraps today, building a tower of them." Arise cast his mind through all the evil that one might do with wood scraps from the cooper's trade, and could think of only one. Was it a representation of the Tower of Babel? Wept looked puzzled. It might be, or might not. What would I know of that, since the boy speaks not a word yet? "What then?" asked Arise, impatient now because she had not got straight to the point. No, he was impatient because he had guessed wrong, and now was a bit ashamed of himself. It was a sin to try to put the blame on her for ill feelings of his own causing. In his heart, he prayed for forgiveness, even as she went on. "Arise, he built high with the scraps, but they fell over, again and again. I saw him and thought, the Lord of heaven teaches our little one that the works of man are all futility, and only the works of God can last."
Space opera adventures pulse. But then he gets on his face this look of grim determination, and now he studies each scrap of wood as he builds with it, laying it in place all careful-like. He builds and he builds and he builds until the last scrap is higher than his own head, and still it stands. Arise was uncertain what she meant by this, or why it troubled her. "Come, husband, and see the working of our baby's hand." Arise followed her into the kitchen. No one else was there, though this was the busiest cooking time of the day. Arise could see why they had all fled, for the pile of scrap wood rose higher than reason or balance should have allowed. The blocks lay every which way, balanced perfectly no matter how odd or precarious the fit, with the blocks above and below. "Knock it down at once," said Arise. "Do you think that didn't occur to me?" asked Wept. She flung out her arm and dashed the tower to the ground. It fell, but all in one motion, and even lying on the ground, the blocks remained attached to each other as surely as if they were glued. "He must have been playing with the mucilage," said Axes. But he knew even as he said it that it wasn't so. He knelt beside the supine tower and tried to separate a block from the end. He couldn't pry it away. He picked up the whole tower and dashed it across his knee. It bruised him, but did not break. Finally, by standing on the middle of it and lifting one end with all his strength, he broke the tower. But it took as much force as if he were breaking a sturdy plank. And when he examined the torn ends, he saw that the tower had broken in the middle of a block, and not at the joint between them. He looked at his wife, and knew what he should say to her. He should tell her that it was obvious her son had been possessed by Satan, to such a point that the lad was now fully empowered with extraordinary witchery. When such a word was said, there would be no choice but to take the boy to the magistrate, who would administer the witch tests. The boy, being too young and speechless to confess or recant, would burn as the court sentence, if he did not drown during the trial. Arise had never questioned the rightness of the laws that kept England pure of witchery and the other dark doings of Satan. No more would they exile witches to America. The only result of that old policy had been a nation possessed by the devil. The scripture was clear, and there was no room for mercy. "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." And yet Arise did not say to his wife the words that would force them to give their baby to the magistrate for discipline. For the first time in his life, Arise Cooper, knowing the truth, did not act upon it. "I say we burn this odd-shaped board," said Arise, "and forbid the child to play with blocks. Watch him close, and teach him to live each moment in close obedience to the laws of God. Until he has learned, let no other woman look after him out of your presence." He looked his wife in the eye, and Wept looked back at him. At first her eyes were wide with surprise at his words. Then surprise gave way to relief, and then to determination. "I will watch him so close that Satan will have no opportunity to whisper in his ear," she said. "We can afford to have a cook to supervise the work of the serving girls from now on," said Arise. "The raising of this most difficult son is in our hands. We will save him from the devil. No other work is more important than this." Thus it was that Verily Cooper's upbringing became difficult and interesting. He was beaten more than any other child in the family, for his own good, for Arise well knew that Satan had made an inroad in the child's heart at an early age. Thus all signs of rebellion, disrespect, and sin must be driven out vigorously. If little Verily was resentful of the special discipline he received compared to his older brother and his younger sisters, he said nothing of it, perhaps because complaint always resulted in swift blows from a birch rod. He learned to live with such punishment, and even, after a little while, to take some pride in it, for the other children looked at him in awe, seeing how much beating he took without so much as crying, and for offenses which in them would have brought no more than a sharp look from their parents. Verily was quick to learn. The birch rod taught him which of his actions were merely the normal mischief of a growing boy, and which were regarded as signs that Satan was laboring mightily for possession of his soul. When the neighborhood boys were building a snow fort, for instance, if he built sloppily and carelessly like they did, there was no punishment.
But when he took special care to make the blocks fit smoothly and seamlessly together, he got such a caning that his buttocks bled. Likewise, when he helped his father in the shop, he learned that if he joined the staves of a barrel loosely, as other men did it, barely holding them together inside the hoops, relying on the liquid the barrel would eventually hold to swell the wood and make the joints truly airtight, then it was all right. But if he chose the wood carefully and concentrated to fit them so the wood joined perfectly and the barrel held air as tight as a pig's bladder, his father beat him with the sizing tool and drove him from the shop. By the time he was 10, Verily no longer went openly into his father's shop, and it seemed that his father didn't mind having him stay away. Yet still it galled him to see the work that the shop turned out without his help, for Verily could sense the roughness, the looseness of the fit between the staves of the kegs and the barrels and the butts. It grated on him. It made him tingle between the shoulder blades just to think of it, until he could hardly stand it. He took to rising in the middle of the night and going into the shop, and rebuilding the worst of the barrels. No one guessed what he had done, for he left no scraps behind. All he did was unhoop the barrel, refit the staves, and draw the hoops back on, more tightly than before. The result was, first, that Arise Cooper got a name for making the best barrels in the Midlands. Second, that Verily was often sleepy and lazy-seeming during the day, which led to more beatings, though nothing like as severe as the ones he really concentrated on making things fit together. And third, that Verily learned to live with constant deception, hiding what he was, and what he saw, and what he felt, and what he did from everyone around him. It was only natural that he should be drawn to the study of law. Lazy as Verily sometimes seemed, he had a sharp mind with his studies. Arise and Wept both saw it, and instead of contenting themselves with the local tax-paid teacher, they sent him to an academy that was normally only for the sons of squires and rich men. The taunting and mockery that Verily endured from the other boys because of his rough accent and homely clothing was hardly noticeable to Verily. Such poundings as the boys inflicted on him were nothing compared to the beatings he was inured to. And any abuse that didn't cause physical pain didn't even enter Very's consciousness. All he cared about was that at school he didn't have to live in fear all the time. And the teachers loved it when he studied carefully and saw how ideas fit together. What he could only do in secret with his hands, he could do openly with his mind. And it wasn't just ideas. He began to learn that if he concentrated on the boys around him, really listening to them, watching how they acted, he could see them as clearly as he saw bits of wood, seeing exactly where and how each boy might fit well with each other boy. Just a word here and there, just an idea tossed into the right mind at the tight time, and he made the boys of his dormitory into a cohesive band of loving friends. As much as they were willing, that is. Some were filled with deep rage that made it so that the better they fit, the more surly and suspicious they became.
Space opera adventures pulse. Verily couldn't help that. He couldn't change a boy's heart. He could only help him find where his natural inclinations would make him fit most comfortably with the others. No one saw it, though no one saw that it was Verily who made these boys into the tightest group of friends that had ever passed through this school. The masters saw that they were friends, but they also saw that Verily was the one misfit who never quite belonged. They could not have imagined that he was the cause of the others' extraordinary closeness. And that was fine with Verily. He suspected that if they knew what he was doing, it would be like being home with father again. Only now it wouldn't be birch rods. For in his studies, particularly in religion class, Verily finally came to understand what the beatings were all about. Witchery. Verily Cooper had been born a witch. No wonder his father looked haunted all the time. Arise Cooper had suffered a witch to live. And those canings, far from being an act of rage or hatred, were really designed to help Verily learn to disguise the evil born in him, so that no one would ever know that Arise and Wept Cooper had concealed a witch child in their own home. But I'm not a witch, Verily finally told himself. Satan never came to me. And what I do causes no harm. How can it be against God to make barrels tight, or help boys find the best chance of friendship between them? How have I ever used my powers? Was that not what Christ taught? To be the servant of all? By the time Verily was 16, a sturdy and rather good-looking young man of some education and impeccable manners, he had become a thoroughgoing skeptic. If the dogmas about witchery could be so hopelessly wrong, how could any of the teachings of the ministers be relied upon? It left Verily Cooper at loose ends, intellectually speaking, for all his teachers spoke as if religion were the cornerstone of all other learning. And yet all of Very's actual studies led him to the conclusion that sciences founded upon religion were uncertain at best, utterly bogus at worst. Yet he breathed no word of these conclusions. You could be burned as an atheist just as fast as you could be burned as a witch. And besides, he wasn't sure he didn't believe in anything. He just didn't believe in what the ministers said. If the preachers had no idea of what was good or evil, where could he turn to learn about right and wrong? He tried reading philosophy at Manchester, but found that except for Newton, the best the philosophers had to offer was a vast sea of opinion, with a few blocks of truth floating here and there, like wreckage from a sunken ship. And Newton and the scientists who followed him had no soul. By deciding that they would study only that which could be verified under controlled conditions, they had merely limited their field of endeavor. Most truth lay outside the neat confines of science. And even within those boundaries, Verily Cooper, with his keen eye for things which did not fit, soon found that while the pretense of impartiality was universal, the fact of it was very rare. Most scientists, like most philosophers and most theologians, were captives of received opinion. To swim against the tide was beyond their powers, and sad truth remained scattered, unassembled, waterlogged. At least lawyers knew they were dealing with tradition, not truth, with consensus, not objective reality. And a man who understood how things fit together might make a real contribution, might save a few people from injustice, might even, in some far distant year, strike a blow or two against the witchery laws and spare those few dozen souls a year so incautious as to be caught manipulating reality in unapproved ways. As for Arise and Wept, they were deeply gratified when their son Verily left home, expressing no interest in the family business. Their oldest child, Mocky, full name, He Will Not Be Mocked Cooper, was a skilled barrel maker and popular both inside and outside the family. He would inherit everything. Verily would go to London, and Arise and Wept would no longer be responsible for him. Verily even gave them a quitclaim against the family estate, though they hadn't asked for it. When Arise accepted the document, 21-year-old Verily took the birch rod from where it hung on the wall, broke it over his knee, and fed it into the kitchen fire. There was no further discussion of the matter. All understood. What Verily chose to do with his powers was his own business now. Verily's talents were immediately noticed. He was invited to join several law firms, and finally chose the one that gave him the greatest independence to choose his own clients. His reputation soared as he won case after case. But what impressed the lawyers who truly understood these things was not the number of victories, but rather the even larger number of cases that were settled justly without even going to trial. By the time Verily turned 25, it was becoming a custom several times a month for both parties in hotly contested lawsuits to come to Verily and beg him to be their arbiter, completely sidestepping the courts. Such was his reputation as a wise and just man. Some whispered that in due course he would become a great force in politics. Some dared to wish that such a man might someday be Lord Protector, if that office were only filled by election, like the presidency of the United States. The United States, that motley, multilingual, mongrel, moss-backed republic that had somehow, kingless and causeless, arisen by accident between the Crown lands and New England. America, where men wearing buckskin were said to walk the halls of Congress along with Reds, Dutchmen, Swedes, and other semi-civilized specimens who would have been ejected from Parliament before they could speak a word aloud. More and more Verily Cooper turned his eyes to that country. More and more he yearned to live in a place where his gift for making things fit together could be used to the fullest, where he could join things with his hands, not just with his mind and with his words, where, in short, he could live without deception. Maybe in such a land, where men did not have to lie about who they were in order to be granted the right to live, maybe in such a land he could find his way to some kind of truth, some kind of understanding about what the universe was for. And failing that, at least I cast Verily could be free there. The trouble was, it was English law that Verily had studied, and it was English clients who were on the way to making him a rich man. What if he married? What if he had children? What kind of life would he make for them in America, amid the forest primeval? How could he ask a wife to leave civilization and go to Philadelphia? And he wanted a wife. He wanted to raise children. He wanted to prove that goodness wasn't beaten into children, that fear was not the fount from which virtue flowed. He wanted to be able to gather his family in his arms and know that not one of them dreaded the sight of him or felt the need to lie to him in order to have his love. So he dreamed of America, but stayed in London, searching in high society to find the right woman to make a family with. By now, his homely manners had been replaced by university fashion, and finally with courtliness that made him welcome in the finest houses. His wit, never biting, always deep, made him a popular guest in the great salons of London. And if he was never invited to the same dinners or parties as the leading theologians of the day, it was not because he was thought to be an atheist, but rather because there were no theologians regarded as his equal in conversation. One had to place Verily Cooper with at least one who could hold his own with him. Everyone knew that Verily was far too kind-hearted to destroy fools for public entertainment.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulsed. He simply fell silent when surrounded by those of dimmer wit. It was a shameful thing for a host when word spread that Verily Cooper had been silent all night long. Verily Cooper was 26 years old when he found himself at a party with a remarkable young American named Alvin Miller. Verily noticed him at once because he didn't fit, but it wasn't because of his Americanness. In fact, Verily could see at once that Calvin had done a good job of acquiring a veneer of manners that kept him from the most egregious faux pas that bedeviled most Americans who attempted to make their way in London. The boy was going on about his effort to learn French, joking about how abominably untalented he was at languages. But Verily saw, as did many others, that this was all pretense. When Calvin spoke, each phrase came out with splendid accents, and if his vocabulary was lacking, his grammar was not. A lady near Verily murmured to him, "If he's bad at languages, I shudder to imagine what he's good at." Lying, that's what he's good at, thought Verily. But he kept his mouth shut, because how could he possibly know that Calvin's every word was false, except because he knew that nothing fit when Calvin was speaking? The boy was fascinating, if only because he seemed to lie when there was no possible benefit from lying. He lied for the sheer joy of it. Was this what America produced? The land that in Verily's fantasies was a place of truth? And this was what was spawned there? Maybe the ministers were not wholly wrong about those with hidden powers, or knacks, as the Americans quaintly called them. "Mr. Miller," said Riley, "I wonder, since you're an American, if you have any personal knowledge of knacks." The room fell silent.
To speak of such things, it was only slightly less crude than to speak of personal hygiene. And when it was rising young barrister Verily Cooper doing the asking, "I beg your pardon?" asked Calvin. "Knacks," said Verily, "hidden powers. I know that they're legal in America, and yet Americans profess to be Christian. Therefore, I'm curious about how such things are rationalized, when here they are considered to be proof of one's enslavement to Satan and worthy of a sentence of death." "I'm no philosopher, sir," said Calvin. Verily knew better. He could tell that Calvin was suddenly more guarded than ever. Verily's guess had been right. This Calvin Miller was lying because he had much to hide. "All the better," said Verily. "Then there's a chance that your answer will make sense to a man as ignorant of such matters as I am." "I wish you'd let me speak of other things," said Calvin. "I think we might offend this company." "Surely you don't imagine you were invited here for any reason other than your Americanness," said Verily. "So why do you resist talking about the most obvious oddity of the American people?" There was a buzz of comment. Who had ever seen Verily be openly rude like this? Verily knew what he was doing, however. He hadn't interviewed 1,000 witnesses without learning how to elicit truth even from the most flagrant habitual liar. Calvin Miller was a man who felt shame sharply. That was why he lied to hide himself from anything that would shame him. If provoked, however, he would respond with heat, and the lies and calculation would give way to bits of honesty now and then. In short, Calvin Miller had a dander, and it was up. "Oddity?" asked Calvin. "Perhaps the odd thing is not having knacks, but rather denying that they exist or blaming them on Satan." Now the buzz was louder. Calvin, by speaking honestly, had shocked and offended his pious listeners more than Verily's rudeness had. Yet this was a cosmopolitan crowd, and there were no ministers present. No one left the room. All watched, all listened with fascination. "Take that as your premise, then," said Verily. "Explain to me and this company how these occult knacks came into the world, if not caused by the influence of the devil. Surely you won't have us believe that we Englishmen burn people to death for having powers given to them by God?" Calvin shook his head. "I see that you want merely to provoke me, sir, into speaking in ways that are against the law here." "Not so," said Verily. "There are 36 witnesses in this salon right now who would testify that far from initiating this conversation, you were dragged into it. Furthermore, I am not asking you to preach to us. I'm merely asking you to tell us, as scientists, what Americans believe. It is no more a crime to tell about American beliefs concerning knacks than it is to report on Muslim harems and Hindu widow burning. And this is a company of people who are eager to learn. If I'm wrong, please let me be corrected." No one spoke up to correct him. They were, in fact, dying to hear what the young American would say. "I'd say there's no consensus about it," said Calvin. "I'd say that no one knows what to think. They just use the knacks that they have. Some say it's against God. Some say God made the world, knacks included, and it all depends on whether the knacks are used for righteousness or not. I've heard a lot of different opinions." "But what is the wisest opinion that you've heard?" insisted Verily. He could feel it the moment Calvin decided on his answer. It was a kind of surrender. Calvin had been flailing around, but now he had given in to the inevitable. He was going to tell, if not the truth, then at least a true reporting of somebody else's truth. One fellow says that knacks come because of a natural affinity between a person and some aspect of the world around him. It's not from God or Satan, he says. It's just part of the random variation in the world. This fellow says that a knack is really a matter of winning the trust of some part of reality. He reckons that the Reds, who don't believe in knacks, have found the truth behind it all. A white man gets it in his head he has a knack, and from then on, all he works on is honing that particular talent.
But if, like the Reds, he saw knacks as just an aspect of the way all things are connected together, then he wouldn't concentrate on just one talent. He'd keep working on all of them. So in this fellow's view, knacks are just the result of too much work on one thing, and not enough work on all the rest. Like a hodgman who carries bricks only on his right shoulder. His body's going to get twisted. You have to study it all, learn it all. Every knack is within our power to acquire it, I reckon, if only we... His voice trailed off. When Calvin spoke again, it was in the crisp, clear, educated-sounding way he must have learned since reaching England. Only then did Verily and the others realize that his accent had changed during that long speech. He had shed the thin coating of Englishness and shown the American. "Who is this man who taught you all this?" asked Verily. "Does it matter? What does such a rough man know of nature?" Calvin spoke mockingly, but he was lying again, Verily knew it. "This rough man, as you call him, I suspect he says a great deal more than the mere snippet you've given us today. You can't stop him from talking. He's so full of his own voice." The bitterness in Calvin's tone was a powerful message to Verily. This is sincere. Calvin resents whoever this frontier philosopher is, resents him deeply. But I'm not about to bore this company with the ravings of a frontier lunatic. "But you don't think he's a lunatic, do you, Mr. Miller?" A momentary pause. "Think of your answer quickly, Calvin Miller. Find a way to deceive me if you can." "I can't say, sir," said Calvin. "I don't think he knows half as much as he lets on, but I wouldn't dare call my own brother a liar." There was a sudden loud eruption of buzzing. Calvin Miller had a brother who philosophized about knacks and said they weren't from the devil.
Controlled horror at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. More important to Verily was the fact that Calvin's words obviously didn't fit in with the world he actually believed in. Lies, lies. Calvin obviously believed that his brother was very wise indeed, that he probably knew more than Calvin was willing to admit. At this moment, without realizing it himself, Verily Cooper made the decision to go to America. Whoever Calvin's brother was, he knew something that Verily wanted desperately to learn. For there was a ring of truth in this man's ideas. Maybe if Verily could only meet him and talk to him, he could make Verily's own knack clear to him. Could tell him why he had such a talent, and why it persisted even though his father tried to beat it out before him. "What's your brother's name?" asked Verily. "Does that matter?" asked Calvin, a faint sneer in his voice. "Planning a visit to the backwoods soon?" "Is that where you're from?" asked Verily. Calvin immediately backtracked. "Actually, no, I was exaggerating. My father was a miller." "How did the poor man die?" asked Verily. "He's not dead," said Calvin. "But you spoke of him in the past tense, as if he were no longer a miller." "He still runs a mill," said Calvin. "You still haven't told me your brother's name?" "Same as my father's, Alvin." "Alvin Miller?" asked Verily. "Used to be, but in America we still change our names with our professions. He's a journeyman smith now, Alvin Smith. And you remain Calvin Miller because?" "Because I haven't chosen my life's work yet." "You hope to discover it in France?" Calvin leapt to his feet as if his most terrible secret had just been exposed. "I have to get home." Verily also rose to his feet. "My friend, I fear my curiosity has made you feel uncomfortable. I will stop my questioning at once and apologize to this whole company for having broached such difficult subjects tonight. I hope you will all excuse my insatiable curiosity." Verily was at once reassured by many voices that it had been most interesting, and no one was angry with or offended by anyone. The conversation broke into many smaller chats. In a few moments, Verily managed to maneuver himself close to the young American.
"Your brother, Alvin Smith," he said. "Tell me where I can find him." "In America," said Calvin, and because the conversation was private, he did not conceal his contempt. "Only slightly better than telling me to search for him on Earth," said Verily. "Obviously you resent him. I have no desire to trouble you by asking you to tell me any more of his ideas. It will cost you nothing to tell me where he lives so I can search him out myself. You'd make a voyage across the ocean to meet with a boy who talks like a country bumpkin in order to learn what he thinks about knacks? Whether I make such a voyage or merely write him a letter is no concern of yours," said Verily. "In the future, I'm bound to be asked to defend people accused of witchery. Your brother may have the arguments that will allow me to save a client's life. Such ideas can't be found here in England because it would be the ruin of a man's career to explore too assiduously into the works of Satan." "So why aren't you afraid of ruining your own career?" said Calvin. "Because whatever he knows, it's true enough to make a liar like you run halfway around the world to get away from the truth." Calvin's expression grew ugly with hate. "How dare you speak to me like that? I could—" So, Verily had guessed right about the way Calvin fit into his own family back home. "The name of the town, and you and I will never have to speak again." Calvin paused for a moment, weighing the decision. "I take you at your word, Mr. Rising Young Barrister Esquire. The town is Vigor Church, in Wabash Territory, near the mouth of Tippecanoe Creek. Go find my brother if you can. Learn from him if you can. Then you can spend the rest of your life wondering if maybe you wouldn't have been better off trying to learn from me." Verily laughed softly. "I don't think so, Calvin Miller. I already know how to lie, and alas, that's the only knack you have that you've practiced enough to be truly accomplished at it. In another time I would have shot you dead for that remark." "But this is an age that loves liars," said Verily. "That's why there are so many of us, acting out lives of pretense. I don't know what you're hoping to find in France, but I can promise you it will be worthless to you in the long run if your whole life up to that moment is a lie. Now you're a prophet? Now you can see into a man's heart?" Calvin sneered and backed away. "We had a deal. I told you where my brother lives. Now stay away from me." Calvin Miller left the party, and, moments later, so did Verily Cooper. It was quite a scandal, Verily's acting so rudely in front of the whole company like that. Was it quite safe to invite him to dinners and parties anymore? Within a week, that question ceased to matter. Verily Cooper was gone. Resigned from his law firm, his bank accounts closed, his apartment rented. He sent a brief letter to his parents, telling them only that he was going to America to interview a fellow about a case he was working on. He didn't add that it was the most important case of his life, his trial of himself as a witch. Nor did he tell them when, if ever, he meant to return to England. He was sailing west, and would then take whatever conveyance there was, even if it was his own feet on a rough path, to meet this fellow Alvin Smith, who said the first sensible thing about knacks that Verily had ever heard. On the very day that Verily Cooper set sail from Liverpool, Calvin Miller stepped onto the Calais ferry. From that moment on, Calvin spoke nothing but French, determined to be fluent before he met Napoleon. He wouldn't think of Verily Cooper again for several years. He had bigger fish to fry. What did he care about what some London lawyer thought of him? Chapter 10. Welcome Home. Left to himself, Alvin likely wouldn't have come back to Hattrack River. Sure, it was his birthplace, but since his folks moved on before he was even sitting up by himself, he didn't have no memories of the way it was then. He knew that the oldest settlers in that place were Horace Gaster and Makepeace Smith and old Vandervoort, the Dutch trader. So when he was born, the roadhouse and the smithy and the general store must have been there already. But he couldn't conjure up no pictures in his memory of such a little place.
The Hat-Track River he knew was the village of his prenticeship, with a town square and a church with a preacher, and Whitley Physiker to tend the sick, and even a post office, and enough folks with enough children that they got them up a subscription and hired them a school teacher, which meant it was a real town by then. But what difference did that make to Alvin? He was stuck there from the age of 11, bound over to a greedy master who squeezed the last ounce of work out of his boy while teaching him as little as possible, as late as possible. There was scarce any money, and neither time to get any pleasure from it, nor pleasures to be bought if you had the time. Even so, miserable as his prenticeship was, he might have looked back on Hat-Track River with some fondness. There was Makepeace's shrewish wife Gertie, who nevertheless was a fine cook and had a spot of kindness for the boy now and then. There was Horace and old Peg Gaster, who remembered his birth and made him feel welcome whenever he had a moment to visit with them or do some odd job to help them out. And as Alvin got him a name for making perfect hexes and doing better ironwork than his master, there was plenty of visits from all the other folks in town, asking for this, asking for that, and all sort of pretending they didn't know Alvin was the true master in that smithy. Wouldn't want to rile up old Makepeace, 'cause then he'd take it out on the boy, wouldn't he? But he was a good one with his hands, that boy Alvin.
Space opera adventures might become. Space opera adventures pulse. So Alvin might have made him some happy memories of the place, the way folks always finds a way to dip into their own past and draw out wistful moments, even if those very moments was lonely or painful or downright hellish to live through at the time. For Alvin, though, all those childish and youthish memories was swallowed up in the way it ended, right at the happiest time, when he was falling in love with Miss Larner while trying to pick up some decent book learning. Them slave finders came for little Arthur Stewart, and everything went ugly. They even forced Alvin to make the manacles that Arthur would wear back into slavery. Then Alvin and Horace Gester took their life in their hands and went to fetch back the boy, and Alvin changed Arthur Stewart deep inside and washed away his old self in the Hio, so the finders could never match him up with the bits of hair and flesh in their cachet. So even then, it might have still been hopeful, a good memory of a bad time that turned out fine. Then that last night, standing in the smithy with Miss Larner, Alvin told her he loved her and asked her to marry him, and she might have said yes. She had a look in her eyes that said yes, he thought. But at that very moment, old Peg Gester killed one finder and got herself killed by the other. Only then did Alvin find out that Miss Larner was really little Peggy, Peg's and Horace's long-lost daughter, the torch girl who saved Alvin's life when he was a little baby. What a thing to find out about the woman you love in the exact moment that you're losing her forever. But he wasn't really thinking of losing Miss Larner then. All he could think of was old Peg, gruff and sharp-tongued and loving old Peg, shot dead by a slave finder. And never mind that she shot one of them first. They was in her house without leave, trespassing, and even if the law gave them the right to be there, it was an evil law, and they was evil to make their living by it, and it didn't none of it matter then anyway, because Alvin was so angry he wasn't thinking straight. Alvin found the one as killed old Peg and snapped his neck with one hand, and then he beat his head against the ground until the skull inside the skin was all broke up like a pot in a meal sack. When Alvin's fury died, when the white-hot rage was gone, when deep justice stopped demanding the death of the killer of old Peg, all that was left was the broken body in his arms, the blood on his apron, the memory of murder. Never mind that nobody in Hat-Track River would ever call him a killer for what he'd done that night. In his own heart, he knew that he had unmade his own makin'. For that moment, he had been the unmaker's tool. That dark memory was why none of the other memories could ever turn light in Alvin's heart.
and that's why Alvin probably wouldn't never have come back to Hat Track River, left to himself. But he wasn't left to himself, was he? He had Arthur Stewart with him, and to that little boy, the town of Hat Track River was nothing but pure golden childhood. It was setting and watching Alvin work in the smithy, or even pumping the bellows sometimes. It was listening to the red bird's song and knowing the words. It was hearing all the gossip in the town and saying it back all clever so the grown-ups clapped their hands and laughed. It was being the champion speller of the whole town, even though for some reason they wouldn't let him into the school proper. And yes, sure, the woman he called Mother got herself killed, but Arthur didn't see that with his own eyes. And anyway, he had to go back, didn't he? Old Peg, his adopted mother, who killed a man to save him and died her own self, she lay buried on a hill behind the roadhouse. And in a grave on the same hill lay Arthur's true mother, a little black slave girl who used her secret African powers to make wings for herself so she could fly with the baby in her arms. She could fly all the way north to where her baby would be safe, even though she herself died from the journey. How could Arthur Stewart not return to that place? Don't go thinking that Arthur Stewart ever asked Alvin to go there. That wasn't the way Arthur thought about things. He was going along with Alvin, not telling Alvin where to go. It was just that when they talked, Arthur kept going on about this or that memory from Hat Track River until Alvin reached his own conclusion. Alvin reckoned that it would make Arthur Stewart happy to go back to Hat Track River, and then it never crossed Alvin's mind that his own sadness might outweigh Arthur's happiness. He just up and left Iroquois, where they happened to be that week in late August of 1820. Up and left that land of railroads and factories, coal and steel, barges and carriages, and men on horseback going back and forth on urgent errands. Left that busy place and came through quiet woods and across whispering streams, down deer paths and along rutted roads, until the land started looking familiar, and Arthur Stewart said, "I've been here. I know this place." And then, in wonder, "You brung me home, Alvin." They came from the northeast, passing the place where the railroad spur was fixing to pass near Hat Track River and cross Ohio into Appalachia. They came across the covered bridge over the Hat Track that Alvin's own father and brothers built, like a monument to their dead oldest brother Vigor, who got mashed by a tree carried on a storm flood while he was crossing the river. They came into town on the same road his family used, and, just like Alvin's family, they passed the smithy and heard the ringing of hammer on iron on anvil. "Ain't that the smithy?" asked Arthur Stewart. "Let's go see Makepeace and Gertie." "I don't think so," said Alvin. "In the first place, Gertie's dead." "Oh, that's right," said the boy. "Blew out a blood vein screaming at Makepeace, didn't she?" "How'd you hear that?" asked Alvin. "You don't miss much gossip, do you, boy?" "I can't help what people talk about when I'm right there," said Arthur Stewart. And then back to his original idea. "I reckon it wouldn't be proper anyway to visit Papa before seeing Papa." Alvin didn't tell him that Horace hated it when Arthur called him Papa. Folks got the wrong impression, like maybe Horace himself was the white half of that mix-up boy, which wasn't so at all, but folks will talk. When Arthur got older, Alvin would explain to him that he ought to not call Horace Papa anymore. For now, though, Horace was a man, and a man would have to bear the innocent offense of a well-meaning boy. The roadhouse was twice as big as before. Horace had built on a new wing that doubled the front, with the porch continuing all along it. But that wasn't hardly the only difference. The whole thing was faced with clapboards now, whitewashed and pretty as you could imagine, against the deep green of the forest that still snuck as close to the house as it dared. "Well, Horace done prettied up the place," said Alvin. "It don't look like itself no more," said Arthur Stewart. "Any more," Alvin corrected him. "If you can say done prettied up, then I can say no more," said Arthur Stewart. "Miss Larner ain't here to correct us no more anyhow." "That should be no more no how," said Alvin, and they both laughed as they walked up onto the porch. The door opened, and a somewhat stout, middle-aged woman stepped through it, almost running into them. She carried a basket under one arm and an umbrella under the other, though there wasn't a sign of rain. "Excuse me," said Alvin. He saw that she was hedged about with hexes and charms. Not many years ago, he would have been fooled by them like any other man, though he would always have seen where the charms were and how the hexes worked. But he had learned to see past hexes of illusion, and that's what these were. These days, seeing the truth came so natural to him that it took real effort to see the illusion.
Space opera adventures pulse. He made the effort, and was vaguely saddened to see that she was almost a caricature of feminine beauty. Couldn't she have been more creative, more interesting than this? He judged at once that the real middle-aged woman, somewhat thick-waisted and hair salted with gray, was the more attractive of the two images, and it was a sure thing she was the more interesting. She saw him staring at her, but no doubt she assumed it was her beauty that had him awed. She must have been used to men staring at her. It seemed to amuse her. She stared right back at him, but not looking for beauty in him, that was for sure. "You were born here," she said, "but I've never seen you before." Then she looked at Arthur Stewart. "But you were born away south." Arthur nodded, made mute by shyness and by the overwhelming force of her declaration. She spoke as if her words were not only true, but superseded all other truth that had ever been thought of. "He was born in Appalachia, Mrs." In vain Alvin waited for her reply. Then he realized that he was supposed to assume, seeing her young, beautiful, false image, that she was a Miss rather than a Mrs. "You're bound for Carthage City," said the woman, speaking to Alvin again, and rather coldly. "I don't think so," said Alvin. "Nothing for me there." Not yet," she said. "But I know you now. You must be Alvin, that prentice boy old Makepeace is always going on about." "I'm a journeyman, ma'am. If Makepeace isn't saying that part, I wonder how much of what he says is true." She smiled, but her eyes weren't smiling. They were calculating. "Aha! I think there's the makings of a good story in that. Just needs a bit of stirring." At once Alvin regretted having said so much to her. Why had he spoken up so boldly anyway? He wasn't a one to babble on to strangers, especially when he was more or less calling another fellow a liar. He didn't want trouble with Makepeace, but now it looked pretty sure he was going to get it anyway. "I wish you'd tell me who you are, ma'am." It wasn't her voice that answered. Horace Gester was in the doorway now. "She's the postmistress of Hat Track River, on account of her uncle's brother-in-law being the congressman from some district in Susquehanna, and he had some pull with the president. We're all hoping to find a candidate in the election this fall who'll promise to throw her out so we can vote for him for president. Failing that, we're going to have to up and hang her one of these days." The postmistress got a sort of half-smile on her face. "And to think Horace Gester's knack is to make folks feel welcome." "What would the charge be in the hanging?" asked Alvin. "Criminal gossip," said Horace Gester. "Rumor aforethought, sniping with malice, backbiting with intent to kill. Of course, I mean all that in the nicest possible way." "I do no such thing," said the postmistress. "And my name, since Horace hasn't deigned to utter it yet, is Villate Franker. My grandmother wasn't much of a speller, so she named my mother Violet, but spelled it Villate. And when my mother grew up, she was so ashamed of grandmama's illiteracy that she changed the pronunciation to rhyme with plate. However, I am not ashamed of my grandmother, so I pronounce it violet, as in the delicate flower." "To rhyme," said Horace, "with Pilate, as in Pontius the hand-washer." "You sure talk a lot, ma'am," said Arthur Stewart. He spoke in all innocence, simply observing the facts as he saw them, but Horace hooted and Villate blushed, and then, to Alvin's shock, clicked with her tongue and opened her mouth wide, letting her upper row of teeth drop down onto the lower ones. False teeth, and such a horrible image.
But neither Arthur nor Horace seemed to see what she had done. Behind her wall of illusion, she apparently thought she could get away with all kinds of ugly, contemptuous gestures. Well, Alvin wasn't going to disabuse her. Yet. "Forgive the boy," said Alvin. "He hasn't learned when's the right time to speak his mind." "He's right," she said. "Why shouldn't he say so?" But she dropped her teeth at the boy again. "I find it irresistible to tell stories," she went on, "even when I know my listeners don't care to hear them. It's my worst vice. But there are worse ones, and I thank the good Lord I don't have those." "Oh, I like stories too," said Arthur Stewart. "Can I come listen to you talk some more?" "Any time you like, my boy. Do you have a name?" "Arthur Stewart." It was Villate's turn to hoot with laughter. "Any relation to the esteemed king down in Camelot?" "I was named after him," he said, "but far as I know, we ain't no kin." Horace spoke up again. "Villate, you won yourself a convert, 'cause the poor boy's got no guile and less sense, but kindly stand aside of this door, and let me welcome in this man who was born in my house, and this boy who grew up in it." "There's obviously parts of this story that I haven't heard yet," said Villate, "but don't trouble yourself on my account. I'm sure I'll get a much fuller version from others than I would ever get from you. Good day, Horace. Good day, Alvin. Good day, my young kingling. Do come see me, but don't bring me any of Horace's cider. It's sure to be poisoned if he knows it's for me." With that, she bustled off the porch and out onto the hard-packed dirt of the road. Alvin saw the illusions dazzle and shimmer as she went. The hexes weren't quite so perfect from the rear. He wondered if others ever saw through her when she was going away. Horace watched her grimly as she walked up the road. "We pretend that we're only pretending to hate each other, but in fact we really do. The woman's evil, and I mean that serious. She has this knack of knowing where something or somebody's from and where they're bound to end up, but she uses that to piece together the nastiest sort of gossip, and I swear she reads other people's mail." "Oh, I don't know," said Alvin. "That's right, my boy. You ain't been here for the past year, and you don't know. A lot of changes since you left. Well, let me in, Mr. Guester, so I can sit down and maybe eat some of today's stew and have a drink of something. Even poisoned cider sounds good about now." Horace laughed and embraced Alvin. "Have you been gone so long you forgot my name is Horace? Come in, come in. And you too, young Arthur Stewart. You're always welcome here." To Alvin's relief, Arthur Stewart said nothing at all. And so, naturally, among the things he didn't say was Papa. They followed him inside, and from then on till they laid down for naps in the best bedroom, they were in Horace's hospitable care. He fed them, gave them hot water for washing their hands and feet and faces, took their dirty clothes for laundering, stuffed more food in them, and then personally tucked them into bed, after making them watch him put clean sheets on the bed. "Just so you know, I still keep my dear Peg's high standards of cleanliness, even if I am just an old widower living alone." The mention of his late wife wagged all it took, though, to bring memory flooding back. Tears came into Arthur Stewart's eyes. Horace at once began to apologize, but Alvin stilled him with a smile and a gesture. "He'll be all right," he said. "It's coming home, and her not here. Those are good tears, and right to shed them." Arthur reached out and patted Horace's hand. "I'll be all right, Papa," he said. Alvin looked at Horace's face and was relieved to see that instead of annoyance, his eyes showed a kind of rueful gladness at hearing the name of Papa. Maybe he was thinking of the one person who had the true right to call him that, his daughter Peggy, who had come home in disguise and was too soon gone, and who knew if he'd ever see her again.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. Or maybe he was thinking of the one who taught Arthur Stewart to call him Papa, the dear wife whose body lay in the hilltop plot behind the roadhouse, the woman who was always faithful to him even though he never deserved her goodness, being, as only he and all the world believed, a man of evil. Soon Horace backed on out of the room and closed the door, and Arthur Stewart quietly cried himself to sleep in Alvin's arms. Alvin lay there, wanting to doze too, for a little while. It was good to be home, or as near to home as Alvin could figure in these days, when he wondered what home even was. Carthage City was where he was bound to end up, eh? Why would he go there to live? Or would he only go there to die? What did this Violet Franker actually know, anyway? He lay there, sleepless, wondering about her, wondering if she could really be as evil as Horace Gester said. Alvin had met true evil in his life, but he still persisted in thinking it was awful rare, and the word was bandied about too much by those who didn't understand what real badness was. What he could not let himself think of was the only other woman he had known who fenced herself around with hexes. Rather than remember Miss Larner, who was really little Peggy, he finally drifted into sleep. What an interesting boy, thought Violet as she walked away from the roadhouse. Not at all like the shifty little weasel I expected after the things Makepeace Smith has said. But then, nobody trusts shifty little weasels well enough to be betrayed by them. It's strong, fine-looking men as tricks folks into thinking they're as open-hearted as they are open-faced. So maybe every word Makepeace said was true. Maybe Alvin did steal some precious hoard of gold that he found while digging a well. Maybe Alvin did fill up the well where the gold was found and dig another a few yards off, hoping nobody'd notice. Maybe he did shape it like a plow and pretend that he had turned iron into gold so he could run off with Makepeace's treasure trove. What's that to me? Thought Violet. It wasn't my gold, and never could be, as long as Makepeace had it. But if it happens to be a golden plow that Alvin has in that bag he carries over his shoulder, why, then it might end up being anybody's gold. Anybody strong enough might take it away by brute force, for instance. Anybody cruel enough might kill Alvin and take it from the corpse. Anybody sneaky enough could take it out of Alvin's room as he slept. Anybody rich enough could hire lawyers to prove something against Alvin in court and take it away by force of law. All kinds of ways to get that plow, if you want it bad enough. But Violet would never stoop to coercion. She wouldn't even want that golden plow, if it existed, unless Alvin gave it to her of his own free will. A gift. A love gift, perhaps. Or, well, she'd settle for a guilt gift if it came to that. He looked like a man of honor, but the way he was staring at her, well, she knew that look. The man was smitten. The man was hers, if she wanted him. Play this right, Violet, she told herself. Set the stage. Make him come after you. Let no one say you set your cap for him. Her best friend was waiting for her in the kitchen shed back of the post office when she got there. "So what do you think of that, Alvin?" she asked, before Violet ever had time to greet her. "Trust you to get the news before I can tell you myself." Violet set to work stoking up the fine cast-iron stove with a bread oven in it that made her the envy of the women in Hat Track River. "5 people saw you on the roadhouse porch greeting him, Violet, and the word reached me before your foot touched the street, I'm sure." "Then those are idle people, I'd say, and the devil has them." "No doubt you'd know. I'm sure the devil gives you a new list every time he makes another recruit." "Of course he does. Why, everyone knows the devil lives right here in my fancy oven." Violet cackled with glee. "So," said her best friend impatiently, "what do you think of him?" "I don't think he's that much," said Violet. "Working man's arms, of course, and tanned like any low-class boy. His talk is rather coarse and country-like. I wonder if he can even read." Oh, he can read all right. Teacher lady taught him when he lived here. Oh, yes, the fabled Miss Larner, who was so clever she got her prize student to win a spelling bee, which caused the slave finders to get wind of a half-black boy, and ended up killing Horace Gester's wife, Miss Larner's own mother, a most unnatural woman. You do find a way to make the story sound right ugly, said her friend. Is there a pretty version of it? A sweet love story. Teacher tries to transform the life of a half-black boy and his rough-hewn friend, Apprentice Smith. She falls in love with the Smith boy and turns the half-black lad into a champion speller. Then the forces of evil take notice. Or God decides to strike down her pride. I do think you're jealous of her, Violet. I do think that. Jealous? Because she won the heart of Alvin Smith, and maybe she still owns it. Far as I can tell, his heart's still beating in his own chest. And is the gold still shining in his croaker sack? You talk sweet about Miss Larner, but you always assume I have the worst motives. Violet had the stove going nicely now, and put on a teapot to boil as she began cutting string beans and dropping them in a pan of water. Because I know you so well, Violet. You think you know me, but I'm full of surprises. Don't you drop your teeth at me, you despicable creature. They dropped by themselves, said Violet. I never do it on purpose. You're such a liar. But I'm a beautiful liar, don't you think? She flashed her best smile at her friend. I don't understand what men see in women anyway, her friend answered. Hexes or no hexes, as long as a woman has her clothes on, a man can't see what he's interested in anyhow. I don't know about all men, said Violet. I think some men love me for my character. A character of sterling silver, no doubt. Never mind a little tarnish. You can wipe that off with a little polish. And some men love me for my wit and charm. Yes, I'm sure they do, if they've been living in a cave for 40 years and haven't seen a civilized woman in all that time. You can tease me all you want, but I know you're jealous of me, because Alvin Smith is already falling in love with me, the poor hopeless boy, while he'll never give a look at you, not a single look. Eat your heart out, dear. Her best friend just sat there with a grumpy face. Violet had really hit home with that last one. The teapot sang. As always, Violet set out 2 teacups. But, as always, her best friend sniffed the tea, but never drank it. Well, so what? Violet never failed in her courtesy, and that's what mattered. Makepeace is going to take him to court. Huh, said Violet. You heard that already, too? Oh no, I don't know if Makepeace Smith even knows his old prentice is back in town, though you can bet that if the word reached me that fast, it got to him in half the time. I just know that Makepeace has been bragging so much on how Alvin robbed him that if he don't serve papers on the boy, everybody's going to know it was just empty talk. So he's got to bring the boy to trial, don't you see? Violet smiled a little smile to herself. Already planning what you're going to bring to him in jail? Asked her friend. Or something, said Violet. Alvin woke from his nap to find Arthur Stewart gone and the room half dark. The traveling must have taken more out of him than he thought, to make him sleep the afternoon away. A knock on the door. Open up now, Alvin, said Horace. The sheriff's just doing his job, he tells me, but there's no way out of it. So it must have been a knock on the door that woke him in the first place. Alvin swung his legs off the bed and took the single step that got him to the door. It wasn't barred, he said, as he opened it.
Space Opera Adventures Pulse. You only had to give it a push. Sheriff Poe Dogley looked downright sheepish. Oh, it's just Makepeace Smith, Alvin. Everybody knows he's talking through his hat, but he's gone and got a warrant on you to charge you with stealing his treasure trove. Treasure? Asked Alvin. I never heard of no treasure.
Claims you dug up the gold digging a well for him and moved the well so nobody'd know. I moved the well 'cause I struck solid stone, said Alvin. If I found gold, why would that make me move the well? That don't even make sense. And that's what you'll say in court, and the jury will believe you just fine, said Sheriff Dogley. Everybody knows Makepeace is just talking through his hat. Alvin sighed. He'd heard the rumors flying hither and yon about the golden plow and how it was stolen from a blacksmith that Alvin prenticed with, but he never thought Makepeace would have the face to take it to court, where he'd be proved a liar for sure. I give you my word I won't leave town till this is settled, said Alvin. But I've got Arthur Stewart to look after, and it'd be right inconvenient if you locked me up. Well, now that's fine, said Dogley. The warrant says you have a choice. Either you surrender the plow to me for safekeeping till the trial, or you sit in jail with the plow. So the plow is the only bail I can pay, is that it? Reckon that's the long and short of it. Horace, I reckon you'll have to look after the boy, said Alvin to the innkeeper. I didn't bring him here to put him back in your charge, but you can see I got small choice. Well, now that's fine, said Dogley. The warrant says you have a choice. Either you surrender the plow to me for safekeeping till the trial, or you sit in jail with the plow. So the plow is the only bail I can pay, is that it? Reckon that's the long and short of it. Horace, I reckon you'll have to look after the boy, said Alvin to the innkeeper. I didn't bring him here to put him back in your charge, but you can see I got small choice. Well, now that's fine, said Dogley. The warrant says you have a choice. Either you surrender the plow to me for safekeeping till the trial, or you sit in jail with the plow. So the plow is the only bail I can pay, is that it? Reckon that's the long and short of it. Horace, I reckon you'll have to look after the boy, said Alvin to the innkeeper. I didn't bring him here to put him back in your charge, but you can see I got small choice. Well, you could put the plow in Poe's keeping, said Horace. Not that I mind keeping the boy. No offense, Sheriff, but you wouldn't keep the plow safe a single night, said Alvin, smiling wanly. Reckon I could do just fine, said Poe, looking a mite offended. I mean, even if I lock you up, you don't think I'd let you keep the plow in the cell with you, do you? Reckon you will, said Alvin mildly. Reckon not, said Poe. Reckon you think you could keep it safe, said Alvin. But what you don't know is how to keep folks safe from the plow. So you admit you have it? It was my journey piece, said Alvin. There are witnesses of that. This whole charge is nonsense, and you and everybody else knows it. But what'll the charge be if I give you this plow and somebody opens the sack and gets struck blind? What's the charge then? Blind? Asked Poe Dogley, glancing at Horace, as if his old friend the innkeeper could tell him whether he was having his leg pulled. You think you can tell your boys not to look in the sack, and that's gonna be enough? Said Alvin. You think they won't just try to take a peek? Blind, eh? Said Poe. Alvin picked up the sack from where it had lain beside him on the bed. And who's gonna carry the plow, Poe? Sheriff Dogley reached out to take it, but no sooner had his hands closed around the sack than he felt the hard metal inside shift and dance under his hands. Stop doing that, Alvin, he demanded. I'm just holding the top of the sack, said Alvin. What shelf you gonna keep this on? Oh, shut up, boy, said Dogley. I'll let you keep it in the cell. But if you plonk somebody over the head with that thing and make an escape, I'll find ya, and the charge won't be no silly tale from Makepeace Smith, I promise you. Alvin shook his head and smiled. Horace laughed out loud. Poe, if Al wanted to escape from your jail, he wouldn't have to do no head plonking. I'm just telling you, Al, said the sheriff. Don't push your luck with me. There's an outstanding extradition order from Appalachia about standing trial for the death of a certain dead slave finder. Suddenly, Horace's genial manner changed, and in a quick movement, he had the sheriff pressed into the door jamb so tight it looked like it might make a permanent difference in his posture. Poe, said Horace, you been my dearest friend for many a year. We done in the dark of night what would get us killed for doing in daylight, and trusted each other's life through it all.
If you ever bring a charge or even try to extradite this boy for killing the slave finder who killed my Margaret in my own house, I will do a little justice on you with my own 2 hands." Poe Dogley squinted and looked the innkeeper in the eye. "Is that a threat, Horace? You want me to break my oath of office for you?" "How can it be a threat?" said Horace. "You know I meant it in the nicest possible way." "Just come along to jail, Alvin," said Dogley. "I reckon if the town ladies don't have meals for you, Horace here will bring you roadhouse stew every night." "I keep the plow?" asked Alvin. "I ain't coming near that thing, if it's a plow. If it's gold." Dogley gestured him to pass through the door and come into the hall. Alvin complied. The sheriff followed him down the narrow hall to the common room, where about 24 people were standing around waiting to see what the sheriff had been after. "Alvin, nice to see you," several of them greeted him. They looked kind of embarrassed, seeing how Alvin was in custody. "Not much of a welcome, is it?" said Ruthie Baker, her face grim. "I swear, that Makepeace Smith has bit himself a tough piece of gristle with this mischief." "Just bring me some of them snickerdoodles in jail," said Alvin. "I been hankering for them the whole way here." "You can bet the ladies'll be quarreling all day about who's to feed ya," said Ruth. "I just wish dear old Peg had been here to greet ya." And she burst into quick, sentimental tears. "Oh, I wish I didn't cry so easy." Alvin gave her a quick hug, then looked at the sheriff. "She ain't passing me no file to saw the bars with," he said. "So is it all right if I—" "Oh, shut up, Alvin," said Sheriff Dogley. "Why the hell did you even come back here?" At that moment the door swung open, and Makepeace Smith himself strode in. "There he is! The thief has been apprehended at last! Sheriff, make him give me my plow!" Poe Dogley looked him in the eye. Makepeace was a big man, with massive arms and legs like tree trunks, but when the sheriff faced him, Makepeace wilted like a flower. "Makepeace, you get out of my way right now." "I want my plow," Makepeace insisted, but he backed out the door. "It ain't your plow till the court says it's your plow, if it ever does," said the sheriff. Horace Guster chimed in. "It ain't your plow till you show you know how to make one just like it." But Alvin himself said nothing to Makepeace. He just walked on out of the roadhouse, pausing in the doorway only to tell Horace, "You let Arthur Stewart visit me all he wants, you hear? He'll want to sleep right in the cell with you, Alvin, you know that." Alvin laughed. "I bet he can fit right through the bars, he's so skinny." "I made those bars," Makepeace Smith shouted, "and they're too close together for anyone to fit through." Ruth Baker shouted back, just as loudly. "Well, if you made those bars, little Arthur can no doubt bend them out of the way." "Come on now, folks," Sheriff Dogley said. "I'm just making a little arrest here, so stand clear and let me bring the prisoner on through. While you, Makepeace, are exactly 3 words away from being arrested your own self for obstructing justice and disturbing the peace." "Arrest me?" cried Makepeace. "Now you're just 1 word away," said Sheriff Dogley. "Come on, any word will do. Say it. Let me lock ya up, Makepeace. You know I'm dying to." Makepeace knew he was. He clamped his mouth shut and took a few steps away from the roadhouse porch. But then he turned to watch and let himself smile as he saw Alvin getting led away down the street toward the courthouse and the jail out back. Chapter 11. Jail. Calvin's French was awful, but that was hardly his worry. Talking he had done in England, and plenty of it, until he learned to imitate the cultured accents of a refined gentleman.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. But here in Paris, talking was useless, harmful, even one did not become a figure of myth and rumor by chatting. That's one thing Calvin had learned from Alvin, all right, even though Alvin never meant to teach it. Alvin never tooted his own horn, so every Tom, Dick, and Sally tooted it for him. And the quieter he got, the more they bragged about him. That was what Calvin did from the moment he arrived in Paris, kept his silence as he went about healing people. He had been working on healing, like Tailswapper said. That was a knack people would appreciate a lot more than a knack for killing bugs. No way could Calvin do the subtle things that Alvin talked about, seeing the tiny creatures that spread disease, understanding the workings of the little bits of life out of which human bodies were built. But there were things within Calvin's grasp. Gross things, like bringing the edges of open wounds together and getting the skin to scar over. Calvin didn't rightly understand how he did it, but he could sort of squinch it together in his mind and the scar stuff would grow. Getting skin to split, too, letting the nasty fluid spew out, that was impressive indeed, especially when Calvin did it with beggars on the city streets. Of course, a lot of the beggars had phony wounds. Calvin could hardly heal those, and he wouldn't make himself many friends by making the painted scars slide off beggars' faces. But the real ones, he could help some of them, and when he did, he was careful to make sure plenty of people could see exactly what happened, could see the healing, but could not hear him brag or boast, or even promise in advance what would happen. He would make a great show of it, standing in front of the beggar, ignoring the open hand or the proffered cup, looking down instead at the wound, the sore, the swelling. Finally, the beggar would fall silent, and so would the onlookers, their attention at last riveted on the spot that Calvin so intently watched. By then, of course, Calvin had the wound clearly in mind, had explored it with his doodling bug, had thought through what he was going to do. So, in that exact moment of silence, he reached out with his bug and gave the new shape to the skin. The flesh opened or the wound closed, whatever was needed. The onlookers gasped, then murmured, then chattered. And just when someone was about to engage him in conversation, Calvin turned and walked away, shaking his head and refusing to speak. The silence was far more powerful than any explanation. Rumors of him spread quickly, he knew, for in the cafe where he supped, but did no healing, he heard people speaking of the mysterious silent healer who went about doing good as Jesus did. What Calvin hoped would not get spread about was the fact that he wasn't exactly healing people, except by chance. Alvin could get into the deep, hidden secrets of the body and do real healing, but Calvin couldn't see that small. So the wound might drain and close, but if there was a deep infection, it would come right back. Still, some of them might be healed, for all he knew. Not that it would really help them. How would they beg without a wound? If they were smart, they'd get away from him before he could take away the coin they used to buy compassion. But no, the ones with real injury wanted to be healed more than they wanted to eat. Pain and suffering did that to people. They could be wise and careful when they felt fine. Add a little pain to the mix, though, and all they wanted was whatever would make the pain go away. It took a surprisingly long time before one of the Emperor's secret police came to see him. Oh, a gendarme or two had witnessed what he did, but since he touched no one and said nothing, they also did nothing to him. And soldiers, they were beginning to seek him out, since so many veterans had injuries from their days in service, and half the cripples Calvin helped had old companions from the battle lines. They went to see, to show the healing miracle that Calvin had brought them. But no one with the furtive wariness of the secret police was ever in the crowd. Not for 3 long weeks. Weeks in which Calvin had to keep moving his operation from one part of the city to another, lest someone he had already healed come back to him for a second treatment. What good would all this effort do if the rumor began to get about that the ones he healed didn't stay healed? Then at last a man came, a middle-sized man of bourgeois clothing and modest demeanor, but Calvin saw the tension, the watchfulness, and most important, the brace of pistols hidden in the pockets of his coat. This one would report to the Emperor.
So Calvin made quite sure that the secret policeman was in a good position to see all that transpired when he healed a beggar. Nor did it hurt that even before the silence fell and he did the healing, everyone was murmuring things like, "Is he the one? I heard he healed that one-legged beggar near Montmartre." Though, of course, Calvin had never even attempted to heal someone with a missing limb. Even Alvin might not be able to do something as spectacular as that. But it didn't hurt that such a rumor was about. Anything to get him into the presence of the emperor, for everyone knew that he suffered agonies from the gout. Pain in the legs, he'll bring me to him to end the pain in his eggs. For the pain, he'll teach me all he knows. Anything to remove the pain. The healing ended. Calvin walked away, as usual. To his surprise, however, the secret policeman left by quite another route. Shouldn't he follow me? Whisper to me that the emperor needs me? Would I come and serve the emperor? Oh, but I'm not sure I can be of help. I do what I can, but many wounds are stubborn and refuse to be fully healed. Oh, that's right. Calvin meant to promise nothing. Let his deeds speak for themselves. He would make the emperor's leg feel better for a while. He was sure he could do that. But no one would ever be able to say that Alvin Miller had promised that the healing would be permanent, or that there would be any kind of healing at all. But he had no chance to say these things, for the secret policeman went another way. That evening, as he waited for his supper at the cafe, 4 gendarmes came into the cafe, laughing as if they had just come off duty. 2 went toward the kitchen, apparently they knew someone there, while the other 2 jostled, clumsy and laughing, among the tables. Calvin smiled a moment and then looked out the window. The laughing stopped. Harsh hands seized his arms and lifted him out of his chair. All 4 gendarmes were around him now, not laughing at all. They bound his wrists together and hobbled his legs. Then they half dragged him from the cafe. It was astonishing. It was impossible. This had to be a response to the report of the secret policeman. But why would they arrest him? What law had he broken? Was it simply that he spoke English? Surely they understood the difference between an Englishman and an American. The English were still at war with France, or something like war anyway, but the Americans were neutral, more or less. How dare they? For a moment, painfully hobbling along with the gendarmes at the too brisk pace they set for him, Calvin toyed with the idea of using his makering power to loose the bonds and stand free of them. But they were all armed, and Calvin had no desire to tempt them to use their weapons against an escaping prisoner. Nor did he waste effort after the first few minutes trying to persuade them that some terrible mistake was underway. What was the point? They knew who he was. Someone had told them to arrest him. What did they care whether it was a mistake or not? It wasn't their mistake. Half an hour later, he found himself stripped and thrown into a miserable, stinking cell in the Bastille. "Welcome to the land of the guillotine," croaked someone farther up the corridor.
Space opera adventures pulse. Welcome, Zero Pilgrim, to the shrine of the Holy Blade. Shut up, cried another man. They sliced through another man's neck today, the one who is in the cell you're in now, new boy. That's what happens to Englishmen here in Paris, once somebody decides that you're a spy. But I'm not English, Calvin cried out. This was greeted with gales of laughter. Peggy set down her pen in weariness, closed her eyes in disgust. Wasn't there some kind of plan here? The one who sent Alvin into the world, who protected him and prepared him for the great work of building the Crystal City, didn't that one have some kind of plan? Or was there no plan? No, there had to be some meaning in the fact that this very day, in Paris, Calvin was locked up in prison, just as Alvin was in prison in Hat-Track River. The Bastille, of course, was a far cry from a second-story room in the back of the courthouse, but jail was jail. They were both locked in, for no good reason, and with no idea of how it would all come out. But Peggy knew. She saw all the paths. And finally, she closed up her pen, put away the papers she had been writing on, and got up to tell her hosts that she would have to leave earlier than she expected. "I'm needed elsewhere, I think." Bonaparte's nephew was a weasel who thought he was an ermine. Well, let him have his delusion. If men didn't have delusions, Bonaparte wouldn't be Emperor of Europe and lawgiver of mankind. Their delusions were his truth. Their hungers were his heart's desire. Whatever they wanted to believe about themselves, Bonaparte helped them believe it in exchange for control over their lives. Little Napoleon, the lad called himself. Half of Bonaparte's nephews had been named Napoleon in an effort to curry favor, but only this one had the effrontery to use the name in court. Bonaparte wasn't quite sure if this meant that little Napoleon was bolder than the others, or simply too stupid to realize how dangerous it was to dare to use the emperor's own name, as if to assert one's claim to succeed him. Seeing him now, marching in here like a mechanical soldier, as if he had some secret military accomplishment that no one knew about, but which entitled him to strut about, Bonaparte wanted to laugh in his face and expose in front of all the world little Napoleon's dreams of sitting on the throne, ruling the world, surpassing his uncle's accomplishments. Bonaparte wanted to look him in the eye and say, "You couldn't even fill my piss pot, you vainglorious mountebank." Instead, he said, "What good wind blows you here, my little Napoleon?" "Your gout," said the lad. Oh no, another cure. Cures found by fools usually did more harm than good. But the gout was a curse, and let's see what he has. "An Englishman," said little Napoleon. "Or, to speak more accurately, an American. My spies have watched him." "Your spies? These are different spies from the spies I pay?" "The spies you assigned to me for supervision, uncle." "Ah, those spies. They do still remember they work for me, don't they? Remember it so well that instead of simply following orders and watching for enemies, they have also watched for someone who might help you. Englishmen in Europe are all spies. Someday, after some notable achievement, when I'm very, very popular, I will round them all up and guillotine them. Monsieur Guillotin, now that was a useful fellow. Has he invented anything else lately?" "He's working on a steam-powered wagon, uncle. They already exist. We vow them locomotives, and we're laying track all over Europe." "Ah, but he is working on one that doesn't have to run on rails." "Why not a steam-powered balloon? I can't understand why that has never worked. The engine would propel the craft, and the steam, instead of being wastefully discharged into the atmosphere, would fill the balloon and keep the craft aloft. I believe the problem, uncle, is that if you carry enough fuel to travel more than 20 or 30 feet, the whole thing weighs too much to get off the ground. That's why inventors exist, isn't it? To solve problems like that. Any fool could come up with the basic idea. I came up with it, didn't I? And when it comes to such matters, I'm plainly a fool, as most men are." Bonaparte had long since learned that such modest remarks always got repeated by onlookers in the court, and did much to endear him to the people. It's Monsieur Guillotin's job to, well, never mind. The machine that bears his name is enough of a contribution to mankind. Swift, sure, and painless executions, a boon to the unworthiest of humans. A very Christian invention, showing kindness to the least of Jesus' brethren. The priests would repeat that one, and from the pulpit, too. "About this Alvin Miller," said little Napoleon, "and my gout. I've seen him drain a swollen limb just by standing on the street staring at a beggar's pussing wound. A pussing wound isn't the gout. The beggar had his trousers ripped open to show the wound, and this American stood there looking for all the world as if he were dozing off, and then suddenly the skin erupted with pus, and all of it drained out, and then the wound closed without a single stitch. Neither he nor any man touched the leg. It was quite a demonstration of remarkable healing powers. You saw this yourself?" "With my own eyes, but only the once.
"I can hardly go about secretly, uncle. I look too much like your esteemed self." No doubt little Napoleon imagined that this was flattery. Instead, it sent a faint wave of nausea through Bonaparte, but he let nothing show in his face. "You now have this healer under arrest?" "Of course, waiting for your pleasure." Let him sweat. Little Napoleon cocked his head a moment, studying Bonaparte, probably trying to figure out what plan his uncle had for the healer, and why he didn't want to see him right away. The one thing he would never think of, Bonaparte was quite sure, was the truth, that Bonaparte hadn't the faintest idea what to do about a healer who actually had power. It made him uneasy thinking about it. And he remembered the young white boy who had come with the Red General, Tecumseh, to visit him in Fort Detroit. Why should he even make such a connection? And why would that boy in Detroit matter after all these years? Bonaparte wasn't quite sure about what it all meant, but it felt to him as if forces were at work, as if this American in the Bastille were someone of great importance to him. Or perhaps not to him. To someone, anyway. Bonaparte's leg throbbed. Another episode of gout was starting. "Go away now," he said to little Napoleon. "Do you want information from the American?" asked little Napoleon. "No," said Bonaparte. "Leave him alone. And while you're at it, leave me alone too." Alvin had a steady stream of visitors in the courthouse jail. It seemed like they all had the same idea. They'd sidle right up to the bars, beckon him close, and whisper, as if the deputy didn't know right well what they was talking about. "Don't you have some way to slip on out of here, Alvin?" What, they believed he hadn't thought of it? Such a simple matter, to soften the stone and pull one of the bars out? Or, for that matter, he could make the metal of a bar flow away from the stone it was embedded in. Or dissolve the bar entirely. Or push against the stone and press on through, walking through the wall into freedom. Such things would be easy enough for Alvin. As a child, he had played with stone and found softness and weakness in it. As apprentice blacksmith, he had come to understand iron from the heart out. Hadn't he crawled into the forge fire and turned an iron plowshare to living gold? Now, locked in this prison, he thought of leaving, thought of it all the time.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. Thought of hightailing it off into the woods, with or without Arthur Stewart the boy. The boy was happy here, so why take him away? Thought of the sun on his back, the wind in his face. The green song of the forest, now so faint to him through stone and iron that he could hardly hear it. But he told himself what he told those friendly folk who meant so well. I need to be shut of this whole affair before I go off, so I mean to stand trial here, get myself acquitted, and then go on without fear of somebody tracking me down and telling the same lies to me again. And then they always did the same thing. Having failed to persuade him to escape, they'd eye his knapsack and whisper, "Is it in there?" And the boldest of them would say what they were all wishing, "Can I see it?" His answer was always the same. He'd ask about the weather. "Think it's a hard winter coming on." Some picked up slower than others, but after a while they all realized he wasn't going to answer a blame thing about the golden plow or the contents of his knapsack, not a word one way or the other. Then they'd make some chat or take up his used dishes, them as brought food, but it never took long, and soon they was on their way out of the courthouse to tell their friends and family that Alvin was looking sad kinda, but he still wasn't saying a thing about that gold plow that Makepeace claimed was his own gold treasure stolen by the boy back in his prentice days. One day Sheriff Dogley brought in a fellow that Alvin recognized, sort of, but couldn't remember why or who. "That's the one," said the stranger. "Got no respect for any man's knack except his own." Then Alvin recollected well enough. It was the dowser, who picked the spot for Alvin to dig a well for Makepeace Smith. The spot where Alvin dug right down to a sheet of thick, hard rock, without finding a drop of water first. No doubt Makepeace meant to use him as a witness that Alvin's well wasn't in the spot the dowser chose. Well, that was true enough, no disputing it.
The Dowser fellow wasn't going to testify to anything that Alvin wouldn't have admitted freely his own self. So let them plot their plots. Alvin had the truth with him, and that was bound to be enough, with 12 jurors of Hat-Track River folk. The visits that really cheered him were Arthur's. 2 or 3 times a day, the boy would blow in from the square like a leaf getting tucked into an open door by a gust of wind. "You just gotta meet that fella John Binder," he'd say, "rope maker. Some folks is jokin' how if they decide to hang you, he'll be the one as makes the rope, but he just shuts 'em right up. You should hear him, Alvin. No rope of mine is gonna hang no maker," he says. "So even though you never met him, I count him as a friend. But I tell ya, they say his ropes never unravel, never even fray, no matter where you cut 'em. Ain't that some knack?" And later in the same day, he'd be on about someone else. "I was out looking for Alfreda Matthews, Sophie's cousin. She's the one lives in that shack down by the river. Only the river's a long, windy thing, and I couldn't find her. And in fact, it was getting on toward dark, and I couldn't rightly find myself. And then here I am face to face with this Captain Alexander. He's a ship's captain, only who knows what he's doing so far from the sea. But he lives around here doing tinkering and odd fixing, and Valete Franker says he must have done some terrible crime to have to hide from the sea. Or maybe there was some great sea beast that swallowed up his ship and left only him alive, and now he daresn't go back to sea for fear the beast. She calls it Leviathan, which Goody Trader says is Spanish for ain't this a damn lie. Do you know Goody Trader?" "Met her," says Alvin. "She brung me some whorehound drops, nastiest candy I ever ate, but I reckon for them as loves whorebound they were good enough. Strange lady. Squatted right outside the door here pondering for the longest time, until she finally gets up and says, 'Humph, you're the first man I ever met what didn't need nothin', and here you are in jail.' They say that's her knack, knowin' what a body needs even when he don't know himself," said Arthur. "Though I will say that Valete Franker says that Goody Trader is a humbug, just like the alligator boy in the freak show in Duquesne, which you wouldn't take me to see 'cause you said if he was real, it was cruel to gawk at him." "I remember what I said, Arthur Stewart. You don't have to gossip to me about me. Anyway, what was I talking about? Lost in the woods looking for old drunken Frida. And I bumped into that sea captain anyway, and he looks me in the eye and he says, 'Follow me.' And I go after him about 10 paces, and he sets me right in the middle of a deer track, and he says, 'You just go along this way, and when you reach the river again, you go upstream about 3 rods. And you know what? I did what he said, and you know what? You found Frida, Alfreda Matthews, and she was stone drunk, of course, but I splashed her face with some water, and I done what you said folks ought to do. I emptied her jug out, and boy howdy, she was spittin' mad. I like to had to outdance the devil just to keep from getting hit by them rocks she threw." "Poor lady," said Alvin, "but it won't do no good as long as there's folks to give her another jug. Can't you do like you did with that Red Prophet?" Alvin looked at him sharp. "What do you think you know about that?" "Just what your own mama told me back in Vigor Church, about how you took a drunken one-eyed red and made a prophet out of him." Alvin shook his head. "No, sir, she got it wrong. He was a prophet all along, and he wasn't a drunk the way Fred is a drunk. He took the liquor into him to drown out the terrible black noise of death. That's what I fixed, and then he didn't need that liquor no more. But Freda there's something else in her that hungers for it, and I don't understand it yet. I told her to come to you, though, so I reckon you ought to know, and that's why I told you. She's a-comin' to get healed." Alvin shook his head. "Did I do wrong?" "No, you done right," said Alvin. "But there's nothing I can do for her beyond what she ought to do for herself. She knows the liquor's eating her up, stealing her life away from her. But I'll talk to her and help her if I can. They say she can tell you when rain's comin', if she's sober." "Then how would anybody know she has such a knack?" asked Alvin. Arthur just laughed and laughed. "I reckon she must have been sober once anyway, and it was rainin'." When Arthur Stewart left, Alvin pondered the tales he told. Some of Arthur's chat was just gossip. There was some powerful gossips in Hat-Track River these days. and the way Alvin figured it, the two biggest gossips was Valete Franker, who Alvin had met and knew she was living inside a bunch of lying hexes, and Goody Trader, who he didn't really know yet, except for what he gleaned from her visit. Her real name was either Chastity or Charity. Valete said it was Chastity, but other folks said the other. She went by Goody, short for good wife, seeing how she'd been married 3 times and kept all them husbands happy till they croaked. Accidental every time, though again Valete managed to give Arthur the impression that they wasn't truly accidental. Them 2 women was at war all the time, that much was plain. Hardly a word one said as wasn't contradicted flat out by the other. Now neither one of these ladies invented gossip, nor was it so that Hat-Track River didn't have rumors and tales before the 2 of them moved here. But it was plain that Arthur was visiting both of them every day, and both of them was filling him full of tales until Alvin could hardly make sense of it. And it was a sure thing that Arthur didn't really understand the half of what he'd been told. Alvin knew for himself that Valete was deceptive and spiteful.
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. But Goody might be just the same or worse, only she was better at it, so Alvin couldn't see it so plain. Hard to tell. And that business with Goody Trader, saying Alvin didn't need nothing, well, what was that? But behind all the gossip and quarreling, there was something else that struck Alvin as pretty strange. Mighty Knacks was thick underfoot in Hat-Track River. Most towns might have somebody with something of a knack that you might notice. Most knacks, though, was pretty plain. A knack for soup, a knack for noticing animal tracks. Useful, but nothing to write a letter to your daddy about. A lot of folks had no idea what their own knack was, because it was so easy for 'em and not all that remarkable in the eyes of other folks. But here in Hat-Track River, the knacks was downright astonishing. This sea captain who could help you find your way even when you didn't know you was lost. And Freda, Alvin pooh-poohed it to Arthur Stewart, but there was folks in town as swore she didn't just predict rain. If you sobered her up in a dry season, she could bring it. And Mellon, a Welsh girl who can harp and sing so you forget everything while she's doing it. Forget it all, and just sit there with a stupid smile on your face because you're so happy she came and played for Alvin. And he could feel how the sound that flowed from her could reach inside him like a doodle bug scooting through the earth. Reach inside and find all the knots and loosen 'em up and just make him feel good. It was power, like he'd been trying to teach the folks back in Vigor, only they could hardly understand it, could hardly get but a glimmer of it now and then. And here, it was so thick on the ground you could rake it up like leaves. Maggie, who helped out in Goody Trader's store, she could ride any horse, no matter how wild. Plenty of witnesses of that. And one who scared Alvin a little, a girl named Dorcas B., who could draw portraits of folks that not only looked like their outward face, but also showed everything that was inside them. Alvin didn't know what to make of her, and even with his eyes he couldn't rightly understand how she did it. Any one of these folks would be remarkable in whatever town they lived in, no matter if it was as big as New Amsterdam or Philadelphia. Yet here they were, living in the middle of nowhere, Hat-Track River of all places, swelling the numbers of the town, but yet nobody seemed to find it remarkable at all that so many knacks was gathered here. There's a reason for it, Alvin thought. Gotta be a reason for it. And I have to know it, because there's going to be a jury of these knacky folks, and they're going to decide whether Makepeace Smith is a plain liar or I am. Only this town is full of lies, since the things Valete Franker says and the things Goody Trader says can't all be true at the same time. Full of lies, and yes, miseries. Alvin could feel that there was something of the unmaker going on, but couldn't lay hands on it or find who it was. Hard to find the unmaker when the unmaker didn't want to be found. Especially hard from a jail cell where all you got was rumor and brief visits. Well, they wasn't all brief. Valete Franker herself came and stayed sometimes half an hour at a time, even though there wasn't no place to sit down.
Alvin couldn't figure what she wanted. She didn't gossip with him. Rightly speaking, all of her gossip Alvin got secondhand from Arthur Stewart. No, Valot came to him to talk about philosophy and poetry and such, things that no man or woman had talked to him about since Miss Larner. Alvin wondered if maybe Valot was trying to charm him, but since he couldn't see the beauty image from her hexes, he didn't rightly know. She sure wasn't pretty to him. But the more she talked, the more he liked her company, till he found himself looking forward to her coming every day. More than anybody except Arthur Stewart, truth be known. And as they talked, Alvin would lie down on the cot in the cell, and he'd close his eyes, and then he didn't have to see either her unprettiness or her hexery. He could just hear the words, and think the ideas, and see the visions that she conjured in him. She'd say poetry, and the words had music inside him. She'd talk of Plato, and Alvin understood, and it made him feel wise in a way that the adulation of folks back in Vigor Church never did. Was this some knack of hers? Alvin didn't know, just plain couldn't tell. He only knew that it was only during her visits that he could completely forget that he was in jail. And it dawned on him, after a week or so, that he might just be fallen in love. That the feelings that he had only ever had toward Miss Larner were getting waked up, just a little, by Valot Franker. Now wouldn't that be all? Miss Larner had been pretty and young, using knacks to make herself look plain and middle-aged. Now here was a woman, plain and middle-aged, using knacks that made other folks think she was pretty and young. How opposite could you be? But in both cases, it was the mature woman without obvious beauties that he delighted in. And yet, even as he wondered if he was fallen in love with Valot, every now and then, in his lonely hours, especially after dark, he would think of another face entirely. A young girl back in Vigor, the girl whose lies had driven him from home in the first place, the girl who claimed he had done forbidden things with her. He found himself thinking of those forbidden things, and there was a place in his heart where he wished he had done them. If he had, of course he would have married her. In fact, he would have married her before doing them, because that was right and the law, and Alvin wasn't no kind of man to do wrong by a woman or break no law if he could help it. But in his imaginings in the dark, there wasn't no law nor right nor wrong neither. He just woke up sweating from a dream in which the girl wasn't no liar after all, and then he was plain ashamed of himself, and couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, to be fallen in love with a woman of words and ideas and experience during the day, but then to be hot with passion for a stupid lion girl who just happened to be pretty and flat out in love with him once upon a time back home. I am an evil man, thought Alvin at times like that. Evil and unconstant, no better than them faithless fellows who can't leave women alone no matter what. I am the kind of man that I have long despised. Only even that wasn't true, and Alvin knew it, because he hadn't done a blamed thing wrong, hadn't done anything, had only imagined it, and enjoyed. Was that enough to make him evil? As a man thinketh in his heart, said the scripture. Alvin remembered it because his mother quoted it all the time till his father barked back at her. That's just your way of saying that all men are devils. And Alvin wondered if it was true. If all men had evil in their hearts, and those men as were good, maybe they were simply the ones who controlled theirselves so well they could act contrary to their heart's desire. But if that were so, then no man was good, not one. And didn't the Holy Book say that too? No man good, not one, not me neither. And that was his life in that jail in Hat Track River. Darker and darker thoughts about his own worthiness, fallen in love with 2 women at once, caught up in the gossip of a town where the unmaker was surely at work, and where knacks abounded. Calvin was pretty good with stone. He always did all right with that. Well, not always. He wasn't born finding the natural weaknesses of stone. But after Alvin went off to be apprenticed to a smith, Calvin started trying to do what he saw or heard of his big brother doing. In those days, he was still hoping to show Alvin how good he was at makerin' when he got back, to hear his brother say to him, "Calvin, why, you're most as good as I am." Which Alvin never said, nor even close to it. But it was true, at least about stone.
Space opera, at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. Stone was easy, really, not like flesh and bone. Calvin could find his way into the stone, part it, shift it. Which is what he started doing right away with the Bastille, of course. He didn't know why the secret police had put him inside those walls, clammy and cold. It wasn't a dungeon, not like in those stories, where the prisoner never sees any light except when a guard comes down with a torch, so he can go blind without knowing it. There was light enough, and a chair to sit on, and a bed to lie on, and a chamber pot that got emptied every day, once he figured out he was supposed to leave it by the door. It was still a prison, though. It took Calvin about 5 minutes to figure out that he could pretty much dissolve the whole locking mechanism. But he remembered just in time that getting out of his cell wasn't exactly the same thing as getting out of the Bastille. He couldn't make himself invisible, and maker or not, a musket ball would knock him down, or maim him, or kill him like any other man. He'd have to find another way out. And that meant going right through the wall, right through stone. Trouble was, he didn't have any idea whether he was 40 feet up or 20 feet under the street level, or if the wall at the back of his cell opened on the outside or into an inner courtyard. Who might see if a gap appeared in the wall? He couldn't just remove a stone. He had to remove it in one piece so he could put it back after if he had to. He waited till night, then began working on a stone block right near floor level. It was heavy, and he didn't know of any way to make it lighter. Nor was there some subtle way to make stone move across stone. Finally, he just softened the stone, plunged his fingers into it, then let it harden around his fingers, so he had a grip right in the middle of the stone block. Now, as he pulled on it, he made a thin layer of the stone turn liquid on the bottom and sides, so it was easier to pull it out once he got it moving. It also made it silent, as rock slid across rock. Except for the loud thud as the back of the stone dropped out of the hole and fell the few inches to the floor. A breeze came through the cell, making it all the cooler. He slid the stone out of the way and then lay down and thrust his head and shoulders into the gap. He was maybe 12 feet above the ground and directly over the head of a group of a dozen soldiers marching from somewhere to somewhere. Fortunately, they didn't look up, but that didn't keep Calvin's heart from beating halfway out of his chest. Once they were past, though, he figured he could go feet first through the hole and drop safely down to the ground and just walk away into the streets of Paris. Let them wonder how he got a stone out of the wall. That'd teach them to lock up folks who heal beggars. He was all set to go, his feet already going into the hole, when it suddenly dawned on him that escaping was about as dumb a thing as he could do. Wasn't he here to see the emperor? If he became a fugitive, that wasn't going to be too helpful. Bonaparte had powers that even Alvin didn't know about. Calvin had to learn them, if he could. The smart thing to do was sit tight here and see if somehow someone in the chain of command might realize that a fellow who could heal beggars might be able to help with Bonaparte's famous gout. So he got his back into it and hefted the stone back up into the gap and shoved it into place. He left the finger holes in it. It was dark at the back of the cell, and besides, maybe if they noticed those holes in the stone, they'd have more respect for his powers. Or maybe not. How could he know? Everything was out of his control now. He hated that. But if you want to get something, you gotta put yourself in the way of getting it.
Now that he wasn't trying to escape, but knew that he could if he wanted to, Calvin spent the days and nights lying on his cot or pacing his cell. Calvin wasn't good at being alone. He'd learned that on his trek through the woods after leaving Vigor. Alvin might be happy running along like a red, but Calvin soon abandoned the forest tracks and got him on a road and hitched a ride on a farmer's wagon, and then another and another, making friends and talking for company the whole way. Now here he was stuck again, and even if the guards had been willing to talk to him, he didn't know the language. It hadn't bothered him that much when he was free to walk the streets of Paris and feel himself surrounded by the bustle of busy city life. Here, though, his inability to so much as ask a guard what day it made him feel crippled. Finally, he began to amuse himself with mischief. It was no trouble at all to get his doodlebug inside the lock mechanism and ruin the guard's key by softening it when he inserted it. When the guard took the key back out, it had no teeth, and the door was still locked. Angry, the guard stalked off to get another key. This time, Calvin let him open the door without a problem. But what was it that made the first key lose its teeth? And it wasn't just his own lock. He began to search far and wide with his doodlebug until he located the other occupied cells. He played games with their locks too, including fusing a couple of them shut so no key could open them, and ruining a couple of others so they couldn't be locked at all. The shouting, the stomping, the running, it kept Calvin greatly entertained, especially as he imagined what the guards must be thinking. Ghosts? Spies? Who could be doing these strange things with the locks in the Bastille? He also learned a few things. Back in Vigor, whenever he sat down for long, he'd either get impatient and get up and move again, or he'd start thinking about Alvin and get all angry. Either way, he didn't spend all that much time testing the limits of his powers, not since Alvin came home. Now, though, he found that he could send his doodlebug right far, and into places that he'd never seen with his own eyes. He began to get used to moving his bug through the stone, feeling the different textures of it, sensing the wooden frames to the heavy doors, the metal hinges and locks. Damn, but he was good at this. And he explored his own body with that doodlebug, and the bodies of the other prisoners, trying to find what it was that Alvin saw, trying to see deep. He experimented a little on the other prisoners' bodies too, making changes in their legs the way he'd have to change Bonaparte's leg. Not that any of them had gout, of course. That was a rich man's disease, and nobody in prison was rich, even if they had money on the outside. Still, he could get a mental chart of what a more or less healthy leg looked like on the inside. Get some idea of what he needed to do to get the emperor's leg back in good shape. Truth to tell, though, he didn't understand much more about legs after a week of this than he did at the beginning. A week and a half. Every day, more and more often, he'd walk to the wall, squat down, and put his fingers into those finger holes. He'd pull the stone a little bit, or maybe sometimes more, and once or twice all the way out of the wall, wanting to slide through the hole and walk away to freedom. Always, after a little thought, he put it back. But it took more thought every day, and the longing to be gone got stronger and stronger. It was a blame fool plan anyway, like all his plans when you came right down to it. Calvin was a fool to think they'd let some unknown American boy have access to the emperor. He had the stone out of the wall for what he thought might well be the last time when he heard the steps in the corridor. Nobody ever came along here this late at night. No time to get the stone back in place either. So, was it go or stay? They'd see the stone out of the wall no matter what he did.
Space opera adventures at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. So, did he want to face the consequences, which might include seeing the emperor, but might just as easy mean facing the guillotine? Or did he duck through the hole and get out into the street before they got the door open? Little Napoleon grumbled to himself. All these days, the emperor could have asked about the American healer any time. But no, it had to be in the middle of the night. It had to be tonight, when little Napoleon had reserved the best box for the opening of a new opera by some Italian, what's-his-name. He wanted to tell the emperor that tonight was not convenient. He should find another toady to do his bidding. But then the emperor smiled at him and suggested that he had others who could do such a menial job, and he shouldn't waste his nephew's time on such unimportant matters. And what could little Napoleon do? He couldn't let the emperor realize that he could be replaced by some flunky. No, he insisted. "No, uncle, I'll go myself. It'll be my pleasure." "I just hope he can do what you promised," Bonaparte said. The bastard was playing with him, that was the truth. He knew as well as little Napoleon did that there was no promise of anything, just a report. But if it pleased the emperor to make his nephew sweat with fear that maybe he'd be made a fool of, well, emperors were allowed to toy with other people's feelings. The guard made a great noise about marching down the stone corridor and fumbling a long time with the keys. "What, fool, are you giving the prisoner time to stop digging his tunnel and hide the evidence?" "There be no tunnels from this floor, my lord," the turnkey said. "I know that, fool, but what's all the fumble with the keys?" "Most of 'em are new, my lord, and I don't recognize which one opens which door, not as easy as I used to." "Then get the old keys and don't waste my time." "The old key's been stripped, or the locks was broken, my lord. It's been crazy, you wouldn't believe it." "I don't believe it," said little Napoleon grumpily. But he did. Really, he have heard something about some sabotage or some kind of rare lock rust or something in the Bastille. The key finally slid into the lock, and the door creaked open. The turnkey stepped in and shone his lantern about to make sure the prisoner was in his place and not poised to jump him and take the keys. No, this one, the American boy, he was sitting far from the door, leaning against the opposite wall. Sitting on what? The turnkey took a step or two closer, held the lantern higher. "Mon Dieu," murmured little Napoleon. The American was sitting on a large stone block from the wall, with a gap that led right out to the street. No man could have lifted such a block out of the wall with his bare hands. How could he even get hold of it? But having moved it somehow, what did this American fool do but sit down and wait? Why didn't he escape? The American grinned at him, then stood up, still smiling, still looking at little Napoleon, and then plunged his hands into the stone right up to his elbows, as easy as if the stone had been a water basin. The turnkey screeched and ran for the door. The American pulled his hands back out of the stone, except that one of them was in a fist now. He held out the stone to little Napoleon, who took it, hefted it. It was stone, as hard as ever, but it was shaped with the print of the inside of a man's palms and fingers. Somehow this fellow could reach into solid rock and grab a lump of stone as if it were clay. Little Napoleon reached into his memory and pulled out some English from his days in school. "What are your name?" he asked. "Calvin Maker," said the American. "Speak you the French?" "Not a word," said Calvin Maker. "Go avec me," said little Napoleon. "Avec." "With," said the boy helpfully. "Go with you." "Oui, yes." The emperor had finally asked for the boy, but now little Napoleon had serious misgivings. There was nothing about the healing of beggars to suggest the boy might have power over solid stone. What if this Calvin Maker did something to embarrass him? What if it was beyond imagining, but he had to imagine it? What if he killed Uncle Napoleon? But the emperor had asked for him. There was no undoing that. What was he going to do? Go tell Uncle that the boy he'd brought to heal his gout just might decide to plunge his hands into the floor and brain him with it? That would be political suicide. He'd be living on Corsica tending sheep in no time. If he didn't get to watch the world tumble head over heels as his head rolled down into the basket from the guillotine. "Go, go, go," said little Napoleon. The turnkey was huddled in a far corner of the corridor. Little Napoleon aimed a kick in his direction. The man was so far gone that he didn't even dodge. The kick landed squarely, and with a whimper, the turnkey rolled over like a cabbage. The American boy laughed out loud. Little Napoleon didn't like his laugh. He toyed with the idea of drawing his knife and killing the boy on the spot. But the explanation to the emperor would be dangerous. "So, you tried for weeks to get me to see him, and he was an assassin all along?" No, whatever happened, the American would see the emperor. Calvin Maker would see Napoleon Bonaparte, while little Napoleon would see if God would answer a most fervent prayer. Chapter 12, Lawyers. You know the miller's boy Alvin is in jail up in Hattrack River. The stranger leaned on the counter and smiled. "I reckon we heard about it," said Armor of God Weaver. "I'm here to help get the truth about Alvin so the jury can make the right judgment up in Hattrack. They don't know Alvin as well as folks around here are bound to. I just need to get some affidavits about his character." The stranger smiled again. Armor of God nodded. "I reckon this is the place for affidavits, if the truth about Alvin is what you're after." "That I am. I take it you know the young man yourself." "Well enough." Armor of God figured if he was going to find out what this fellow was doing, it was best not to say he was married to Alvin's sister. "But I reckon you don't know what you're getting into up here, friend. You'll get more than the affidavits you're after." "Oh, I've heard tell about the massacre at Tippecanoe and the curse that folks here are under. I'm a lawyer. I'm used to hearing grim stories from people I'm defending." "Defending, eh?" asked Armor. "You a lawyer as defends people, is that it?" "That's what I'm best known for, in my home in Carthage City." Armor nodded again. He might live in Carthage City now, but his accent said New England. And he might try some folksy talk, but it was a lawyer's version of it, to put folks off guard. This man could talk like the Bible if he wanted to. He could talk like Milton. But Armor didn't let on that he didn't trust the man. Not yet. "So, when folks here tell you how they slaughtered Reds what never done nobody no harm, you can hear that without batting an eye, is that it?" "I can't guarantee I won't do any eye-batting, Mr. Weaver. But I'll listen, and when it's done, I'll get on with the business that brought me here." "Now it's time?" asked Armor. The man blinked. Already batting an eye, thought Armor. That was right quick. "I told you, Mr. Weaver, getting affidavits about Alvin the miller's son. In order to tell people in Hattrack River about his true character, I remember. The thing is, out of the last 8 years, Alvin spent 7 in Hattrack, and only 1 here in Vigor Church. We knowed him as a child, you bet. But lately I'd say it's the people of Hattrack River as knows him best. So the way I see it, you're here to get a picture of Alvin that folks in Hattrack don't know. And the only reason for that is because you need to change their point of view about the boy. And since I know for a fact that Alvin is respected in Hattrack, you can only be here to try to dig up some dirt on the boy in order to do him harm."
Space opera adventures pulse. Have I just about got it, friend? The lawyer's sudden lack of a cheerful smile was all the confirmation Armor needed. "Dirt is the farthest thing from my mind, Mr. Weaver. I come here with an open mind." "An open mind and free talk about how you defend people, and also is to make folks think you're on Alvin's side, instead of being hired to do your best to destroy folks' good opinion of him?
So I reckon the fact that you're here means that Alvin's friends better get somebody else to go around collecting affidavits in his favor, since you won't be satisfied until you dig up some lies." The man stiffened and stepped back. "I see that you're rather a partisan about the matter. I hope you can tell me what I said to give offense." "Why, the only offense you gave was thinking that because I'm not a lawyer, I must be dumb as a dog's butt." "Well, no matter what conclusion you have reached, I assure you that, as an officer of the court, I seek nothing more than the simple truth." "Officer of the court, is it? Well, I happen to know that all lawyers is called officers of the court, even when they're hired by a private party to do mischief, because you sure as God lives wasn't hired by the county attorney down in Hat Track, because he would have give you a letter of introduction, and you wouldn't have tried none of these pussyfooting, prevaricating, misrepresenting shenanigans." The stranger put his hat back on his head and pushed it down right firm. Armor suppressed the impulse to reach out and push it down still firmer. As the stranger reached the door, Armor called out one last question. "Do you have a name so we can inquire with the State Bar Association about any outstanding actions against you?" The lawyer turned and smiled, even broader than when he was trying to fool Armor. "My name is Daniel Webster, Mr. Weaver, and my client is Truth and Justice." "Truth and Justice must pay a damn sight better in New England than it does out here," said Armor. "You are from New England, aren't you?" "I was born there and raised there, but saw no future for myself in that benighted, backward place. So I came to the United States, where the laws are founded on the rights of man, instead of the dynastic claims of monarchs or the worn-out theology of Puritans." "Ah, so nobody's paying you?" "I didn't say that, Mr. Weaver." "Who's paying you then? Ain't the county, and it ain't the state, and it sure can't be Makepeace Smith, since he's got him hardly 4 bits to rub together." "I'm representing a consortium of concerned citizens of Carthage City who are determined to see that justice prevails even in the benighted backwaters of the state of Ohio." "A consortium? That anything like a public house or a brothel? How amusing!" "Name me a name, Mr. Webster. I happen to be mayor of this town, such as it is, and you're here practicing law after a fashion, and I think I have a right to know who's sending lawyers up here to collect lies about our respected citizens." "Do you own a gun of any kind, Mr. Weaver?" "I do, friend." "Then why should I reveal the names of my clients to an armed and angry man of a town that is so proud of being a nest of murderers that they brag out the whole story to any unfortunate visitor who happens by? Also, mayors have no right to inquire about anything from an attorney about his relations with his clients. Good day, Mr. Weaver." Armor watched the Webster fellow out the door, then put on his hat, called out to his oldest boy to leave off soap-making and watch the store, and took off at a jog up and over the hill to his in-laws' house. His wife would be there, since she was the best of the women at doing Alvin's makery stuff, and so was in much demand as a teacher and a fashioner of, much as Armor hated it, hexes. The family needed to know what was going on, that Alvin had enemies from the capital who were spending money on a lawyer to come dig up dirt about the boy. There was no way around it now. They had to get them a lawyer for Alvin, somehow. And not no country cousin either. It had to be a city lawyer who knew all the same tricks as this Webster fellow. Armor vaguely remembered having heard of this man somewhere. He was spoke of with awe in some circles, and having talked to him and heard his golden voice and his quick answers and the way he made a lie sound like the natural truth, even to someone who knew it was deception, well, Armor knew it would take some finding to get them a lawyer who could best him. And finding was going to be complicated by another problem: paying. Calvin had no idea what he was supposed to do upon meeting the emperor. The man's title was a throwback to ancient Rome, to Persia, to Babylon.
But there he sat in a straight-back chair instead of a throne, his leg up on a cushioned bench, and instead of courtiers there were only secretaries, each scribbling away on a writing desk until an order or letter or edict was finished, then leaping to his feet and rushing from the room as the next secretary began to scribble furiously as Bonaparte dictated in a continuous stream of biting, lilting, almost Italian-sounding French. As the dictation proceeded, Calvin, with guards on either side of him, as if that could stop him from making the floor collapse under the emperor if he felt like it, watched silently. Of course, they did not invite him to sit down. Even little Napoleon, the emperor's nephew, remained standing. Only the secretaries could sit, it seemed, for it was hard to imagine how they could write without a lap. At first, Calvin simply took in the surroundings. Then he studied the face of the emperor, as if that slightly pained expression contained some secret, which, if only examined long enough, would yield the secrets of the Sphinx. But soon Calvin's attention drifted to the leg. It was the gout that he had to cure if he was to make any headway. And Calvin had no idea what caused the gout, or even how to figure it out. That was Alvin's province. For a moment, it occurred to Calvin that maybe he ought to beg permission to write to his brother, so he could get Alvin over here to cure the emperor and win Calvin's freedom. But he immediately despised himself for the cowardly thought. Am I a maker or not? And if a maker, then Alvin's equal. And if Alvin's equal, why should I summon him to bail me out of a situation which, for all I know, might need no bailing? He sent his doodling bug into Napoleon's leg. It wasn't the sort of swelling that Calvin was used to in the festering sores of beggars. He didn't understand what the fluids were. Not pus, that was certain, and he dared not simply make them flow back into the blood, for fear that they might be poisons that would kill the very man he came to learn from. Besides, was it really in Calvin's best interests to cure this man? Not that he knew how to do it, but he wasn't sure he really ought to try. What he needed was not the momentary gratitude of a cured man, but the continuing dependence of a sufferer who needed Calvin's ministration for relief. Temporary relief. And this was something Calvin did understand, to a point. He had learned long ago how to find the nerves in a dog or squirrel and give them a sort of tweak, an invisible pinch. Sometimes it set the animal to squealing and screeching till Calvin almost died from laughing. Other times the creature didn't show pain, but limped along as if that pinched limb didn't even exist. One time a perfectly healthy dog dragged around its hind quarters till its belly and legs were rubbed raw in the dirt, and father was all set to shoot the poor thing to put it out of its misery. Calvin took mercy on the beast then and unpinched the nerve so it could walk again. But after that, it never did walk right. It sort of sidled, though whether that was from the pinch Calvin gave it or from the damage caused by dragging its butt through the dirt for most of a week, Calvin had no way to guess.
Horror at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. What mattered was that pinching of the nerve to remove all feeling. Bonaparte might limp, but it would take away the pain. Relief, not a cure. Which nerve? It wasn't like Calvin had them all charted out. That sort of methodical thinking was Alvin's game. In England, Calvin had realized that this was one of the crucial differences between him and his brother. There was a new word a fellow just coined at Cambridge for people who were ploddingly methodical like Alvin: scientist. While Calvin, with dash and flair and verve and, above all, the spirit of improvisation, he was an artist. Trouble was, when it came to getting at the nerves in Bonaparte's leg, Calvin couldn't very well experiment. He didn't think a strong friendship would develop between the emperor and him if it began with the emperor squealing and screeching like a tortured squirrel. He pondered that for a while until, watching a secretary rise up and rush from the room, it occurred to him that Bonaparte's weren't the only legs around. Now that it mattered that Calvin find out exactly which nerve did what, and that his pinch deadened pain instead of provoking it, he had to play the scientist and test many legs until he got it right. He started with the secretary, who was next in line, a shortish fellow, smaller even than the emperor, who was a man of scant stature, who fidgeted a little in his chair. Uncomfortable? Calvin asked him silently. Then let's see if we can find you some relief. He sent his bug into the man's right leg, found the most obvious nerve, and pinched. Not a wince, not a grimace. Calvin was annoyed. He pinched harder. Nothing. Then the current secretary jumped to his feet and rushed from the room. It was now the turn of the short fellow Calvin had pinched. The man tried to shift his body in his chair, to adjust the position of the lap desk, but to Calvin's delight, a look of astonishment came over the man's face, followed by a blush as he had to reach down and move his right leg with his hands. So, that large nerve, or was it a bundle of very fine nerves, had nothing to do with feeling. Instead, they seemed to control movement. Interesting. The fellow wrote in silence, but Calvin knew that all he was really thinking about was what would happen when he had to jump up and run from the room. Sure enough, when the edict ended, it was about the granting of a special tax exemption to certain vintners in southern France because of a bad harvest. The man leapt up, spun around, and sprawled on the floor, his right leg tangled with his left like the fishing lines of children. Every eye turned to the poor fellow, but not a word was spoken. Calvin watched with amusement as he got up on his hands and his left knee while the right leg hung useless. The knee bent well enough, of course, and the man got it under his body so it looked like it might work. But twice he tried to put weight on it, and twice he fell again. Bonaparte, looking annoyed, finally spoke to him. "Are you a secretary, sir, or a clown?" "My leg, sir," said the miserable clerk. "My right leg seems not to work just now." Bonaparte turned sharply to the guards. "Detain him out of here, and fetch someone to clean up the spilled ink." The guards hauled the man to his feet and started to move him toward the door. Now it was time for little Napoleon to assert himself. "Take his desk, fools," said the emperor's nephew, "and the inkwell, and the quill, and the edict, if it isn't spoiled." "And how will they do all that?" asked Bonaparte testily, "seeing they have to hold up this one-legged beggar?" Then he looked expectantly at little Napoleon's face. It took a moment for little Napoleon to realize what the emperor wanted of him, and an even longer moment for him to swallow his pride enough to do it. "Why, of course, uncle," he said, with careful mildness. "I shall gladly pick it up myself, sir." Calvin suppressed a smile as the proud man who had arrested him now knelt down and gathered up papers, lap desk, quill, and inkwell, carefully avoiding getting a single drop of ink on himself. By now, the secretary Calvin had pinched was out of the room. He thought of sending out his bug to find the man and unpinch the nerve, but he wasn't sure where he had gone. And anyway, what did it matter? It was just a secretary. When little Napoleon was gone, Bonaparte resumed dictating, but now his delivery was not rapid and biting. Rather, he halted, corrected himself now and then, and sometimes lapsed into silence for a time, as the secretary sat with pen poised. At such moments, Calvin would cause the ink on the quill to flow to the tip and drop off suddenly onto the paper. Ah, the flurry of blotting! And of course, this only served to distract the emperor all the more. There remained, however, the matter of legs. Calvin explored each secretary in turn, finding other nerves to pinch, ever so slightly. He left the nerves of movement alone now. It was the nerves of pain that he was finding now, charting his progress by the widened eyes, flushed faces, and occasional gasps of the unfortunate secretaries. Bonaparte was not unaware of their discomfort. It distracted him all the more. Finally, when a man gasped at a particularly sharp pinch, Calvin's touch was not always precise with such slender things as nerves. Bonaparte turned himself in his chair,
wincing at the pain in his own leg, and said, as best Calvin could understand his French, "Do you mock me with these pains and moans? I sit here in agony, making no sound, while you, with no more pain than that of sitting too long to take letters, moan and gasp and wince and sigh until I can only imagine I am trapped with a choir of hyenas." At that moment, Calvin finally got it right, giving just the right amount of pressure to his secretary's pain nerve that all feeling vanished, and instead of the man wincing, his face relaxed in relief. That's it, thought Calvin. That's how it's done. He almost sent his bug right into Bonaparte's leg to do that same little twist and make the emperor's pain go away. Fortunately, he was distracted by the opening of the door. It was a scullery maid with a bucket and rags to clean up the ink from the marble floor. Bonaparte glared at her, and she almost dropped her things and fled, except that he at once softened his expression. "My rage is at my pain, girl," he said to her. "Come in and do your work. No one minds." With that, she gathered her courage, scurried to the drying ink, set down the bucket with a clank and a slosh, and set to work. By now, Calvin had come to his senses. What good would it do to take away Bonaparte's pain if the emperor didn't know that it was Calvin doing it? Instead, he practiced the soothing twist of the nerves on all the secretaries, to their undoubted relief. And as he did, he began to sense a sort of current, a humming, a vibration on the nerves that were actually carrying pain at the instant he twisted them, so that he could get even more precise, taking away not all the feeling in a leg, but just the pain itself. Finally, he got to the scullery maid, to the pain she always felt in her knees as she knelt on hard, cold floors to do her work. So sudden was the relief, and so sharp and constant had been the pain, that she cried aloud, and again Bonaparte glared at the interruption. "Oh, sir," she said, "forgive me, but I suddenly felt no pain in my knees." "Lucky you," said Bonaparte. "Along with this miracle, do you also find that you see no ink on the floor?" She looked down. "Sir, with all my scrubbing, I can't get up the whole stain. I'm afraid it's gone down into the stone, sir." Calvin at once sent his doodling bug into the surface of the marble, and discovered that the ink had, indeed, penetrated beyond the reach of her scrubbing. Now was the chance to have Bonaparte notice him, not as a prisoner even, his guards were gone, but as a man of power. "Perhaps I can help."
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. Bonaparte looked at him as if seeing him for the first time, though Calvin was quite aware that the emperor had sized him up several times over the past half hour. Bonaparte spoke to him in accented English. "Was it for scullery work you came to Paris, my dear American friend?" "I came to serve you, sir," said Calvin. "Whether with a stained floor or a pained leg, I care not." "Let's see you with floors first," said Bonaparte. "Give him the rags and bucket, girl." "I don't need them," said Calvin. "I've already done it. Have her scrub again, and this time the stain will come right up." Bonaparte glowered at the idea of serving as interpreter for an American prisoner and a scullery maid, but his curiosity got the better of his dignity, and he gave the girl the order to scrub again. This time the ink came right up, and the stone was clean again. It had been child's play for Calvin, but the awe in the girl's face was the best possible advertisement for his wondrous power. "Sir," she said, "I had only to pass the rag over the stain, and it was gone." The secretaries were eyeing Calvin carefully now. They weren't fools, and they clearly suspected him of causing both their discomfort and their relief, though some of them were pinching the legs to try to restore feeling after Calvin's first, clumsier attempts at numbing pain. Now Calvin went back into their legs, restored feeling, and then gave the more delicate twist that removed pain. They watched him warily as Bonaparte looked back and forth between his clerks and his prisoner. I see you have been busy playing little jokes on my secretaries." Without an answer, Calvin reached into the emperor's leg and, for just a moment, removed all pain. But only for a moment. He soon let it come back. Bonaparte's face darkened. "What kind of man are you to take away my pain for a moment and then send it back to me?" "Forgive me, sir," said Calvin. "It's easy to cure the pain I caused, myself, in your men, or even the pain from hours of kneeling, scrubbing floors. But the gout, that's hard, sir, and I know of no cure, nor of any relief that lasts more than a little while." "Longer than 5 seconds, though. I'll wager you know how to do that." "I can try." "You're the clever one," said Bonaparte, "but I know a lie. You can take away the pain, and yet you choose not to. How dare you hold me hostage to my pain?" Calvin answered in mild tones, though he knew he took his life in his hands to say such a bold thing in any tone. "Sir, you have held my whole body prisoner this whole time, when I was free before. I come here and find you already a prisoner of pain, and you complain to me that I do not set you free?" The secretaries gasped again, but not in pain this time. Even the scullery maid was shocked, so much so that she knocked her bucket over, spilling soapy, inky water over half the floor. Calvin quickly made the water evaporate from the floor, then made the residue of ink turn to fine, invisible dust. The scullery maid went screaming from the room. The secretaries, too, were on their feet. Bonaparte turned to them. "If I hear any rumor of this, you will all go to the Bastille. Find the girl and silence her, by persuasion or imprisonment. She deserves no torture. Now leave me alone with this extortionist, while I find out what he wants to get from me." They left the room. As they were going, little Napoleon and the guards returned, but Bonaparte sent them away as well, to his nephew's ill-concealed fury. "All right, we're alone," said Bonaparte. "What do you want?" "I want to heal your pain." "Then heal it and have done." Calvin took the challenge, twisted the nerves just right, and saw Bonaparte's face soften, losing the perpetual wince. "Such a gift as that," murmured the emperor, "and you spend it cleaning floors and taking stones from prison walls?" "It won't last," said Calvin. "You mean you choose not to make it last?" said Bonaparte. Calvin took the unusual step of telling the plain truth, sensing that Bonaparte would know if anything he said was a lie. "It's not a cure. The gout is still there. I don't understand the gout, and I can't cure it. I can take away the pain." "But not for long." "Truthfully," Calvin answered, "I don't know how long." "And for what payment?" asked Bonaparte. "Come on, boy, I know you want something. Everyone does." "But you're Napoleon Bonaparte," said Calvin. "I thought you knew what every man wanted." "God doesn't whisper it in my ear, if that's what you think. And yes, I know what you want, but I have no idea why you've come to me for it. You're hungry to be the greatest man on earth. I've met men with ambition like yours before, and women too. Unfortunately, I can't easily bend such ambition into subservience to my interests. Generally, I have to kill them, because they're a danger to me." Those words went like a knife through Calvin's heart. "But you're different," said Bonaparte. "You mean me no harm. In fact, I'm just a tool to you, a means of gaining advantage. You don't want my kingdom. I rule all of Europe, Northern Africa, and much of the ancient East. And yet you want me only to tutor you in preparation for a much greater game? What game on God's green earth might that be?" Calvin never meant to tell him, but the words came blurting out. "I have a brother, an older brother, who has 1,000 times my power." The words galled him, burned his throat as he said them. "And 1,000 times your virtue, too, I think," said Bonaparte.
But those words had no sting for Calvin. Virtue, as Alvin defined it, was waste and weakness. Calvin was proud to have little of it. "Why hasn't your brother challenged me?" asked Bonaparte. "Why hasn't he shown his face to me in all these years?" "He's not ambitious," said Calvin. "That is a lie," said Bonaparte, "even though in your ignorance you believe it. There is no such thing as a living human being without ambition. St. Paul said it best: faith, ambition, and love, the three driving forces of human life. "I believe it was hope," said Calvin. "Hope and charity. Hope is the sweet, weak sister of ambition. Hope is ambition wishing to be liked." Calvin smiled. "That's what I've come for," he said, "not to heal my gout. To ease your pain, as you ease my ignorance. With powers like yours, what do you need with my small world-conquering gifts?" Bonaparte's irony was plain and painful. "My powers are nothing compared to my brother's, and he is the only teacher I can learn them from. So I need other powers that he doesn't have. Mine. Yes. Then how do I know that you won't turn on me and try to take my empire?" "If I wanted it, I could have it now," said Calvin. "It's one thing to terrify people with displays of power," said Bonaparte, "but terror only gets you obedience when you're there. I have the power to hold men obedient to me even when my back is turned, even when there's no chance I'd ever catch them in wrongdoing. They love me, they serve me with their whole hearts. Even if you sent every building in Paris crashing to the street, it wouldn't win the people's loyalty. That's why I'm here, because I know that." "Because you want to win the loyalty of your brother's friends," said Bonaparte. "You want them to spurn your brother and put you in his place." "Call me Cain if you want, but yes," said Calvin, "yes. I can teach you that, but no pain. And no little games with the pain either. If the pain comes back, I'll have you killed. You can't even hold me in a prison if I don't want to stay there. When I decide to kill you, boy, you won't even see it coming." Calvin believed him. "Tell me, boy." "Calvin. Boy, don't interrupt me. Don't correct me." Bonaparte smiled sweetly. "Tell me, Calvin. Weren't you afraid that I would win your loyalty and put your gifts to use in my service?" "As you said," Calvin answered, "your powers have scant effect on people with ambition as great as your own."
Space opera at what humanity might become. Space opera adventures pulse. It's only really the goodness in people that you turn against them to control them. Their generosity. Isn't that right? In a sense, though it's much more complicated than that. But yes. Calvin smiled broadly. "Well then, you see, I knew I was immune." Bonaparte frowned. "Are you so sure of that? So proud to be a man utterly devoid of generosity?" Calvin's smile faded just a little. "Old Boney, the terror of Europe, the toppler of empires, Old Boney is shocked at my lack of compassion?" "Yes," said Bonaparte, "I never thought I'd see the like. A man I'll never have power over. And yet I will let you stay with me for the sake of my leg, and I'll teach you all that can be taught, for the sake of my leg." Calvin laughed and nodded. "Then you've got a deal." Only later, as he was being shown to a luxurious apartment in the palace, did it occur to Calvin to wonder if, perhaps, Bonaparte's admission that Calvin could not be controlled might not be just a ploy. If, perhaps, Bonaparte already had control over Calvin, but, like all the emperor's other tools, Calvin continued to think that he was free. No, he told himself, even if it's true, what good will it do me to think about it? The deed's done, or it's not done, and either way, I'm still myself, and still have Alvin to deal with. 1,000 times more powerful than me. 1,000 times more virtuous. We'll see about that when the time comes.
when I take your friends away from you, Alvin, the way you stole my birthright from me, you thieving Esau, you pit-digging Reuben, you jealous, taunting Ishmael. God will give me my birthright, and has given me Bonaparte to teach me how to accomplish something with it. Alvin didn't realize he was doing it. Daytimes, he thought he was bearing his imprisonment right well, putting on a cheerful face for his visitors, singing now and then, harmonizing with the jailers when they knew the song and joined in. It was a jaunty sort of imprisonment, and everyone was saying that it was a shame for Alvin to be all cooped up, but wasn't he taking it like a soldier? In his sleep, though, his hatred for the jail walls, for the sameness and lifelessness of the place, it came out in another kind of song, an inward music that harmonized with the green song that once had tilled this part of the world. It was the music of the trees and the lesser plants, of the insects and spiders, of the furred and finny creatures that dwelt in the leaves, on the ground, in the earth, or in the cold streams and unstoppable rivers. And Alvin's inner voice was tuned to it, knew all the melodies, and instead of harmonizing with jailers, his heart sang with free creatures. And they heard his song that went unheard by human ears. In the tattered remnants of the ancient woods, in the new growth where a few abandoned fields were 4 or 10 years fallow, they heard him, the last few bison, the still deer, the hunting cats, and the sociable coyotes, and the timber wolves. The birds above all heard him, and they came first, in 2s, in 10s, in flocks of hundreds, visiting the town and singing with his music for a while. Daybirds coming in the nighttime, until the town was wakened by the din of so many songs all at once. They came and sang an hour and left again, but the memory of their song lingered. First the birds, and then the song of coyotes, the howl of wolves, not so near as to be terrifying, but near enough to fill the untuned hearts of most folks with a kind of dread, and they woke with night sweats. Raccoon prints were all over, and yet there was no tearing or thievery, and no more than the usual number of chickens were taken, though fox feet had trodden on every henhouse roof. Squirrels, gathering their nuts, ran fearlessly through the town to leave small offerings outside the courthouse. Fish leapt in the hat track and in other nearby streams, a silver dance in the sparkling moonlit water, the drops like stars falling back into the stream. Through it, Alvin slept, and most folks also slept, so only gradually did the word spread that the natural world was all aflutter, and then only a few began to link it with Alvin being in jail. Logical folks said there couldn't be no connection. Dr. Whiteley Physiker boldly said, when asked, and sometimes when no one asked at all, "I'm the first to say it's wrong to have that boy locked up, but that doesn't imply that the swarming of harmless, unstinging bees through the town last night meant anything at all, except that perhaps this will be a hardish winter, or perhaps a mild one. I'm not a great reader of bees, but it's nothing to do with Alvin in jail, because nature hardly concerns itself with the legal disputes of human beings." True enough, but, as a lawyer might say, irrelevant. It wasn't Alvin in jail that disturbed nature, it was Alvin singing in his dreams that drew them. And those few in town who could hear some faint echo of his song, ones like John Binder, for instance, and Captain Harriman, who had heard such silent stirrings all their lives, why, they didn't wake up to the bird song and the coyotes yipping and the wolves howling and the patter of squirrel feet on shingles. Those things just fit into their own dreams, for to them it all belonged, it all fit. And Alvin's song and the natural green song of the world spoke peace to them deep in their hearts. They heard the rumors, but didn't understand the fuss. And if drunken Frida drank a little less and slept a little better, who would notice it besides herself? Verily Cooper came to Vigor Church the hard way, but then everybody did. What with the town's reputation for making travelers listen to a hard, dark story, it's no wonder nobody put a stagecoach route there. The railroad wasn't out that far west yet,
But even if it wasn't likely there'd be a vigor station or even a spur. The town that Armor of God Weaver once expected to be the gateway to the west was now a permanent backwater. So it was railroad shaky and stinky, but fast and cheap to Duquesne, and stagecoach from there. By sheerest chance, Verily's route took him right through the town of Hat-Track River, where the man he was coming to meet, Calvin's brother Alvin, was locked up. But this was the express coach, and it didn't stop in Hat-Track for a leisurely meal at Horace Gester's Roadhouse, where no doubt Verily would have heard talk that stopped his journey right there. Instead, he rode on to Carthage City, changed to a slow coach heading northwest into Wabash, and then got out at a sleepy little ferry town and bought him a horse and a saddle and a pack mule for his luggage, which wasn't all that much, but more than he wanted to have on the horse he was riding. From there, it was a simple matter of riding north all day, stopping at a farmhouse at night, and riding another day until, late in the afternoon, just as the sun was setting, he came to Armor's General Store, where lamps were lit, and Verily hoped he might find a night's lodging. "I'm sorry," said the man at the door. "We don't take in lodgers, not much call for them in this town. The Miller's family up the road takes in such lodgers as we get, but, well, friend, you might as well come in, because most of the Miller's family is right here in my store. And besides, there's a tale they have to tell you before you or they can go to bed tonight." "I've been told of it," said Verily Cooper, "and I'm not afraid to hear it." "So you came here on purpose? With those signs on the road, warning travelers away?" Verily stepped through the doorway. "I have a horse and a mule to attend to." His words were heard by the people gathered on stools and chairs and leaning on the store counter. Immediately, two young men with identical faces swung themselves over the counter. "I've got the horse," said one, "which gives me the mule and his baggage, no doubt." "And I've got the saddle," said the first. "I think it comes out even." Verily Cooper stuck out his hand in the forthright American manner he had already learned.
"I'm Verily Cooper," he said. "Waste not Miller," said one of the boys. "And I'm Want Not," said the other. "Puritans, from the naming of you," said Verily. "Not on a bet," said a thick-bodied, middle-aged man who was sitting on a stool in the corner. "Namin' babies for virtues ain't no monopoly of religious fanatics from New England." For the first time, Verily felt suspicion in the air, and he realized that they had to be wondering who he was and what his business was here. "There's not more than one Miller in town, is there?" he asked. "Only me," said the thick-set man. "Then you must be Alvin Miller, Sr., said Verily, striding up to him and thrusting out his hand. The Miller took it warily. "You've got me pegged, young feller, but all I know about you is that you come here late in the day, nobody knew you was comin', and you talk like a highfalutin Englishman with a lot of education. Had us a preacher here for a while who talked like you. Not anymore, though." And from the tone of his voice, Verily gathered that the parting hadn't been a pleasant one. "My name is Verily Cooper," he said. "My father's trade is barrel-making, and I learned the trade as a boy. But you're right, I did get an education, and I'm now a barrister." The Miller looked puzzled. "Barrel-maker to barrister," he said. "I gotta say I don't rightly know the difference." The man who greeted him at the door helped out. "A barrister is an English lawyer." The dry tone of his voice and the way everyone stiffened up told Verily that they had something against lawyers here. "Please, I assure you, I left that profession behind when I left England. I doubt that I'd be allowed to practice law here in the United States, at least not without some kind of examination. I didn't come here for that, anyway." The Miller's wife, or so Verily guessed from her age, for she wasn't sitting by the man, spoke up, and with a good deal less hostility in her voice than her husband had had. "A man comes from England, especially to come to the town in America that lives every day in shame. I admit I'm curious, lawyer or no lawyer. What is your business here?" "Well, I met a son of yours, I think, and what he told me—" It was almost comic, the way they all suddenly leaned forward. "You saw Calvin?" "The very one," said Verily. "An interesting young man."
They reserved comment. Well, if there was one thing Verily had learned as a lawyer, it was that he didn't have to fill every silence with his own speech. He couldn't be sure of this family's attitude toward Calvin after all. Calvin was such an accomplished liar, he must have practiced the art here at home before trying to use it to make his way in the world. So, he might be hated, or he might be loved and yearned for. Verily didn't want to make a mistake. Finally, predictably, it was Calvin's mother who spoke up. "You saw my boy? Where was he? How was he?" "I met him in London. He has the language and bearing of quite a clever young man. Seems to be in good health, too." They nodded, and Verily saw that they seemed to be relieved. So, they did love him, and had feared for him. A tall, lanky man of about Verily's age stretched out his long legs and leaned back on his stool. "I'm pretty near certain that you didn't come all this way just to tell us Calvin was a-doin' fine, Mr. Cooper." "No, indeed not. It was something Calvin said." Verily looked around at them again, this large family that was at once welcoming and suspicious of a stranger, at once concerned and wary about a missing son. He spoke of a brother of his. At this, Verily looked at the lanky one who had just spoken. A son with talents that exceeded Calvin's own. The lanky one hooted, and several others chuckled. "Don't go tellin' us no stories," he said. "Calvin wouldn't never speak of Alvin that way." So the lanky one wasn't Alvin Jr. after all. Well, let's just say that I read between the lines, so to speak. You know that in England, the use of hidden powers and arcane arts is severely punished. So we Englishmen remain quite ignorant of such matters. I gathered, however, that if there was one person in the world who could teach me how to understand such things, it might well be Calvin's brother, Alvin. They all agreed with that, nodding, some even smiling. But the father remained suspicious. And why would an English lawyer be looking to learn more about such things? Verily, to his own surprise, was at a loss for words. All his thought had been about finding Alvin the Miller's son, but of course they would have to know why he cared so much about hidden powers. What could he say? All his life he had been forced to hide his gift, his curse. Now he found he couldn't just blurt it out or even hint. Instead, he strode to the counter and picked up a couple of large wooden spools of thread that were standing there, presumably so that customers could reel off the length of thread they wanted and wind it onto a smaller spool. He put the ends of the spools together and then found the perfect fit for them so that no man could pull them apart. He handed the joined spools to the miller. At once, the man tried to pull them apart, but he didn't seem surprised when he failed. He looked at his wife and smiled. "Look at that," he said. "A lawyer who knows how to do something useful. That's a miracle." The spools got passed around, mostly in silence, until they got to the lanky young man leaning back on his stool. Without a moment's reflection, he pulled the spools apart and set them on the counter. "Spools ain't no damn good stuck together like that," he said. Verily was stunned. "You are the one," he said. "You are Alvin." "No, sir," said the young man. "My name is Measure, but I've been learning somewhat of my brother's skill. That's his main work these days, is teaching folks how to do the same makering stuff that he does, and I reckon I'm learning it about as good as anybody. But you, I know he'd want to meet you." "Yes," said Verily, making no effort to hide his enthusiasm. "Yes, that's what I've come for, to learn from him, so I'm glad to hear that he wants to teach." Measure grinned. "Well, he wants to teach, and you want to learn. But I got a feeling you two are going to have to do each other a different kind of service before that can happen." Verily was not surprised. Of course there would be some kind of price, or perhaps a test of loyalty or trustworthiness. "I'll do whatever it takes to have a maker teach me what my gift is for and how to use it well." Mrs. Miller nodded. "I think you just might do," she said. "I think perhaps God brought you here." Her husband snorted. "It would be enough if he brought you to teach my husband manners, but I fear that may be beyond even the powers of a benevolent God," she said. "I hate it when you talk like old Reverend Thrower," said the miller grumpily. "I know you do, dear," said his wife.
Mr. Cooper, suppose you did need to practice law, not in Wabash, but in the state of Ohio. How long would it take you to prepare to take the test? I don't know, he said. It depends on how far American legal practice has diverged from English common law and equity. Perhaps only a few days, perhaps much longer. But I assure you, I didn't come here to practice law, but rather to study higher laws. You want to know why you found us all down here at Armour's store? Asked the miller. We were having a meeting to try to figure out how to raise the money to hire us a lawyer. We knew we needed a good one, a first-rate one, but we also knew that some rich and secret group in Carthage had already hired them the best lawyers in Ohio to work against us. So the question was, who could we hire, and how in the world could we pay him? My wife thinks God brung ya, but my own opinion is that you brung your own self. Or in another way of looking at it, my boy Alvin brung ya. But who knows? I always say, you're here, you're a lawyer.
Space opera adventures pulse. And you want something from Alvin? Are you proposing an exchange of services? Asked Verily. Not really, Measure interrupted, rising from his stool. Verily had always thought of himself as rather a tall man, but this young farmer fairly towered over him. Alvin would teach you for free if you want to learn. The thing is, you pretty much gotta do us that legal service before Alvin can take you on as a pupil. That's just the way it is. Verily was baffled. Either it was barter or it wasn't. The storekeeper spoke up from behind him, laughing. We're all talking at each other every which way. Mr. Cooper, the legal service we need from you is to defend Alvin Jr. at his trial. He's in jail over in Hat Track River, charged with stealing a man's gold, and my guess is they're gonna pile on a whole bunch of other charges too. They're out to put that boy in prison for a long time, if not hang him. And you coming along here just now? Well, you gotta see that it looks mighty fortunate to us. In jail, Verily said. In Hat Track River, said Armour. I just rode through there not a week ago. Well, you passed by the courthouse where they got him locked up. Yes, I'll do it. When is the trial? Oh, pretty much whenever you want. The judge there is a friend of Alvin's, as are most of the townfolk, or most of them as amount to much, anyway. They can't just let him go, much as they'd like to, but they'll delay the trial as long as you need to get admitted to the bar. Verily nodded. Yes, I'll do it. But I'm puzzled. You have no idea whether I'm a good lawyer or not. Measure hooted with laughter. Come on, friend. You think we're blind. Look at your clothes. You're rich, and you didn't get that way from barrel making. Besides, said Armour, you have that English accent, those gentlemanly airs. The jury in Hat Track River will mostly be on Alvin's side. Everything you say is going to sound powerful clever to them. You're saying that I don't actually have to be very good? I just have to be English, an attorney at law, alive and present in the courtroom? Pretty much, yep, said Armour. Then you have an attorney. Or rather, your son does, if he wants me, that is. He wants to get out of jail and have his name cleared, said Measure solemnly. And he wants to teach folks how to be makers. I think you'll fit right in with what he wants. Come here. The command came from Mrs. Miller, and Verily obediently walked to her. She reached out and took his right hand and held it in both of hers. Mr. Verily Cooper, she said, will you be a true friend to my son? He realized that it was an oath she was asking for, an oath with his whole heart in it. Yes, ma'am, I will be his true friend. It wasn't quite silence that followed his promise. There was the sound of breaths long pent being released. Verily had never been the answer to anyone's heartfelt wish before. It was rather exhilarating, and a bit terrifying, too. Waste Not and Want Not came back in. Horse and mule are unloaded, fed, watered, and stabled. Thank you, said Verily. The twins looked around. What's everybody grinning for? We got us a lawyer for Alvin, said Measure. Waste Not and Want Not grinned too. Well, heck, then let's go home to bed. No, said the miller. One more item of business we gotta do. At once the cheerful mood faded.
"Have a seat, Mr. Cooper," said the miller. "We have a tale to tell you. A sad one, and it ends with all the men of this town, except Armor here and Measure, it ends with all of us in shame." Verily sat down to listen. Chapter 13, Maneuvers. Valete brought him another pie. "I couldn't finish the last one," Alvin said. "You think my stomach is a bottomless pit? A man of your size and strength needs something to keep the meat on his bones," said Valete. "And I haven't figured out yet how to make half a pie." Alvin chuckled. But as she slid the pie under the iron-barred door of the cell, Alvin noticed that she had some new hexes on her, not to mention a come hither and a beseeching. Most hexes he recognized right off. He'd made a few of them in his own time, for protection or warding, and even for concealment and mildness of heart, which made for a deeper kind of safety, but were much harder to make. What Valete had today, though, was beyond Alvin's ken, and since they probably wouldn't work on him, or not too well, he couldn't rightly tell what they'd be for. Nor could he ask her. Some kind of concealment, maybe. It seemed related to an overlook-me hex, which was always very subtle, and usually worked only in one direction. Alvin bent down, picked up the pie, and set it on the small table they'd allowed him. "Alvin," she said softly. "Yes," he answered. "Shh." He looked up, wondering what the secrecy was about. "I don't want to be heard," she said. She glanced toward the half-open door leading to the sheriff's office, where the guard was no doubt eavesdropping. She beckoned to Alvin. What went through his mind then made him a little shy. Was she perhaps thinking some of the same romantic thoughts about him that he had thought about her on some of these lonely nights? Maybe she knew somehow that he alone could see past her false charms of beauty and liked her for who she really was. Maybe she thought of him as someone she could come to love, as he had wondered sometimes about her, seeing as how his first love was lost to him. He came closer. "Alvin, do you want to escape from here?" she whispered. She leaned her forehead on the bars. Her face was so close. Was she, in some shy way, offering a kiss? He reached down and touched her chin, lifted her face. Did she want him to kiss her? He smiled ruefully. "Valete, if I wanted to escape, He didn't get to finish a sentence. Didn't get to say, I reckon I could walk on out of here any old day." Because at that moment, the deputy swung the door open and looked into the jail. He immediately got a frantic look on his face and scanned right past them as if he didn't see them at all. "How in the hell?" he cried, then rushed from the jail. Alvin heard his feet pounding down the hall as he called out, "Sheriff! Sheriff Dogley!" Alvin looked down at Valete. "What was that all about?" he asked. Valete dropped her teeth at him, then smiled. "How should I know, Alvin? But I reckon this is a dangerous time to be talking about what I come to talk about." She picked up her skirts and rushed from the jail. Alvin had no idea what her visit had been about, but he knew this much. Whatever her new hexes did, they were involved with the deputy and what he saw when he came in. And since there was a come hither and a beseeching, Valete might well have been the reason the deputy came into the room in the first place, and the reason he panicked so fast and rushed out without investigating any further. She dropped the upper plate of her teeth to show contempt for me, thought Alvin, just like she did to Horace, her enemy. Somehow I've become her enemy. He looked at the pie sitting on the cot. He picked it up and slid it back under the door. 5 minutes later, the deputy came back with the sheriff and the county attorney. "What the hell was this all about?" Sheriff Dogley demanded. "There he is, just like always. Billy Hunter, you been drinking?" "I swear there wasn't a soul here," said the deputy. "I saw Valete Franker go in with a pie." "Sheriff, what's he talking about?" said Alvin. "I saw him come in here not 5 minutes ago and start yelling and running down the hall. It scared poor Valete, so she took on out of here like she had a bear after her." "He was not here. I'd swear to that before God and all the angels," said Alvin. "I was right here by the door," said Alvin. "Maybe he was bending over to get the pie and you didn't see him," said the sheriff. "No, sir," said Alvin. "I was standing right up."
Space opera adventures pulse. There's the pie. You can have it if you want. I told Ms. Valette that I didn't finish the last one. I don't want none of your pie, said Billy. Whatever you did, you made me look like a plain fool. It don't take no help from Alvin to make you look that way, said Sheriff Dogley. Marty Laws, the county attorney, hooted at the joke. Marty had a way of laughing at just the right time to make everything worse. Billy glared at Alvin. Now, Alvin, we gotta put you on your parole, said Marty. You can't just go taking jaunts out of the jail whenever you feel like it. So you do believe me? Said the deputy. Marty Laws rolled his eyes. I don't believe nobody, said Sheriff Dogley. And Alvin ain't taking no jaunts, are you, Alvin? No, sir, said Alvin. I have not stirred from this cell. None of them bothered to pretend that Alvin couldn't have escaped whenever he wanted. You callin' me a liar? Asked Billy. I'm calling you mistaken, said Alvin. I'm thinking maybe somebody fooled you into thinking what you thought and seeing what you saw. Somebody's fooling somebody, said Billy Hunter. They left. Alvin sat on the cot and watched as an ant canvassed the floor of the jail, looking for something to eat. There's a pie right there, just a little that way. And sure enough, the ant turned, heeding Alvin's advice, though, of course, the words themselves were just too hard a thing to fit into an ant's piney mind. No, the ant just got the message of food and a direction, and in a minute or two, it was up the pie dish and walking around on the crust. Then it headed out to find its friends and bring them for lunch. Might as well somebody get some good out of that pie. Valette's hexes were for concealment, all right, and they were aimed at the door. She had got him to stand close so that he'd be included in her strong overlook me. So Billy Hunter had looked and couldn't see that anybody was there. But why? What possible good could she accomplish from such a bit of tomfoolery as that? Underneath all his puzzlement, though, Alvin was mad. Not so much at Valette as he was mad at himself for being such a plain fool. Getting all moony-eyed about a woman with false teeth and vanity hexes for Pete's